When I were driving one night, it's late as it usually is because we stop anytime we see something going on to kind of follow the storylines. And we're driving along, and all of a sudden, there's this massive red streak in the middle of the road. It's like, whoa, this looks real bad. I mean, it looks like it looked like blood and guts, and then it started to look like transmission fluid. And it turns out it was blood and guts, and then it was transmission fluid.
They hit a deer.
Yeah, but a deer that had already been hit by something else. So as they went,
they dragged it for a while.
Yeah, and it ripped the transmission lines off the side of the transmission. So the deer, which was already well into the great beyond, then sent the transmission into the same direction.
Yeah, the venison was good though. A little bit ATF-y on the side, a little bit. They actually had to like work on the underside of the car with the guts hanging.
Yeah,
off
with the guts of the thing hanging off it. And you remember they towed it. There was a guy with them that had a little Volkswagen.
Yeah.
And so they had this battleship size, like 66, 67 Galaxy, and they hooked this little Volkswagen to it. They were going to drag it on to the next godforsaken town we were driving through. So that is the type of storyline that you get on Drag Week. And people talk about we talk about the competition so much because it's fascinating, but really the camaraderie and the magic of this event is born when 300 cars are going down the road and people from the top classes are helping guys with Street Machine Eliminator cars. And people with Street Machine Eliminator cars are pulling over going, Yeah, Tom Bailey, I think you should probably fix that. You know, it's the amazing camaraderie of the event is really what sells it.
Brian, it looks like the drivers' meeting is mercifully coming to an end, and so pretty soon we should be to action on the track. That drivers' meeting is where they tell all these people, you know, you didn't read the inconvenient rules, so here's sort of the highlights, and they tell them about sort of the operations, how this thing is going to work throughout the week. Before every racer leaves every track, they need to hand in their time slip so that we can look at the average ET throughout the week. They have to hand in a time slip that is not quicker than their tech legal speed, and they have to hand in a time slip that hopefully does not shame them. Thing is, if they don't make it down the track on any given day, all they have to do is get the car up there and break the beams, and they will get a 20-second at 50 mile an hour, you know, login on the sheet so they can continue in competition. And we see those every year.
And it destroys your average, but it allows you to claim finishing the event.
Which is what a lot of people want to do, just as a point of personal pride.
Yeah, the majority of people, the vast majority of our 337 competitors here are here to see if they can test themselves to make it to the end of the week. The small, really awesome percentage of those that are here to really rip someone's throat out and break their back, those are the ones we love watching too, because they're here to win the race.
Although if you get a 20-second, arguably you're pretty entertaining, because that means you've broken something so badly you can't get down the track, but you're going to fix it and keep going.
Yeah, and when we see people kind of capitulate and go for that 20-second time slip, the thing is usually being staged on like 2 cylinders, or I mean, it is limping, like just a completely wounded automobile will just kind of limp its way into the beams and then will take the tree. I mean, we've seen that over the years a bunch.
The ultimate example of this.
Mashmeyer.
No.
Oh.
Mashmeyer was good. I think you might not have been there for this, and I can't even remember what track it is, but this guy was running a Buick Grand National, and they burned a hole, and they actually took the cylinder head off one side, taped off the intake ports, and staged the thing on 3 cylinders with no cylinder head on the other side of the thing. That was all time.
Yeah, and that's really the nature of the business. It is the great drag racing spacewalk that people are about to take off on.
As we take another note from our tech crew. Hang on just a sec. Folks watching on the app, we're going to have just a few minutes here while we get YouTube going, and so bear with us. And once again, you will hear us introducing the show again so that the folks on YouTube know what's going on and so that the replay is clear for everybody. So just a moment, we're going to get this handled.
And
are we live on the track now?
Yes, we are now.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
So everyone, racers, spectators, here's what's going on. This is the Mother's Live feed from Drag Week, powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors. You're going to hear Brian and I speaking throughout the week in a way that would be unusual for a normal track announcer, because we're actually talking to the whole world on the live feed.
And I believe we're talking to the whole world everywhere right now. I think we're on YouTube. I think we're on the MotorTrend app. I am Brian Loans. He is David Freiberger. And we will, for the next several days, be your guides, be your voice of the public consciousness, perhaps
unconsciousness.
Your unconsciousness as well, as we take you on this journey of Drag Week that is beginning today, Monday morning. Worldwide Technology Raceway. We're in Madison, Illinois, just across the river from the great city of St. Louis, the Gateway Arch. It's all here. Beautiful racetrack. This is where the event begins and ends. We leave here. Tomorrow we go to Indianapolis. We go to Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park, home of the U.S. Nationals. And then we head to the Byron Dragway in Byron, Illinois for day 3. Then we go to Cordova, Illinois for day 4. And the event will conclude on Friday back here in day number 5. Over the course of those 5 days, some of the baddest street machines in America will be driving over 700 miles.
On public roads, and that is what makes Drag Week great. So follow along with that. We're going to be going to action fairly quickly here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and we'll bring you all of these stories as we go. Yesterday, I was able to walk the pits, and I've got information on a number of cars. As we go throughout the week, Brian and I will be stopping in our rental car, finding out the stories of people broken down on the side of the road, getting more information about their powertrains and things like that, or the stories of the car. There's just so many people here is like, oh, yeah, I've had this car since I was 15 years old. things like that. And so we'll be sharing those all along the week. If you are on YouTube, there will be a chat feature going on. As we have downtimes, I will look at those questions and I will attempt to address them.
The questions are great. The positive comments, we love getting those as well because they're so rare. They come in at a ratio of about 1 per 1,000. But it's going to be a great week. And please, everybody, share the link. Jump on social, on all your social channels. Let everybody know that we are streaming all week long. And it's going to be great. This event will be broken into run groups. So you're going to see cars of all different categories grouped together in different ways. We don't simply run unlimited cars and then run the next category and on down. There's ET breaks, so you're going to see, to start the morning, you're going to see the quickest cars on the property will get the first opportunity at the racetrack, and then as time goes by, we'll move to group 2, 3, and 4. We've had a drivers meeting this morning. Keith Turk hosted that, so now the drivers are up to date and reminded on all the rules and regulations. As David said, the main crux of Drag Week is the fact that the car you are driving down the drag strip needs to be driven down the public roads. You can bring a trailer with you, but you cannot bring a crew per se with you. You need to drive that same car down. You cannot put it in a trailer, and if you do, you will be removed from the event, as famously happened during the very first one of these back in 2005.
We do need to address the elephant in the room here, which is, in fact, you, Brian, because the number one question that I have had leading up to this is Brian going to be doing it with you? Because last year I ran solo on this live feed, and I've just been so humbled by the people like, hey, man, is Brian back? Yeah, Brian's back. Yes! Yes! So you're going to see Brian's expert tutelage.
Look, it's one of my favorite events in the world because it's so unique, because we get such great stories. The adventure begins and really is relentless until I have to jump off the train, unfortunately, on Thursday afternoon to go do my real quote-unquote job back to NHRA in Charlotte. But
dangling me like a hangman, by the way.
But look, the amount of people that I was talking to in Maple Grove that Lonnie Grimm and I flew out of last night that were like, "You're going back to Drag Week, right? You're going back to Drag." It is, you know this, like. We think about these events in their own little bubble, but they go so far beyond that. So many of the crew people on the Nitro Funny cars, Top Fuel Dragsters, Pro Stock cars, they all follow this type of stuff. So as they're in their rigs driving from Pennsylvania to Charlotte, a lot of them are probably actually tuned in right now.
That is very cool. And the reason for that is you may not be aware that Brian is, in fact, the anchor for NHRA on Fox, which is why he's so connected to so many of those drag racing teams.
Yeah, we just had a big broadcast yesterday, and it was great. Tony Stewart, got to hang out with him, and I have gone from Tony Stewart, a man who's in 6 racing halls of fame, a guy who has won in the IndyCar series, in NASCAR, in sprint cars, and he's won everything. And he has won nothing.
I'm in the Dry Lakes Racing Hall of Fame, Brian. How about you?
I'm in the Pie Eating Contest Hall of Fame.
He is pretty good at that. By the way, this is the event where you're going to see drag racing announcing probably like you haven't seen anywhere else. It is the Don Rickles comedy show of drag racing. We'll be busting each other's chops. We'll be busting racers' chops. We'll have some people mad at us, but we will have millions, if not hundreds of thousands of people entertained throughout the world.
Tens of dozens. And yes, it is all said with love, and it's all said with a smile on our face, but, wear your big boy pants.
Yeah, it can get ugly. This is a
For
fun
such examples
week.
As, why does that guy have a digitized style red camo on,
right.
on his Camaro? What is he preventing? Well, it's preventing me from liking it.
Right. No, I can't see it. No, it's preventing me from liking it. Yeah, that's good. There's a lot of stuff like that goes on. A lot of good memories over the years. This is the 16th running in 17 years. 2020 disappeared because of, you probably know. Have you heard? So we didn't have 2020. But this is the 16th running.
It is, and it's we have been to Worldwide Technology Raceway many times over the years at Drag Week, but it is like so many other things. You find a place that is great to work with, a facility like this has plenty of room for the competitors to come in and operate, and they do a great job preparing the racetrack as well. So it's going to be great. Looking forward through the week, the weather forecast looks really good for us throughout the course of the week. I think we're going to see some pretty moderate temperatures, which is always good. And this really is a kind of front half of the day style event, meaning when we pull in the gate and open the staging lanes, there's no more drivers meetings. Really, it's everybody gets down to business pretty quickly when we get into these tracks from here on out. And strategically, what happens over the years for the most part is the stuff that's really fast will typically make a single run if it hits the window they're trying to hit, and then they'll get on the road to go down and move on to the next track. David brought up an interesting point earlier when we were kind of doing our preamble to the people on the MotorTrend app. Later in the week, those really fast cars, if they're making more than one run, it means the plot has thickened and they're trying to get around somebody or maintain an average.
Yeah, it's gotten ugly at that point. There is massive breakage that goes on here. And honestly, Brian and I thought that the average breakage was much worse than it really is.
Yes.
There's a guy online, and I will share the link with you later if I can, who has come up with all of the statistics of all the drag weeks. Hardcore, illustrated. You can click on it throughout the site. You can see pie charts and things Brian won't understand. But we both noticed that the average failure rate here is about 20%.
You could basically draw a straight line. Other than one or two dips over the years, it's about a 20% failure rate, which seemed exceptionally low to us. But then you look at the car counts and you think, okay, 20% of the 377 entries we have here is a lot of cars.
It's actually 337 this year. But one of the interesting things about that is we had more dropouts than we ever have. Here's how that works. Drag racing, Hot Rod Drag Week registration opens. It sells out 400 slots in 5 or 6 minutes, 8 minutes. It's just crazy. But then that's a lot of people who sort of their eyes are bigger than their stomach. They're like, they ultimately don't make it. People who email us and say that they're out, we replace with alternates. We had the biggest wait list we've ever had this year. Bottom line, a bunch of people drop out because they can't make it, and this year it is at least 124 people.
And look, the reality is getting parts, as we all know, these days is a very difficult thing, and in my opinion, that's probably the major factor. Is as much of a thrash as the prepared racers are that have made it here have been, working on the cars until the last second. If you get hung up by 2 weeks or 3 weeks for stuff like pistons or connecting rods or hard parts, it's going to throw you into a place that you're not going to be able to make it. So my opinion on that drop rate is largely due to parts.
There's also gas prices, but the truth about that is even if your gas is $1 or $2 more than normal, that is a pittance compared to what you're going to spend to actually be here. This is not a cheap program.
No.
Even if your car already runs and drives and you don't have to invest anything in that, you're still spending a lot of money on gas, hotel rooms, food to be doing this for a week, and we thank every racer for doing that.
No, it's great, and it speaks to the event, speaks to the kind of environment that this event has created. Again, with conversation we had a little bit earlier that we should have again is the fact that while Drag Week may stand as the originator, if you will, of the drag and drive genre of drag racing, there are more than a dozen of these events that happen on 3 continents now, and you can kind of draw a straight line from 2005 to when that started to grow, and it didn't start overnight. It was not something that by 2006 people were doing stuff. It took about a decade for people to really kind of catch on, which is about like everything else you've come up with. About a decade later, people realize, that was actually a decent idea.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I don't live through the actual glory, and I'll be dead by the time it actually all piles up.
Yeah.
But that is what happened with Drag Week. It's become generically known as Drag and Drive, and there's now even a magazine dedicated to it 100%.
Yes.
Sick
the
the magazine. However, this did start out of Hot Rod Magazine, clearly, and all week long you're going to be able to see coverage of this at hotrod.com and at the Hot Rod Magazine social outlets, which are Hot Rod Magazine, both on Instagram and Facebook. I hear engines running. I think we're going to go to action pretty soon.
Not only engines running, we're going to have one of the coolest cars at a veteran of Drag Week as part of the first pass, as Frank Romano's car is under the timing tower right now. A silver 1955 Chevrolet with a stick shift out of New York. Frank has run a multitude of the Drag Week events over the course of years, so it's going to be great to see him as our leadoff hitter here in day one. And Frank was really one of the driving forces to create the stick shift shootout.
Absolutely. This is a big block Chevy with a stick. Kind of the first car that people started saying, man, this is really cool. We should be doing the stick shift shootout. I think we have about 30 cars in it on the end, and you'll see that here at Worldwide Technology Raceway on Friday.
And I believe that is Daryl Yost coming up on the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, I'm on it. I'm on the gas already, David. I'm feeling it. So Street Race Big Block Power Adder for Yost, a man who we famously handed a drag strip map to several years ago to let him know that the left-to-right snake-like runs he was making were not the quickest way down his lane.
The not Drag Week map, which confused me with the actual route of the road, yeah. He was doing the 1,500 feet and a quarter-mile program.
Yost did have a stick in this car previous. I'm not sure if he still does, but we know that Frank has a stick in the 1955 Chevy. And this makes it official. Drag Week 2022 is on. Really nice clean run here for Yost. He's going to drive away from Romano. Pulls the parachute, goes 886.6 at 158. We're off and flying as Frank goes 10.209 at 141.
Interestingly, this might be a typo in the system. I noticed that he is in Class F, which is Super Street Big Block Power Adder. I don't think that's correct. Frank runs a naturally aspirated program with that. You'll see on the windshield of every one of these cars there is a letter followed by a number. The letter corresponds to the class they're in, and here is a fantastic story coming to the line right here. Jason Tabscott, our 5-time winner in our small block naturally aspirated street race class. And this car was in pieces just days ago. He had given up on it. The bushing slid out of the connecting rod right where the piston pin goes through. It thrashed a lot of stuff. He had thrown in the towel. Then a bunch of people got together and said, this is unacceptable. You are going to race drag week. And in the other lane, another fantastic story of drag week. You're still looking at the Camaro on the live feed, but if we swing over to the other side, you'll see a gold Volvo station wagon.
And this Volvo wagon, Mike Bergeron coming up here on the left-hand side. He's going to be on that monster side of the racetrack. This car is something that David has loved more than maybe anything else in his life.
More than myself.
It's
in fact more than myself.
The car ripped off of, what, 670 at the last day?
694.
Okay.
The car has been 680s. He told me it did a 425 eighth mile.
It is ridiculous. As we get a look now here on our live streaming coverage, as you can look into the race car. And I say race car, it is a bread box-shaped Volvo station wagon, but it is very much a race car. And, man, Tabscott, a 5-time winner at this event. And over the course of the week, we'll tell you stories about multi-time winners. But when you achieve a level of, like, 5 and you're a naturally aspirated racer, you're kind of on your own plane.
Absolutely. And Tabscott, I believe, has a 427 small block, very specialized cylinder heads. You will hear the thing running up north of 9,000 RPM. Borgren on the left-hand side, he's got a 388 cubic inch LS motor with a single turbo, and this thing has been in the top 6s at 200+ miles an hour.
And Bergeron is running in the unlimited category this year. I believe he was in unlimited iron last year, wasn't he, with a steel body on that thing? Or did he run unlimited last year as well?
Which car was that?
The Volvo.
Oh, the Volvo ran in modified. He won modified last year. The Volvo also won the small tire shootout at Roadkill Nights in Pontiac, Michigan just last month.
Tabscott leaves with the front end up, the screaming small block. But, whoa, the wagon busts the tires loose at about 3:30, and then again at about the 8th mile, and still runs a 762 at 180 miles an hour with a couple of pedals in the middle. Tabscott goes an 866.8 at 155.88. Beautiful wheel standing launch for Jason. So right now, low ET of the morning at 762.4. That will stand for a moment as Brad Dyer comes up now. Dyer, the 1980 Malibu. And Rich Flint, street race small block power adder, the Honda S2000, sitting over here on the right-hand side of the drag strip.
So, Brian, Tabscott there, who just ran in the right-hand lane, the best he's ever run at Drag Week is 898 until just now.
That's amazing.
Where he ran into the 870s with that engine that just went together a few days ago.
And we watch Flint's car black track its way through the first couple hundred feet. That tiny little Honda moving around the top end. He goes 863 to 154.71 miles an hour. For Brad Dyer, running street race small block naturally aspirated at 1023 at 124.36.
Brian, the Honda S2000 that we just saw run has actually been in the 770s, and so it surprises me that he was able to run 154 while slowing it down to 863.
That is it. That is very interesting. And now one of the most interesting cars on the property is backing up on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This 1973 Mustang. Clayton Hartman. Oh, that was very well done.
It was. That was great. Let's speak in unison more. That is a big block Ford twin turbo deal.
This guy has a jack. He obviously does not have it in the car right now. It's got a flip nose on it. He had nowhere to put his jack, so he's mounted it to the front of the chassis, like behind the grill of the car.
Is it ballast or is it there for going down the road?
That's how he gets it down the road.
Yeah.
It is not on the car right now.
Ryan Enzer on the left-hand side, son of Ed Enzer, who has run this thing and won his class last year. A killer naturally aspirated racer is this guy's dad, Ryan Enzer, in the Mustang. And we're going to see Clayton Hartman back out as Enzer goes 888 at 153 miles an hour, running our new all-motor big block class, which I will explain later as we have breaks in the action. We've got lots of rule changes that we're going to talk through.
Hartman's car overstaged, rolled through the beam, so they rolled him back. And I believe they're going to give him another shot at it here. Had to bust the mop out there for a second. I'm not sure I've ever seen a Sportster style Mustang sit this low.
I noticed that too when I saw it yesterday in tech. It is, of course, running in the unlimited category, which is for full tube chassis cars, and virtually no rules whatsoever.
And my understanding is this is a home-built effort from end to end.
Absolutely. And he's not going to be thrilled to death with that number as he cuts a 2-second 60-foot time.
Leaned into the power a little bit at about, let's call it a couple hundred feet down. You can see where the car broke traction up to about the 330. He's going to go 1164 at 86.98 miles an hour. We will certainly be seeing Clayton back. And here comes Glenn Hunter, the 1956 Chevrolet out of New York.
And Clark Rosenstengel on the right-hand side, another long-time drag weaker. And I believe he still has serious Steve Morris power under the hood of this thing. On the left-hand side, big block Chevy Turbo. That 56 Chevy has gone into the top sixes. Glenn was telling me yesterday that he struggled a bit staying in the low sevens after he made that glory run. I think they had mine shaft air when that happened.
Yeah, he ran that at Maryland International Raceway at their import versus domestics event, which is just one of the all-time wacky throwdowns they have every fall. They basically, classes that only run 8th mile anywhere else in drag racing will go there and run quarter mile and do the impossible, seemingly. Hunter's car, back when it first started coming to Drag Week, had that massive 8-liter Whipple blower on it. He has since got to the turbos, and that's when it really got fast.
And you can't say Glenn Hunter without saying that this thing was on the cover of Hot Rod Magazine on a cruise through Manhattan.
Hunter walks it off with a 124 and then starts to feed the power to it. You saw it break traction about the 330, but he goes down 757.5 at 187 with the parachutes out. Rosenstengel had problems early. He goes 979.0 at 112, and I do believe Clark has one of the SMX engines in there, the Steve Morris kind of LS platform variant.
Rich Woodward on the left-hand side in Super Street small block power adder. Super Street is going to be a level up from the street race class. These guys are allowed to go into the sevens, whereas the street race class is not. Many of these cars are running just top sevens.
Bumping in is Rich Woodward. The Chevelle of Mark Manor sitting ready to go. And Woodward's car throws the parachute out. Before the 330-foot mark, the parachute fell out of the pack and began to blossom. Meanwhile, Mark Manor goes 953 at 149 miles an hour in Super Street big block power adder. And Woodward 1459.9 at 50 with the air brakes on. He's going to take a moment to get through the shutdown area. And now is where we really, this pair here, I think, starts to illustrate the breadth and depth of the field in terms of the different styles of cars you're going to see at Drag Week. John Puckett, this is a stick-shifted, Coyote-powered 83 Mercury Capri, and Wayne Baker running an A-gas with this conglomeration of awesomeness.
It's a conglomeration. This thing is unusual because, well, I guess not really unusual. It's one of the altered wheelbase cars that we've got in the class, the other being Jim Forbes, who is here once again.
Yes.
And so you can run in gasser, either altered wheelbase or a traditional gasser-looking vehicle. It's designed specifically for a nostalgia look. There's actually a rule that says we have to approve the car. If you show up with billet wheels or anything like that in gasser, we're going to say no thank you and put you in another class.
And make sure you listen to Puckett's car on the way down the racetrack, although his car may be drawn out by the sounds of that blown motor in the front of Baker's car, but Puckett really does. Nice big wheel stand there for Baker. The car landing on that beam front axle, bouncing its way past 330 feet. And with the nose 4 feet in the air, is going to outrun the Mustang. 892.3, 151 miles an hour as Puckett goes 964.3, 146. That 892 is significant in that the quickest average winning in that category held by Mike Finnegan is 890. So that is a competitive car.
Yeah, this is finally, I think, going to be a showdown in the gasser class because we've also got the Ranchero out here that has potential. And you remember the 55 Chevy with the Ford?
Yes.
Reportedly, that thing has been in the 860s now as well. So we'll be watching that as we move forward.
See, again, a class you created 10 years ago that nobody cared about till a decade later.
That's right. Just like I had you announcing at Pump Gas Drags a decade plus ago, and nobody cared until right now.
That is an absolute fact. Darren Ambrose and Jeff Maul coming up. Maul, a gorgeous 82 Monte Carlo, and a wheels-up launch for Ambrose in his Malibu.
So I'm not sure that that's actually Maul driving the car. I think he's got somebody else there. He registered the car. That is a Pro Charger car, as it always is with Maul. 901, 150 miles an hour, while Ambrose on the right-hand side does a 918 at 149. That actually was a close race if you look at it.
Yeah, and actually the margin down there was less than 0.2 of a second.
There is a new rule at Hot Rod Drag Week this year that is designed to give us more side-by-side drag racing, which is if you've got a reaction time that is slower than 1 second, first of all, you're comatose.
Right.
Second of all, we're going to take the amount of time above 1 second and add it to your ET. I don't think we'll see that throughout the week. I think that if anybody is that pathetic, they're probably going to make another pass and try and get their reaction time slower. But the whole goal of that is to get rid of the scene that we've seen for so many years of turbo cars coming up, not even lighting pre-stage, and trying to build boost for like 15 or 20 seconds, blowing, ATF out onto the ground, and then finally staging. The other reason for the new run order that we have here with the fast cars first is that we didn't want to see the scenario we've seen so many times with a 200-mile-an-hour car blasting past a 14-second 90-mile-an-hour car up at the big end. It's just not safe. So those are the reasons for the alteration in run order and for that reaction time rule.
If you're in the pit area and you're having difficulty hearing us, you want to put your radio on 106.7 FM. 106.7 FM is the radio station. And Lonnie Grimm has sent messages that I'm now looking at that I should have looked at 20 minutes ago. Basically, the trailer area is being locked down as we speak. So if you have not got your trailer there, it needs to go there immediately, if not 10 minutes ago. And once again, 106.7 is the radio station, and Suite 210. 210 for your time slips. Racers, when you're ready to hand in your time slips, it is Suite 210 to see the brain trust that will handle your data entry.
Getting a note here from Harry Haig, who's got that Steve-O Chevelle. He says, we have chewed a cam lobe with a dead lifter. They have 3 spare lifters. They're going to be using all of them. Man, those guys need to put a cam in that thing, although there's probably needle bearings all through the motor, and it's garbage. But here's the thing about those guys. Never let a race car get in the way of a good party.
Exactly. Yeah, that's yes, I will leave it at that.
Glenn Bridger, left-hand side, the 68 Camaro. Michael Ramirez on the right-hand side, 89 Mustang. So here's the deal. We have 337 racers. We are going to pronounce 336 of their names
Wrong.
incorrectly.
Absolutely.
They will come up here and attempt to correct us. We will continue to fail, but we'll do the best we can. One of the greatest things about you, Brian, is that you just own it.
Yeah.
You just look at somebody's name and own it no matter how wrong it is, whereas I'll be like, let's see, it must be Ramirez, Ramines.
Very special gift that is called Often Wrong, Never Lacking Confidence.
There you go.
Glenn Bridger will not outrun the Mustang. Reminisce goes 8.69.6 at 159 miles an hour as Bridger goes 10.42.8 at a $128 as the Gremlin comes up. Boy, this car has been such a long staple at Drag Week. The Gebhardt family, Dale Gebhardt with that big block Chrysler motor in the front with the two carburetors on top.
We also love Paul Kornman on the left-hand side, another repeat Drag Week customer in the 71 Demon.
Very, very clean car, and Gebhardt's machine usually gets pretty aggressive on the launch. Skater, it was actually Kornman had the more kind of majestic-looking leave there. Gebhardt, though, will be quicker. That little short wheelbase machine goes 8.52.9, 161 miles an hour, as Kornman goes 8.906 at 150. Super Comp approved.
So, Brian, feast your eyes on this little S10 on the left-hand side.
Rocking a Swedish flag.
Michael Westberg, another one of the Swedes who've come here. I believe there's 5 of them. This guy is a friend of Michael with the Volvo. He's got a very similar engine combination with a bigger turbo on it. If you look really carefully at the S10, you can see that it's chopped 2.5 inches. He's running in unlimited.
And, man, he has got all the tire on that thing.
He does.
Man,
he's got 36s on it.
It is a mean-looking piece down there. And, again, the roof chop, typically on those trucks, that's such a subtle one. Sometimes you see guys will chop those 3-4 inches, and it looks really weird. With combine the tire and the roof chop, that thing looks like serious business. Matt Sweet in the Nova, on the right-hand side.
So the S10 has been 660s. The reason for the chop is that he told me that he moved the body up on the chassis, and then the cage didn't touch the roof. And he's like, well, I can solve that. I'm like, the roof touched the cage.
How tall is this guy? Like, he cannot be very tall.
No, he's
like a person, only smaller?
Yes.
I'm just saying, because if you're going to chop the roof of that thing, and there's not a lot of room to operate in there anyway. Pro Street NA for Matt Sweet.
Oh, he's getting a hold of it. 1:039 short time. He goes to the 8th mile. 4:23, 6:53.9 at 2:12. 6:53.9 at 2:12 for the S10. Not to take away from our naturally aspirated Pro Street car on the right-hand lane that went 8:94 at 1:50.
Westberg's run, the thing really tried to get loose on him at like 330 feet. I thought he was going to bail on it, but he did hang with it. He was well outside the groove and still managed to run 6:53.9. The car made 32 or 42 miles an hour on the backside of the racetrack. If the thing had been hooked up, it's probably going to make even more speed than that. That was impressive. Brian Acton and Kevin Douglas coming up. Acton in the Nova, Douglas in the Malibu.
You get a big tire on that S10, and when it starts to go, it wants to continue to go. It can tire shake. That was an impressive run. Brian Acton, the right-hand side, 8:49 at 159 miles an hour. He's running in street race, small block power adder. Kevin Douglas on the left-hand side went 11:20 at 144.
A lot of mile an hour.
Yeah.
That is a lot of mile an hour. So a quick bit of maintenance here in the starting line. Any debris, and obviously these cars being driven on the street are going to carry with them some stuff on the wheel wells and whatnot.
We had a quick rain burst yesterday, Brian. It was pretty wild. We have two of them. It rained about 15 minutes once and about 10 minutes the other time. There's usually rain on drag week that these cars drive in, and it can be a problem when they get a bunch of water up in them and they got to shake the car off before they're going to drag race, or they have traction problem.
Well, we had that hurricane year, which was what, 2019? Yeah, 2018 actually, when we basically tore the route up and said everybody go inland. We ran Atlanta, and then everybody ran for their lives. And there was actually talk about canceling the event midweek that time, but we managed to finish it. Robert Courtney in the Honda. Dalton Major in the Chevelle. Courtney's car had zero grip leaving the starting line, but he's actually making a run. It still goes 10:41.5 at 155 miles an hour for Courtney. Dalton Major goes 9:55.7 at 141. He must have been looking at his rearview mirror, looking at Courtney showing up like a freight train down there. That's wild.
And the Honda 155, but it's because his short time's almost 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He's just not getting it on till half track. Look at the Chevette. This guy was a class winner last year. He's running an Ultimate Iron. It is a small block car. I think it's a nitrous car. Right-hand side, Mark Major in the 67 Chevelle.
Chevelle is staged very crooked. Front of the car is pointed almost at the Christmas tree. Running in Super Street, Street Race Big Block NA.
And this is actually a really nice car. I was going over it last night. It is like restoration quality. And the Chevette is a Chevette. It's fantastic. Do you remember the guy in the other Chevette that was here, the big block, I think, turbo Chevette?
9096 143 for Anders, 976 139 for Major. Not only do I remember him here, but you need to remember him at Roadkill Nights.
Oh, I do. I wasn't going to bring that up, but go ahead, Brian.
So he came here, and the thing ran like sevens, and it was a real hairy-looking program. It was not Anders' Chevette is gold standard stuff. This Chevette wasn't quite that. And then he ended up cartwheeling it basically onto a public road at Roadkill Nights.
Yeah, nearly into a McDonald's parking lot. Jason Buckert shows you how to not leave the starting line. That was basically a bleach box burnout. Yeah. Bill Schwartz on the left-hand side, 9:55 at 160 miles an hour.
It is Craig Grosvenor coming up now, running Pro Street Power Adder. Great Nova.
I remember this car from last year as we kicked it all off at US 131, and he broke something on day one, and irate would be sort of the calm term for his demeanor after that car had broken. So let's see if he can actually put it down this year. This is another car that is virtually flawless. It is just clean.
And that's what we see. I mean, we saw the Gasser earlier with the look that had just been, come off the set of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you get stuff like this that is just absolutely turned out to perfection. Pretty violent bump in there. Oh, man. Came up on the power early, busted the tires loose, and is still wandering its way around the racetrack. Grosvenor goes 8.14.4 at 140 with his hands full. I assume we're going to see him again.
It's interesting. You'll see cars here that'll shake the tire, bust them loose like that, and they will continue down track because sometimes if they break something, they don't get another opportunity. They're trying to put down the best number they can, even if it's not their best number. Taylor Hedrick has got the Super Street small block Mustang on the left. We got another S10 on the right-hand side, Steve Brack.
We have a racer in need. Mike Ford has a black 67 Le Mans. He is in need of a it's not a standard 10-bolt axle. It is a bolt-in 10-bolt axle. He said it's very rare, but he needs one of these. Mike Ford in a 67 Le Mans. If you have access to a bolt-in 10-bolt axle for obviously General Motors rear end, come up and see us, and the Timing Tower will get you hooked up with Mike Ford.
Yeah, those 10 bolts are normally a C-clip, so that's sort of a good luck finding that.
Taylor Hedrick and Steve Brack go to the finish line. Hedrick in the Mustang goes 897.9 at 168 miles an hour. Brack 997.3 at 143. Oh, here we go.
Brian, Stefan Gustafsson here on the right-hand side. I learned some stuff about this car yesterday. Did you know that he won this car at the Stockholm Open?
No.
Yes. He won the Stockholm Open, and he took the pink slip to this thing. Stockholm Open, of course, another one of those Swedish races. Lots and lots of Swedes here. Dustin Trance on the left-hand side is not one of them, but he does have LS power in his 2005 Mustang.
And to clarify, the Stockholm Open is one of the most insane, illicit. It is a giant street race where they basically roam around and shut down highways, and incredible cars it is a wild thing. You can certainly find video of it.
This car was at Drag Week twice before, 18 and 19, and it won Sick Week earlier this year.
Yeah, Eric Yost was the co-pilot during that week with Stefan. They had a great deal. It ran mid-sixes, if my memory is correct. And
correct.
Dustin Trance, the 2005 Mustang in blue, as the wheelie bar is checked. Door is closed.
The Corvette's a big block Chevy turbo 400 in it. Kind of an unusual looking car, actually.
Oh, it's weird.
It's freak show.
But it works.
I was trying to be kind.
Well, let's just get it out of the way. Let's pull the Band-Aid off.
That's right. It's beginning.
Stefan bumps it in. Basically deep stages the thing. And he's on a good pull. 1:15 short time. Oh, man, up by the 8th mile at 169. And he goes 680 at 186 miles an hour. That was headed for about a 210-mile-an-hour pass until it made it up near the center line. He pedaled the car, and 680 is ridiculous. The speed is way off.
Meanwhile, Dustin Trance in the LS-powered Mustang, he goes 850 with a 6, which is right where you want to be in street race small block power adder, which is essentially an 850 index class. So that 850 is good. The 6 might not be good enough for this class.
I bet we see Gustafson back again, only because it was on almost a perfect looking run. It was almost like at the gear change down there, the car forced its way to the inside. If you're sitting up in the grandstands, you can actually look and see it's just past the 330 where it starts to see those kind of ghost tracks head toward the center line. But a nice piece of driving there, and a gutsy piece of driving for Stefan. As Dan Sates coming up. And yes, Larry Dixon Jr., left-hand side. His dad, Larry Dixon Sr., just had a birthday the other day, and the multi-time Top Fuel World Champion is here again in his Nova.
That Nova he's had since he was a teenager out in Southern California. He's got it together with a GM LSA crate engine. He has put that thing into the 9s, and it's good of him to come out here and play with us at Drag Week. He's not even going to be here all week. Dixon's going to have to leave on Friday. You just saw a red light on the right-hand side. That does not matter at Drag Week because this is time trials. As Sates goes 862 at 155. Dixon 10:00 at 135, not dipping into that 9-second bracket that he wants so much.
Dan once again out here with his dad. Dan is a hardcore racer. He's been a champion in multiple disciplines of the sport. It's always great to have him back. As Alan Moji coming up, and Jason Moore the 1988 IROC Camaro. Alan, the Pro Street Power Adder 72 model year machine, early second-gen car. You can see Dennis down there, which means that Magnus Frost is not too far behind. The story of the Opel Escoda, which is going to be coming right now. It is a story we'll tell you after this pair. You'll note a little bit of a dull shade to the paint on the right side of the car, and there is good reason for that. We'll fill you in a minute. So pre-stage for Moore and Moji. Moore's car sounds nice and healthy as they get down to the top end of the racetrack. The 72 Camaro goes 8:59.0. Moore 9:22.4 at 143. Inform the wanting public about what they are about to look at here.
This is another Swedish car in the right-hand lane, the Opel Ascona. Now, these guys got this car upside down at Cecil County a few years ago. It was real bad. And they've put this back together. I'm not sure how much of the car is original to the one that they flipped. I need to catch up with them later on in the week. But after shipping that car all the way over here in their test passes for Drag Week, they did put it up against the wall again. You can see that the right-hand side of this car is flat as Brian's head. And
oh, come on, man. Square.
They're still looking to put up a number. Actually, it is round and large, sort of Earth-shaped.
These guys were able to pull off what in today's day and age is seemingly impossible. The amount of parts and pieces they need, the fabrication work they needed to get done, the repair work, all made in record time. Dennis steps to the back of the car, and Magnus has the automobile in his hands as Brent Sinclair sits across the drag strip.
Oh!
Shook the tires, trying to make a right turn. Sinclair's car is richened way up, going down the other side of the racetrack. Goes 764.2 at 178. That is the quietest looking 7-second car in the property.
Yeah, it was.
Man,
and everybody
alive.
was watching the Ascona, whereas that's the guy who was putting it down. He's running in the modified class, which now is only for Power Adder cars. We used to have modified naturally aspirated. That's now all been grouped with the former Super Street naturally aspirated classes into a new class called All Motor. When we get a break, I'll be explaining to you all these new rule changes and how they are either good or bad, how they're going to affect racers. And it's actually a lot of fun. I think there's some good changes.
And a reminder to racers, your time slips will be turned in room 210. Racers, your time slips will be turned in room 210 here in the timing tower. So make sure you get that done. Obviously, if you leave without turning in a time slip, you're disqualified effectively from any sort of accolades you could earn. So racers, room 210 is where you're going to turn your time slips in. As Jeff Butlin. Cool story about Jeff Butlin. Well, it's not that cool, I guess. But Jeff Butlin, New England Dragway guy, I've been announcing Jeff Butlin as a bracket racer up there in Epping since I was about, 19, 20 years old. Jesse Harris comes up, the 1980 Chevy C10 truck. But, yeah, Jeff's always had nice stuff. This is his second drag week, if memory serves correct, and it's just great to see him out here.
The left-hand side, the first diesel that we've seen so far today. I think we've got 5 of them on property. There's a couple, Brian, that you are going to love. I cannot wait till you see this.
Loves me some oil burners.
Yeah. The Vega, is that a full tube chassis car? He's running an Ultimate Iron.
I got to get down and get a look at it. I don't think it, well, I guess it would probably have to be, right?
It's supposed to be for that class.
Yeah.
I think it's also supposed to be a big tire, which it also doesn't have. So
well,
that's
it's a bigger than stock tire.
Yeah. But is it wider than I think 11 and a half inches, which is the drag week requirement? That one might need to be sniffed around just a little bit more.
That looks like it's aspiring to be a 10.5. So Butlin's car came off a little sideways, and here comes Jesse Harris in the Cole Rowland pickup truck. Harris goes 941 at 142, and Butlin scampers down to a 934, 148 after a bit of a squirrely launch in his 1971 Vega.
Scamper.
Yeah.
It's so frisky.
It is. Kevin Parton and David Burke coming up now. It is Burke, the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans. And Kevin Parton, 1967 Nova, that kind of butternut yellow color, and Super Street small block.
It's not only kind of, it is in fact butternut yellow.
Oh, that was the factory name.
Yeah.
And now you know. And now I know. Certainly interesting when we look over the kind of what we've seen so far for the big runs, and that S10's run so far is the kind of the gold standard. That thing had a handful of wheel going down, but that was great. Stefan was on a really, really nasty run. The 680 is nothing to shake a stick at, but he obviously had to cut his foot out of the throttle at some point, the speed down less than 190 miles an hour. Kevin Parton goes 886 452.83, and David Burke in the Pontiac goes 1015 at 132.99.
Notice how many cars here you're seeing running in the 8s. I think this is the greatest population density of 8-second street cars anywhere. We've had as many as 27 of them just in the street race small block power adder class. This guy is in that same class. Mike Reichen in the left-hand lane. He's with his Camaro. He's also been here with, what was that all-wheel drive import car?
He had the 4G63 powered Mitsubishi.
Way off into the left-hand side, not quite crossing the line.
Kel Lundquist on the right side, 9707 142 as Reichen goes 922 147. As David saw Kel's name, and it was about to have a stroke up here. Actually, it was in the beginning stages. There was an eye twitch.
That's exactly where the seizure was from.
Began to smell burnt toast, and I jumped in there to save his life.
Once again, you just owned it, whether it was correct or not. By the way, if you do cross the center line, that is a disqualification at Drag Week. We had that come up a little while ago. The guy's like, I didn't hit a block, I ran the number. It's like, no, it's kind of a universal drag racing thing that you don't do that.
In the realm of when you think you've seen everything, you haven't. At the U.S. Nationals, 2 alcohol funny cars going down the track. At the exact same moment, one guy hit the wall at the same time another guy was crossing the center line. Wall guy gets to advance, center line guy got thrown out. Jeff Gallagher and James Williams coming up now. Williams, really quick run here. This 1980 Malibu is straight true and 807, 175.64. That's some nice work there by Williams. For Gallagher, at 1241.9 at 83 miles an hour, the run started out with more promise than that.
Here comes another car with 6-second capability. That green 66 or 7 Nova that you see right there.
Scott Glassbrook and Dave Armentrout coming up. Armentrout's Nova. Sans wheelie bars, which I think is cool. And Glassbrook in the 1991 Eagle Talon, which sounds all the world to have one of those 4G63, the famed 4-cylinder Mitsubishi engines that are. And at the stripe, 832.5 at 169 for Ward. And Campbell, man, look at Campbell. 8504 at 163.69. Remember, we saw the 8506 earlier. That 504, in theory, at this moment, places Campbell in the lead for the class, which, let's be honest, street race small block power has effectively become an 850 index category, and I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Like, I would watch that all day long.
I remember when I hated myself for actually coming up with that rule because I knew it would become an index class. And by the way, the reason for that is they're not allowed to have a funny car cage. They're only allowed to have an 850 cert cage, which is why they can't go quicker. And it has become an index as a result. And one of our biggest classes, well, actually the biggest class that isn't Street Machine Eliminator.
So Thomas Franks is going to jump in this 850 pool right now, and he is going to have to be darn tootin' near perfect to compete. And again, things change over the course of a week, but getting out day one and trying to keep yourself within a few thousandths of the pack is important. Evan Urkowitz on the right side pulls the parachute, goes 887.2 158. Franks an 864.4 at 164, and here comes the heavy iron. It is 6 seconds 2.0. It is Tom Bailey on the right-hand side of the drag strip, and it is a little bit of a mop job before he gets up here. Galimi made the bold post this week. Mike Galimi of the Motor Trend Network said 5s every day. What do you think?
I think it's hype. I think it
How
actually
dare
is.
you?
Well, that is the
dare
last
you.
barrier at Drag Week, is to see if anybody can run 5s every single day. The only man who's ever run a 5 at Drag Week is this car right here in the right-hand lane. Our 4-time winner, Tom Bailey.
The only 5-second car in the history of the event, the only 250-mile-an-hour car in the history of the event as well, is Neil Torbett in his Ultimate Iron 1965 Ford F100. Is probably thinking, man, it'd be cool to be the guy in the other lane if there's the second 5-second 250-mile-an-hour run. Backing his way up here, of course, Tom Bailey has had a very long association with Steve Morris. They have worked together, they had suffered together, they have won together, and it continues to this day.
You see engine builder Steve Morris right there in the straw hat, backing him up. You know that even though he ran in the 5s, the lowest average ET over 5 days is a 610 that is still held by Jeff Lutz.
And for Neil Torbett, really neat pickup truck. Step side 56 Ford F100. Not a body style you see a ton of, especially at the drag strip. For Bailey, what we want to pay attention to is, of course, about the first 150 feet. If they can get through what we would kind of consider that tire shake area that we've seen some of the other high horsepower cars make, hang on tight. Little wiggle. Bailey's going to keep it squared up. He's 4:08 in the 8th mile, and Bailey goes 6:03.2 at 2:49.76. So Tom Bailey with the second quickest pass in the history of Drag Week, or at least one of the top 5, at 249.76 miles an hour.
Stunning.
Unbelievable.
And remember, folks, that car intends to drive for 5 days
Yes.
on public roads.
The immense power of that car is, we'll talk about this in a second. Dominic Zavacek coming up on the right side, and Herschel Cronin coming up the left side.
Herschel Cronin, a blown big block Ford in the 55 Chevy. This car is rumored to have run in the 8s, which will make it good for that shootout in gas. We're looking for an all 8-second class there. B gas on the right-hand side, which is going to be a little bit slower, lower class than A gas, which we're seeing on the left-hand side. Herschel, 898, 155. So that gives us 3 different gassers capable of running in the 8s. We don't know if they will. Dominic Zvacek in the B gas car on the right-hand side went 10:01 at 135.
You know, we go back to Bailey's run. It went 4:08 in the 8th mile, and that 4:08 and the amount of power that car makes comes through, because a 4:08 doesn't necessarily directly translate to what we just saw with the 6:03. A 4:08 is going to bring you a little bit deeper into the 6s, but that thing makes so much power up top. It made, I'm going to look at the sheet again, but the amount of speed it made, again, I think about 50 miles an hour in the back half of the racetrack as well. Ridiculous. And you saw Morris walk away and made the little pinch sign like we're this close. Yeah. I think they're going to come back and try it again as Kyle Beaumont and Matt Moore stage.
Kyle on the right-hand side ran his first 7 yesterday. It went to 7:97. He red lights, but that doesn't matter whatsoever. He cuts a 1:28 short time. He gets to the big end. Nah, it's not going to be that.
Yeah, he was off the power at about the 8th mile, goes 9:57 at only 99 miles an hour, coasting to a 9:50. Moore goes 8:20 with a 6 at 169 and blew by him late course.
We do need to review the Tom Bailey run. I think he had a 1:24 60-foot. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it was 1:24. Very, very slow.
As we have a minute, we'd like to thank eBay Motors as the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. eBay Motors is honored to share this experience with you. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has the world's widest selection of performance automotive parts. Finding the perfect parts for your vehicle is simple and easy. And you can buy with complete confidence because all the parts purchased on eBay Motors are covered by the eBay money-back guarantee. Right parts, right price, ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. I have been handed a piece of paper the size of a fortune cookie fortune. What do we got, a low paper budget? Car number 232Q, it's a blue 72 Chevelle. They need a big block Chevy mechanical fuel pump with gasket and a push rod. If you have a big block Chevy mechanical fuel pump, somebody's got one of these, but they need the gasket and the push rod for the fuel pump. This is going to car 232Q, or you can come to the timing tower. We can make that connection for you. Kevin is the owner of that car. What are you going to use? You want this back so you can run in the back of it or something? Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. Michelle. Keith Furstead and Jim Wersey going down the racetrack right now. Or Weiser, I should say. Weiser, the 1984 Monte Carlo, goes 10:06.81.36 with Furstead going 8:55.6 at 162.76. Also part of that brigade of street race small block power adder machines. Randy Bellahar coming up right now. Bellahar has been a consistent force in drag week competition for years, and it's always Pontiacs with Randy. I love this Firebird, but let's be honest. The Grand Prix he used to run was pretty spectacular as well.
Yeah, I love when things are just massively overweight but still do the job well, which is why I announce with you all
Feast your eyes on this.
Yeah,
Feast your eyes on
baby.
this.
Hot stuff. Yeah, he used to run this a massive Grand Prix Pontiac, and I think he got tired of eating transmissions and rear ends. Josh Norris on the left-hand side in that red 67 Nova.
Stack injected car over there for Norris as Norris goes 9:78.5 at 137. Bellahar goes 8:54.7 at 161, and we need Run Group C. Run Group C to the staging lanes, please. Run Group C.
Frank Webb on the right-hand side in the red Mustang. He is running in Super Street, small block, power adder. Emily Boward is in the left-hand lane, and she's running street race, small block, power adder. Technically, the Mustang should be the quicker car here, might go into the 7s. Emily is looking for an 850. Emily 8:44.7 at 163, showing her hand at what the car is capable of, but she's not going to be able to hand in that time slip because of the limit of 850. Frank Webb in the right-hand side, 9:25 at 136.57. Robert George in the Chevelle, Jason Neesham in the 70 Mustang. The Mustang is in Pro Street Power Adder. That means he's a back half car with big tires on it. And by big tire, I mean something greater than 11.25 inches, an actual big Pro Street looking tire. Pro Street is like a pet peeve of mine. People don't understand it these days. Pro Street means tubbed and big meats. I find out that the younger people today don't know what it means, and they think that any car doing this is Pro Street. Their opinion is wrong. As Robert George gets off in his big Chevelle.
Music. And I don't like their fashion choices.
All motor car in the right-hand side goes 982 at 136. Left-hand side, 862 at 157.
So, Freiberger Red Horse Performance on the grounds here. They have their service trailer packed with AN Plumbing goods. You can see them if you run into problems, and they will be traveling the entire week. So if you break down during the drives in between racetracks, go to their Facebook or Instagram page. Their cell phone numbers are posted there. You can call them, you can tell them where they're broken down, and they'll try to come assist you. This will not remove you from the event. It is very important. You can call the Red Horse guys. They are part of Drag Week this year. If you get stranded on the side of the road, you need plumbing help, Red Horse Instagram, Red Horse Facebook. They can get you assistance, we hope.
And that might be help out on the road, but our official track and pit sponsor here on site is Summit Racing. They've got a trailer here with some basics in it, and if you need something that's going to be at one of the massive Summit warehouses, they will be able to get you those things quickly. They've got priority shipping for Drag Week racers. As Ryan Enzer is 884, nice. 155. Tyler Fink in the right-hand side is going to coast down to a 1455 at 68 miles an hour.
Have been passed word that Dave Schroeder is close to making his first run of the week. A multi-time champion. I remember specifically leaving this place. You and I kind of left the gate right out behind them and followed the Corvette down the road. James Voiles, Pro Street Power Adder, Nova. Two very clean Novas here. Both in a deep shade of black paint. Suite number 210, folks. Suite 210 of the timing tower is where you're hearing your time slips.
Is there a light shade of black paint? They call that gray, Brian.
Yeah, this is good.
That was a Freiburgerism.
This is good.
That really was.
Yeah, no, it's not quite to the level of celebrating the first 2017 Corvette on Drag Week.
Okay, I knew this was going to come up.
In 2017.
Okay.
Still one of the most quizzical moments I have ever seen. You have, or maybe, oh, man.
Your opinion is wrong. I will explain that to you in a moment.
Voil's car pushed itself out of the groove. He actually pedaled it, got it centered back up again, and still runs 891 at 161 miles an hour. A nice piece of wheel work there. Across the racetrack, 917.7 at 146.
Okay, Brian, do you remember you and I spent a long time trying to figure out what was the first 426 Hemi to race on a drag strip?
Yes.
Yes. So how's that different from me going, hey, this is the first one of these cars that we've seen at Drag Week? How is that different?
It's so different.
How?
Because when we talk about the Hemi thing from back in the day, it was like it wasn't even in a production car. It wasn't like a production car
that's the
rolled
difference.
out.
You can have the first Hemi as long as it's in a dragster, but you can't have the first
This
production
is the
car to
worst
show up at
argument
the
ever.
event.
Is this one of the diesels?
Ken Riddle going down with a lot of smoke out of the 69 Dart. That's funny. 954 at 141. Huff and smog. Left-hand lane 1035 at 131.
I got to say, man, I saw a lot of Gasoline Forever T-shirts up in Maple Grove. You sold a few of those things.
Couple.
It appeared to me that the majority of them were sold in about a 3 to 5X size.
That would be normal. Did you get one?
We're going to check the right-hand lane for obvious reasons, as it was a total fog bank that has now worked its way over to the circle track here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Well, we have a second. It does bear talking about the fact that this facility is amazing in the sense that it hosts an NHRA national event. We'll be coming here in 2 weeks to run the St. Louis Nationals. It hosts an IndyCar race, and it hosts a top-tier NASCAR stock car race as well. It's the only place in the country that does all three of those things with the three major professional racing circuits in America. So those of you that live out this way, you're very, very fortunate to have a facility. Chris Blair and Curtis Francois, the guys that really operate this place, do great work. Chris is a great promoter and certainly a great guy to work with. And here comes Tom Bailey. Let him hear it as he comes by. That's 603, 249 miles an hour for Tom.
It's hard to be here without discussing the other drag strip that was here, which I believe was closer to the road over there, and it ran the opposite direction. I was there in the 80s. I believe it was an IHRA facility at the time, and run down. This place was called the Swamp at one point. I mean, and this is way back in time. It obviously is like a premier facility now, but way back in time. I think it opened as St. Louis International Raceway.
St. Louis International Raceway.
Yeah.
And as we have a minute, we can share some of the colorful history of this place.
Let me do a racer in need here. And by the way, if you're on the live feed, you should know that we're also broadcasting to all of the people and quite a few spectators in the grandstands here. Oh, they are looking for a 480E or a Bruno Drive.
Ruh-roh.
So that sounds to me like they broke their Lenko.
Bruno Drive band, though, right?
Oh, a band. That's right. Just the band. And that is that blue 73 Mustang. Big wild-looking car. Clayton is the guy's name. So the unlimited Mustang that is grabber blue, he's looking for a 480E or Bruno Drive band. Easy for me to say.
You carry this for a second. I am going to go straight to the source and see if I can help him out there.
You already have a solution?
Well, you know who Bruno is.
Why don't you handle that?
Bruno Massel. So
Bruno Massel. All right, we're going to see if we can help this guy out. Oh, actually, according to your notes, Brian, this opened in 1967 as St. Louis Raceway Park, and that's when it was known as the Swamp. In 1971, it became a quarter mile. I assume that meant it was an eighth mile before. Was it unusual to have an eighth-mile track in 1967?
It really wasn't. Eighth mile, I think even to this day, eighth mile tracks outpopulate quarter mile tracks and really have throughout most of the sport. The problem is most people don't know that there's eighth mile tracks all over the place, especially down south. But I think probably like everything else around here, buying more land. One of the interesting things about this place and how Curtis Francois and Blair and the Bomberito guys were able to bring this place back to life is, it was my understanding, very complicated past, like almost like a patchwork of different real estate deals you had to do to cover this whole property. So I think that expansion came when they said, okay, we'll buy this next plot of land and you can now make the track longer.
I guess I didn't know that went all the way back to 67 with the eighth mile. 1995 was when these guys got the track. basically tore down the old one. A lot of people think that that drag strip was right here where this one is and ran the opposite direction. It was actually over closer to the freeway. That was 1995. This place is at 390 feet of physical elevation. And here's factoids about this track that even Brian Loans does not know. Perhaps there's people who were here in 2000 when they had a concert with Metallica, Korn, Kid Rock, System of a Down, and Power Man 5000.
Wow. That's a throwdown.
Yeah.
In the 1970s, there was an incident here that John Lundberg tells a story about an IHRA race. They decided to change the time of qualifying on Friday, which was typically later in the night. They moved it into an earlier afternoon program. It didn't really tell anybody, so a lot of fans arrived only to be told that they were basically seeing the last pairs of cars of the night. And so, like fans tend to do, they encircled the tower, and apparently there was some gunfire, and there was all kinds of great stuff. There were Ted Jones and John Lundberg. They were laying on the floor as the lead was flying.
At least Lundberg had actual experience with such things, though.
Right. So John Mancia coming up right now, and Chuck Stefanski. Stefanski, the 1998 Pontiac Firebird, running in street race small block power adder. John, the modified power adder 71 Camaro. Pretty good side-by-side run here. We don't see a lot of these great close ones. 893.9 at 152 for John. 897.5 at 154 for Chuck in the Pontiac. Dave Schroeder is under the timing tower. Jeff Mole coming back up again. The G-Body, Monte Carlo, Chris Engel, 1965 Chevy Nova in blue.
Right-hand side here is a big block Pro Charger car. As the week goes on, we will have more and more information about the powertrains in these things. There's some real freak shows. There's a Fox Mustang here, which, as you know, you can install any engine and no one cares, but it's got a Gen 3 Hemi in it. So we'll know more and more of those things as we go. Race Director Keith Turk, if you would please advise me why we've got some cars out here that have one class letter in shoe polish and the other one on the sticker. That would help me out. I suspect that you have moved these people from one class to another, but giving me facts is slightly better than me guessing, but not always. The guessing can often be a better story.
It makes for a way better story.
Oh, and hold on, you might want to tell your friends to tune into the live feed. We do have Dave Schroeder coming up.
And the Monte Carlo goes 962.3, 148.64. Chris Engel goes 943.0 at just shy of 150 miles an hour. Staging lanes are closed now for Groups A and B. Groups A and B, the staging lanes are closed for you. So do not come back into the lanes until we reopen them. Groups A and B, the lanes are closed. And here comes multi-time Drag Week champion Dave Schroeder in his beautiful Corvette.
He is a two-time winner, including last year. He is the quickest nitrous car in the history of Drag Week and will probably remain so for some time to come. By the way, NOS is a main sponsor of Drag Week. They are the official nitrous sponsor, and they are filling bottles this week. If you're a nitrous racer, you can go over for a free bottle fill. Do not overuse that gift. Oh, by the way, Goldstone right behind Schroeder once again. Tell your friends. Tune in to this live feed. We're about to see some good stuff.
John N. standing behind the car, providing the directional assistance here as Schroeder begins to move ahead.
John N's being his friend and cousin.
And crew chief. An exceptionally large guy to fold himself up into a car like that and ride around for a week. Bob Hess, the modified Power Adder Mustang in pre-stage.
That's going to be a serious car as well.
Nice launch for Schroeder, but he's way up by the center line. He pedals it again out there. He's still on the gas. Parachutes out. It goes 675 at 175 miles an hour. My goodness. Schroeder used up the entirety of that right-hand lane. The car came off the starting line very straight, a 1:01.60 foot time, which you'd expect out of a nitrous car. You'd expect out of a pro mod, let alone a street car. 4:29 in the 8th, wandering all over the place. That was the gutsiest 675 I think I've ever seen.
That was pretty hardcore. Looking at the tire track down there, he did not cross the center line or get fully off the rubber, but that was pretty hairy.
Yeah, that was that had, and the fact that he still went 675 and the parachutes were fully blossomed and scrubbing speed by the time he even got to the finish line.
And while irrelevant for Drag Week, I got to give him credit for the 029 light.
Hit it. He hit the tree. Bryant Goldstone, what a story this is.
It sure is. Bryant Goldstone on the very last day of Drag Week last year at US 131, he had an incident and got this car completely upside down and wall to wall at the big end. And he came into the tower afterwards, fortunately not injured, just shaken up. And he actually said to me, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to do this again. I'm over it. The next day, they started rebuilding this car, which is fantastic. This is an all-new body on the Javelin. It's got a different paint job. If you remember, this car is from many years of Drag Weeks, Roadkill Nights, the Carcraft Midnight Drags. You remember that it was a red with a silver thing.
Yeah, and he inverted it.
He did. Well, it was silver on the nose before.
I thought it was black and red.
Well, it's a deep black now.
Okay.
Yeah, very deep black.
Yeah, good,
with
good.
flames on it.
Real nice.
Most of the body is new with the exception of the A-pillars and part of the cowl.
Some would call it a very dark shade of gray.
You're right. This is a Ultratech 572 turbo in this thing. As John Puckett gets off. Super Street small block power adder, that 4-speed car, or 5-speed likely. And Bryant Goldstone just going to meander down the track, getting his first run in this car that was only completed just last week and only has 4 street miles on it.
Make that 4 1/4 now.
Yeah, there you go. This isn't a street, Brian.
Well, listen, he went 12.0. That's a good look at time. So 12.0 at 142 miles an hour as Puckett, John Puckett, stick shifted his Mustang down to a 9904 at an even 150. And this is what we call setting you up to succeed, ladies and gentlemen in the grandstands. Why are we setting you up to succeed? Because I'm going to let you know right now that the Pavilion Bar is opening at 10 a.m. Allison will provide you your drinks. It's located next to the main concession stand. They do have everything. Mixed drinks. Whatever your favorite concoction. I know it's Monday, and I know it's 10 a.m., but you're at the drag strip. And in England, it's the middle of the afternoon right now.
Brian's going to run out of the tower for just a moment, and I'll be here taking over.
Jeremy Howell and Rich Woodward coming up. The 93 Mustang in that Calypso green paint. Jeremy Howell, the 91 Fox body on the right side.
Whoa!
Rich Woodward goes 861.6 at 164. Howell goes 943.8 at 161. And the Malibu underneath the timing tower acting like Freiberger after a trip to Del Taco. Fired the thing up, and it is just...
It has a put up or shut up decal on it, Brian.
Hey, listen.
So that's the fail. How's that show doing, by the way?
I was going to say, I believe once a show gets canceled, you need to legally, you have to remove the decal. It was just a very strong backfire there when he went to fire. Now, the car did start, but it backfired through the carburetors in the process. Damon Elf coming up here, the 1995 Supra. It does have 2JZ power under the hood. Dean Anderson, the 1979 Malibu. Very clean car. And unfortunately, the Malibu in the starting line here being pushed off. But Damon Elf, these 2JZ powered Supras can really make some speed. We'll find out what he's got in the tank here. And he pumps it in. Oh, it's a gear chamber, too. Pulled 4th gear at the 8th mile, 118. The Malibu goes 854.9 at 157, and Elf goes 918.9 at 160 miles an hour.
On the live feed, we're looking at Richard Flint on the left-hand side. This is the guy who we have forever scarred by confusing this thing with a Miata. He's been dealing with that for a full year, as it is in fact a year 2000 Honda S2000. I told him that his new name is Honda Miata. Did you pick this up, Brian? Remember how many times you or I called this a Miata last year?
Many times.
Yeah. Apparently that scarred him for life, and I advised him that it's forever known now as the Honda Miata.
Oh, he's kind of like the import version of Mark Cicino. You know, the Monte Carlo Pontiac guy.
Yeah.
The Monte Carlo.
That always gets called the Monte Carlo.
So,
exactly.
so he's the new version of that. As Brian Acton coming up, Rich Flint. Acton, a guy I've known for a while. He used to race with us at the East Coast Timing Association. Unless it's a completely different Brian Acton, in which case I apologize.
I think this is the second pass for
It
the
is.
Honda.
It is.
And he went in the 860s before.
He did.
He's going to be looking for 850s. This thing is 770 capable. It's not legal for 770. These things don't happen once in a while. His foot slipped on the accelerator.
Acton crushing the tree, 001, and then he goes through an 855.6, 157. Look at Flint, 832.7 at 167 miles an hour. You mentioned that 7-second capability. That says it all, the speed.
Yeah, he whiffed it there. He's going to have to come back again. This is one of the greatest vehicles of Drag Week. The little Volkswagen shipped out of England. This thing had a fire at the top end several years ago at Drag Week, and we're thrilled to see it back. This is a normal competitor at Santa Pod.
Here comes Dave Schroeder. I'm going to drop your. Give Dave Schroeder a hand as he makes his way around that wild 670 run he just made.
And notice the right-hand drive in the V-dub.
Oh, is that why the guy in the helmet's sitting on the right side of the car? I didn't realize. I thought maybe there was somebody minuscule sitting, maybe under the dashboard driving the car on the left side. It's good.
Yeah. Really? So far, I'm looking forward to getting warmed up.
Richard Webb has parts and pieces of the Volkswagen falling off as he heads down the racetrack. 10.002 at 140 miles an hour for Webb as Chris Hayes goes 9.99.2 at 147.52. They ran the FIA finals at Santa Pod Raceway last weekend, or a couple of weekends ago. Wrapping up that FIA season, as usual, they battled all the weather over there, but hardcore, and it's really cool to know that Webb is a guy who spends time at Santa Pod Raceway. It's my number one most want to get to racetrack in the universe. I've always wanted to go to Santa Pod. I have not managed to get there yet. Before the shutdown of the Earth in 2020, I was supposed to go over to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame ceremony in the fall, and I was going to make a trip there, but alas, didn't happen.
They didn't want you in the country.
Yeah, they didn't want me before, and then I was physically, actually legally restricted from going there at that point. Merrick O'Grady. Sounds like a guy who's straight out of an Irish movie of some sort. Like an Irish boxer, Merrick O'Grady.
I got news, Brian. Rick Steinke sent me a note. This is Honk If Parts Fall Off, who's not here this year. He told me that Frank put nitrous on the 55.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go check on him with that. Earlier today, I was wondering why he was in a power adder class. That would be why.
And now you know.
Yeah. Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, Rick, thanks for tuning in. And again, just making sure there is no more wayward Volkswagen parts over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack.
Rick, one thing, you can't be a hero from home.
And welcome back into the broadcast booth here. Those of you that are sitting in the grandstands, we're speaking directly to our live streaming audience across the globe right now. David, you had mentioned before that there is a comment section that you were going to respond to people in. You have neglected to do that. So once again, lies.
Yeah, failures constantly. You know, Brian, people will see that I've got my new glasses on because I need them to read the scoreboards, but they make you so fuzzy that essentially you're just Fat Finnegan.
Yeah, well, that's what other people said. One guy was
thing.
like, one guy said, a guy commented on Instagram, he said, "Oh, that guy looks like a Finnegan that ate a Finnegan." And I thought, okay, mate, thank you. I mean, Mike seems to be a decent looking guy.
Yeah,
I
he's
guess
doing well.
There
Yeah.
are worse things to be called. So I think I'm gonna roll with it. Literally, I'm gonna tuck and roll with it.
Roll.
On to the
We'll
next
roll
stop.
you out of the tower
Yes.
when we're done here.
Spherically distributed pounds that I have.
Finnegan, by the way, being my co-host on the show Roadkill that you can find on MotorTrend, both MotorTrend Cable TV and the MotorTrend app, as well as shows like Hot Rod Garage and
Faster
Roadkill
with Finnegan.
Garage
Maybe you've heard
and
of the one that
Faster
has
with
his name in the
Finnegan,
title.
perhaps. Engine Masters, things like that. Brian watches them at night to pick up tips and tricks on how to actually
do.
give a presentation.
I do, I really do, and I have a massive list of what never to do that has helped me. I use that to narrow,
sure.
kind of work the other way.
Are those nightmares still coming? You all right?
Well, we can speak about that later. Merrick O'Grady, though, will be on the racetrack here in a moment. And his car is like the Kraken. You're going to see this Nova that you're looking at on screen right now has kind of a Kraken motif on the rear quarter panels. Jason Moore, 88 Chevrolet IROC. And we should, as always, thank Mother's Waxes and Polishes as the presenting sponsor of our live streaming coverage. We have eBay Motors powering Drag Week 2022, and we have Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors Overdrives that has been a presenting part of Drag Week for basically every year since its inception. The guy has believed in this event and the drag and drive concept and seen it through.
Other official sponsors, the official oil is AMSOIL, the official piston, Molly. The official nitrous sponsor, dishing out nitrous to nitrous racers here, Molly and West. The official tires, Mickey Thompson. Mother's is on the live stream. Summit Racing is here helping you out with parts. And our new fuel sponsor is VP Racing Fuels.
982, 339 miles an hour for O'Grady as Jason Moore slowly rolls to a 1656. And Jason Ruckert, Pooch, if you will, is here today hanging out. He's the kind of regional guy for VP in this center part of the country. And you may know him as a great track prep guy, but he knows a ton about the entire product line. And it is more diesel-y goodness on the starting line right now.
Can you quickly roll to a 1656? Is that a thing? You said he was slowly rolling to a 1656.
Yes, David, it's a descriptor. It's a descriptor to identify the alacrity in which the automobile was achieving its move to the finish line.
1656.
So yes, diesel-y stacked goodness here on the starting line. Now, I believe this is the same truck that's gone through a few iterations over the years. Remember when this thing showed up with like 24-inch wheels on all four corners one year?
Oh, is it the same one?
Yeah, I believe, unless there's another like 1930s International rolling around out there that I've not seen before.
I thought you were going to quickly meander to the bar.
It doesn't open till 10. I don't want to be that desperate.
I
looking.
see. By the way, track concessions are open behind the grandstands on the right-hand side.
AM Ale is available. Bill Schwartz, beautiful 1969 Chevelle running in street race, small block power adder, so look for that 8.5-second run. And the parachute immediately jettisons itself off Robert Berry's truck. And Berry is still on the throttle. As you can see the black smoke coming out of the chimney up there as he goes 9.601 at 135 with the parachute out. Schwartz goes 14.59.0 at just 88 miles an hour, so trouble there as Clark Rosenstengel heats the tires once again in his Camaro. Holden Kramer.
All right, because Brian berated me, I just opened the comments on YouTube, and this guy goes, did these guys recently break up or something?
It's only going to get worse, as you mentioned before. So Rosenstengel and Holden Kramer, the 1979 Malibu. It's an all-motor big block car, the wagon. And for Clark and his Pro Street Power Adder, we should definitely put Clark in that echelon of competitors that has enough gusto to actually win the thing this week if the car survives. Rosenstengel's car tried to move itself center. He did get it squared up in the groove. He rides around the outside of Kramer. 755.5, the speed of 196.13 miles an hour. Strong. Holden Kramer goes 946.6 at 143.47.
I just realized I often call you my body double, which doesn't play well for me when I called you Fat Finnegan.
Hey, listen, you've painted yourself into a corner now.
It's a little backfire there.
Painted yourself into a corner now, and you know.
You're not wearing your sandals today.
I am not. I had to make some differentiation. Dave and I were once on a television show together where they said that we looked too much alike.
That's true.
Yeah, which I don't believe is accurate. Jake Buckert goes 877.1 at 159.04. Matt Sweet goes 896.3 at 149.58 in his Pro Street NA 76 Nova.
You can't tell if you're wearing white shorts and pants. You been outside much lately? What's going on?
I kicked that bag of flour all the way here. And in the wintertime, I'm transparent. That's what happens to me. Rick Trunken, and thank you. As a guy who is such, the rugged handsomeness that you bring to the table, you have every right to criticize any portion of my existence. I get it.
Thank you, Fabio.
Dustin Trance and Rick Trunken. Trunkett, this guy, Big 3 Racing over here. This is a great car, 1972 Duster. Rick has had this car for years, and it has undergone several different evolutions, or I should say iterations, over the time he has had it, but it is very, very fast.
It is a 443 cubic inch small block and LS power in the Mustang in the other lane.
And Trunkett, 141 in the 8th mile, throws the laundry out, goes 8:05.5 at 157.45. Big ET, not that much mile an hour. Dustin Trance goes 8:63.4 at 156.
We have a racer in need. We have to have somebody with the equipment and skill of welding aluminum. It's going to be Bob Hess with the 80 Mustang. He's number 17E. He's parked over by the T-shirt trailer, which, by the way, you can wander over there and buy yourself a Drag Week T-shirt at will. Stock up on them. You probably need a dozen. Once again, aluminum welder for Bob Hess. He's parked over by
Carolyn Yost and David Burke. We saw Yost as part of the very first pair of cars that ran this morning. And Yost will go 8:84.8 at 158.61 miles an hour. David Burke goes 10:18.8, 132 in the 1979 Le Mans. It's a bold strategy to not even roll the parachute up and simply drag it behind you like a piece of TP stuck to your foot out of the restroom.
I've not seen that play before. That's pretty good.
Bob's back. The winter green, winter mint, winter welding helmet colored mask 72 Nova, and Tom Franks here in the Ford Futura. According to Bob Ruppel.
Once again, we kid because we love. Left-hand lane, 965, 140, and Franks coasts down to his 1098 at 109.
We could see a really good heads-up style race here. Both of these cars are capable of high 6-second elapsed times. One, of course, Mike Borgren's 1987 Volvo wagon. The other, Glenn Hunter's 1956 Chevrolet Bel Air.
It's going to be big block turbo in the 56 versus LS turbo in the Volvo. And I believe they've both, well, the Volvo's been into the 680s. It ran 694 at Drag Week last time, I believe. And do you know Glenn's number?
His best ET ever?
Yeah.
Like best winning average ever, or just
no,
best ET he's ever run?
At that other event, I think when he broke into the 6s, was it 90s or 80s?
I believe it was in the 90s. I think the car has actually seen the 80s, but in that particular moment, it was like he kind of snuck it in there.
Well, I hope he's about to see the 80s from the other lane as the Volvo stages.
If we were to combine the accent of Mike Borgren and Glenn Hunter, we would end up with, I believe, Klingon. If you combine a New York accent with a Swedish guy accent.
It would sound like me announcing a drag race.
It would actually, yes, but with a little bit more intelligence.
Slightly more coherent. Oh, go for the wall. Meanwhile, Glenn goes down a 1:23 60-foot time, 7:56, 183.
Yeah, did not make the early move, I'm sure, that he wanted there, and picked up 40 miles an hour in the back half, 146 in the 8th at 490, but likely, at least it would seem anyway, a little bit softer than he probably would have wanted to run. And Borgren's car had the classic problem of, when you're in the middle of a wheel stand and the car turns right, you have no choice but to rip your foot out of the throttle. Jeff Butland coming back up again here in the Ultimate Iron 1971 Vega. The B-Gas 1955 Chevy 210. Nice looking Hallebrand style mags on the back. Very cool.
I see it says driver Nicky Z. That's going to save me from trying to pronounce this guy's last name for the rest of the week. He's a multi-time drag weeker. I've never figured it out. Dominic Zvacek is going to become Nicky Z. Chevy.
Ear banging 55 Chevy as well, as that thing was hunting around a little bit early. Jeff Butland's car, no drama whatsoever. The 1971 Vega goes 9:04.9, 149.45. Nick Z goes 10:12.8 at 135 miles an hour. It is 10:01, and that means that the beverages are being served in expert fashion. It is like Isaac from the Love Boat has come and can mix up whatever you would like to have. And that is at the pavilion. Allison will be your tour guide when you get down there. Joe Jennings and Jason Willis. Go ahead and tell me all about a 2018 Audi TT-RS, David. I'll let you have this one. Sit back and relish in your knowledge of late model automobiles.
We were discussing incoherence.
Take your time.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet. Sweet mother of mercy. Sweet sassy molassie. Look at what just pulled out from under the timing tower as we're going to look back up again. Jason Willis, the 2007 Corvette. And this Audi TT-RS, you can hear the motor. It's all-wheel drive, hooked up and gone, 163 short time. Then it put the power to it, 1018, 938 miles an hour, running in Street Machine Eliminator. So that car, if it can maintain that 1018 average, should be able to make the field, maybe lean on a little harder. Willis, running in Street Race Small Block, goes 1040. And this is the worst, dumbest idea ever, and I love it.
Naturally Cummins in this thing, compound turbo.
Unreal.
It is a four-wheel drive. You'll appreciate it's a former pulling truck.
Of course it is.
It's got a 205 transfer case in it. This thing is reported to run in the high 9s, low 10s.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm quitting drag racing after this run. It does not get better than this. Dominic Liberici is going to the top end. He had problems, goes 1081-2 at 101 miles an hour, but the thing was going 104 in the 8th. It went 666 at 104 to the 8th, and it launched like a school bus.
Brian, stand back.
I feel like you're complimenting me right now, but the reality is that thing is great, and I'm hoping there was nothing too wrong with it. He's made the first turnoff down there, but man, what a cool, massive, dumb idea that is. That is just perfect.
Dominic Liberci. Can we just go ahead with Liberace? Would that be okay?
No, that's not okay.
Not really?
No, Dominic.
Dominic's good.
Oh, more breaking news. So Keith Turk is giving us talking points now, which, hey, Keith, stay in your lane. You know? I mean, I'm not coming down there
telling you how to run a race.
Pointing fingers in your chest. We leave that to the racers. Spirit of Drag Week. So we're going to talk about a couple of things, and these are great points. The Spirit of Drag Week award is given out at the end of the event on Friday. It is an award that is, you don't win it because you're the coolest guy here. You win it because you've earned this idea, the spirit of the event. So as you're going through your own particular week, share those stories with us. Somebody that goes above and beyond to help somebody else. A person that drives 50 miles out of their way to go get parts to get somebody else back on the road. A family that's here doing this. Something that's very cool that personifies the spirit of Drag Week. We need to know from you about what these stories are, and then determinations get made from there.
You can give those to either Keith or Tanya Turk.
Right.
You can hand them in when you hand in your time slip, or you can find Keith in the pits.
If you're wondering, like, what constitutes this, basically anybody that acts the exact opposite of David Freiberger is somebody that you should consider.
Yeah, giving,
the spirit of
generous.
Yes.
Yeah, loves people, does things for everybody.
Yeah. Does not have the people skills of Genghis Khan, those type of things. The 1 second reaction time rule, which we have mentioned a few times, that will continue to be something. If you bring up a time slip with a reaction time of over 1 second, everything over 1 second will be added to your elapsed time as a bit of a penalty. There can be class changes.
Or as a massive penalty.
Or a
as the case
crushing penalty. Class changes can be made today only. If you run down the racetrack and you think, I'm here, but I should be here, you can make those changes, but that ends today.
By your choice, we might change your class later on in the week. Not you and I, but actually Keith Turk, if you're found to be in violation or if we missed something in tech inspection.
Ladies and gentlemen, give Dominic, look at this thing.
It's a thing of beauty.
Revel in that thing. We are not worthy to be in the presence of this thing. And finally, the last note is the Street Machine Eliminator class is going to be crazy. And as we have seen already, one car, a 1018 run, to qualify for that thing, we've talked about the quickest averages you need to have, a 10-second class, and as you mentioned, I would about guarantee you're going to need a 10-second car to make the quick 32.
Let's explain why, which is, with the new rules that don't allow you to enter slower classes unless you have a 999 cage in it, it's taken a lot of cars who are entering the other classes and pushed them into Street Machine Eliminator.
Yes.
So there might have been people signed up for a class that should have been in the 850s. Their car runs in the 1040s or something. They used to be able to run in those classes. They no longer can. So it shoved them all into Street Machine Eliminator. So that's going to be a big change this week.
And there's that 10-second Audi just heading back to the pit area right now. So the run groups, we have closed the lanes as a little while ago to run groups A and B. The lanes are open for Group C, and we have this very cool closed circuit television system we can take a look at and see very packed staging lanes. And again, huge thanks to the facilities that are involved in Drag Week. When we're able to come to a racetrack like this on a Monday, you're able to get employees to come in here and open the place up for us and get a nice prepared racetrack. It's great. This is a weird event for a racetrack, and you and I know this. Maybe, I mean, we all know this, but you and I, because for the years we've been in the tower with the track personnel. I mean, back in the day, we would show up to these places and they would look at us and be like, "So what are we supposed to do?"
They thought it was a testing tune.
They had no clue.
Yeah, they had to have a starter, a water box guy, one person in the tower, not realizing what this actually was.
One of us would be over in the CompuLink putting the numbers of the cars in. I mean, it's changed drastically, and you come to a place like Worldwide Technology Raceway, and they throw the gates open. They got people out there greeting everybody in the way in. It's pro level, and it's fantastic.
I also need to thank the whole events team that makes this happen, especially with the fiasco earlier this year when we had an initial schedule. Then Memphis International Raceway shut down. They had to completely make a new track schedule, and it's very difficult to find a track that'll open midweek, that's willing to keep 300 trucks and trailers, or roughly 300 trucks and trailers for a week, and then also find tracks that are within driving distance of each other, and it's a big pain in the neck, so we appreciate all those folks. And while I'm also thanking people, I'm going to ask you to appreciate the work of the Hot Rod Magazine staff and check out their stuff on hotrod.com. And also on social media, which both on Facebook and Instagram is at Hot Rod Magazine.
And you can follow him on Instagram at David Freiberger. I am at Brian Loans, and we'll also be on the road posting our own probably low-grade
coverage. As will all of the racers here. Yeah. This is a massive social media week, so follow hashtags. The official company hashtag is Hot Rod Drag Week 22. People also just use Drag Week 22, HRDW 22. If you follow all of those, you're going to get a lot of dirt that goes down on the road.
Going to come in hot with a compliment here for our production team. Someone named Norbag, which God only knows what that means, writes, "Thank you. Audio is already better and camera work is on the spot." So we got the coolest part about this production group we have here is this is like an A-team level of drag racing people. Warren Evans steering the ship. Jay Hollinger making sure Warren Evans stays in line. I got Les Mayhew down here in the camera. I got Nick. Nick. Jake from State Farm's down there as well. These are some of the coolest, most hardest core drag racing people in the country, so they get it, and what you see is a great product.
And they're bringing you that Mother's Live feed. We appreciate Mother's waxes and polishes as well.
I'll tell you a great story about Jake consuming the fruit at the bottom of a jar of moonshine later this week. Did not work out so good for him, because he is a man of slight build. Oh, there he is. Remember that night? Maybe you probably don't. Yeah,
maybe you don't.
Ted Woodman and Corey Pant coming up. Man, I love Woodman's car. 41 Willies. It is in the spirit of a gasser. To me, this is it. It's not. This is what these cars did look like. It's what they should look like. It is fantastic.
It's essentially Ohio George color, too. Corey Pant in the 74 Duster. Street race small block, naturally aspirated this go around. And of course, Ted, that was getting praised by Brian, is in A gas. A is the quicker gas category. B had a bunch of rules unrestricted this year, and we'll see what
And this is a nice clean run for Woodman. Very little drama involved here as he goes 10:02.5 at 132.38 miles an hour. Corey Pant goes 10:36.2 at 130. Yes, all I want to see is a kind of a yellow disc on the side of that car that says Mountain. Cool. Yeah. Here comes a defending drag week champ, the B-Gas winner last year. This is Mr. Helger from Rhode Island, Cody Helger. Longtime racers. These guys are hardcore, love nostalgia drag racing. In fact, Cody's father had Ohio George's alcohol funny car, 71 Mustang with a supercharged sock motor in it. And he used Greg Weiner, street race, big block NA car, 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They've also had the King & Marshall front engine top fueler. They've had all kinds of great stuff, and this kind of two-lane blacktop Tribute 55 runs 1045, 132 to Weigert's 1013.
That Firebird actually Pontiac powered. David Workman here on the right-hand side, the 57 Ford F100. It's his birthday today, which I know because it says it on the back window of his car. Timothy Baptista is in the left-hand side in the Chevelle.
Yeah, fantastic to see Timmy Baptista up here, another Massachusetts racer. Bob Baptista and also his uncle, they have big, hairy door slammers. They built this Chevelle years ago. I think the first time they came out was 4 or 5 years back. But again, Timmy, I've seen this kid at Junior Dragster, so it's neat to see these guys that have grown up around the sport of drag racing still love it so much and do the drag. Dave Workman might have a stick shift in it the way it's going. I mean, I've lost it in a black cloud of soot down there. 1083 at 124.66 for Baptista. For Workman at 1127.9 at 134 miles an hour, and we go from the ridiculous to the sublime.
Brian, you've not yet seen this absurd Corvette. This thing was sitting in a body shop for like 30 years. Matt Tracy dragged the thing out of there, whacked the front end of it off, put a 5.3 with a turbo on it, and this is his first time running it down the track. Carol Barhorse is in the left-hand lane, a many-time drag weaker. She's got Pontiac power in the 74 GTO.
Yeah, that's a really nice 74 GTO in that green color with the stripe. But Matt Tracy's car is a fever dream. Man alive. He leaves a 157.60 foot time, 113 in the 8th mile, running 640. He's running in Street Machine Eliminator, goes 985, 140. He's actually going to have to dial that thing back some as Barhorse goes 1069.4 at 126. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure a 69 is going to get you in this field. Just from what we've seen, a small sample size so far, I'm not sure a 1069 is going to be enough to keep you in.
No offense to Carol, but I hope not.
Right, no, I agree.
Would love to see a field that was like all 10.0, 1020 cars.
Oh, I thought you were going to freak out for the first Hellcat we've seen of the week. I thought that's kind of a letdown, guys. I know everybody in the whole room was waiting over there. They're waiting.
No one gets this joke, Brian.
It's the first Hellcat of the year, guys.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Adam Buntley coming up the 2001 Mustang on the right side.
Did you hear that thing farting every time he bangs gears?
It's happening out there. Buntley goes 1057.5, 133, and Callahan goes 1051.4 at 130. Mike Turner coming up. Street Machine Eliminator entered at 1970 Dart. And Greg Black also running in SME, as we shorten the name a little bit here. 1966 Mustang. Great, great, great diversity of cars. That's what makes this event so cool. It is 10:15, so as I've mentioned before, beverages are being sold. Mike Galimi from Hot Rod Magazine reporting to us that Tom Bailey will stand on his 603 at 249 miles an hour and will move on to the next racetrack with that number. Mike's reporting is always suspect, so if that happens to be wrong, blame him, not me. Greg Black and Mike Turner making their way down to the finish line here as Black is actually appearing to run around the outside of Turner. 11:51.8 at 118 as Mike Turner goes 12:36.4 at 110 miles an hour. Rovik Ahua coming up now. Rovik, the 1967 Olds 442, and Jeff Stevenson, 1970 Chevrolet Nova. The 6567 442s do not get nearly the love. They are cool cars.
They are. They're mammoth.
For Jeff Stevenson, there is a tire rubbing horribly on that car, or he
there's a mark on the ground.
He just has an open rear end.
Yeah.
Wow. 1620 with a 7 at 78 for Stevenson. The wheel speed of 342 miles an hour, though, was really the most important part of that run.
Yeah, spider gears, gone.
Rovik goes 10.509 at 128.87. That might have been the guy that was looking for the axle.
Might have been.
So here's the first Tesla of the week.
Wait. Okay, why is it unacceptable to point out the first Corvette of a new model year, but not, acceptable.
Because this is an electric car. It's probably the only one entered. It is unique among virtually everything else here. As
The
opposed
Corvette
to
that I was commenting on was the only one
trillions of
entered.
Corvettes. You do you.
The
Zach
joke
Royce,
that lives in infamy forever for a decade. This is a decade-old joke.
Jeremy Hammer, and Zach Roos.
He must have a great muffler on that thing. I can't hear it at
It
all.
is deadly quiet. 970 with a 5 at 146.43 miles an hour, while sounding like George Jetson's car.
And it's normal.
Yes,
Normal.
Exactly. Zach Royce, the all-motor small block 1975 Duster. May want to look into an electric motor.
Maybe he should. How do you throttle stop an electric car to get down to 10.0, which is what he needs to do to stick in his class?
I think the method I would use would be removing my foot from the accelerator earlier.
Yeah, that could happen. But he needs to run 10.000. Who knows if he's got skilled to actually coast it down. Maybe you could put a block under the gas pedal or something. Oh, wait, the volt pedal.
The, what is it, a potentiometer? What do they call it? A rheostat.
The rheostat.
The rheostat. Manage the rheostat. So Zach Royce goes 32.13 seconds at 34 miles an hour. This is a unique situation because what Zach should do next time is stage the car and shut it off. His average would actually be 12 seconds better.
That's true. That happens every year.
It's a pro tip. I'm going to throw them out there over the course of this week.
Yep.
It's pretty wild that people are loving that Tesla so much here in the live feed. The response
exactly.
is overwhelmingly
it's just fantastic.
positive.
You need positive and negative in order to complete a circuit, Brian.
Hey, that was a good electricity joke.
Yeah. How could you tell? This guy says, can you just play some big block sounds as that guy goes down the track? Yeah, that's funny.
If you own a hot rod or muscle car, you probably know that Overdrive is super valuable for reducing your engine RPM and valve train speed when cruising down the highway 70+ miles an hour. Overdrive is so important that virtually anyone you talk with in Overdrive transmission is in love with it because it's just such a valuable gear to have that you spend so much time in. The real issue is which Overdrive you should choose. A later model swap with a factory Overdrive that came as part of the original transmission, or a gear vendor's bolt-on to your existing transmission. The strength of the gear drive of the gear vendor's unit has been proven time and time again, so when you use the proven technology of a race-style transmission, adding that nearly indestructible gear vendor's Overdrive, you have a match made in drag week heaven. So many of the competitors out here use and love their gear vendors, and if you have not had one or had the experience of one, go see Rick Johnson in the pit area. He will tell you about the gear vendor's product, which he has spent a lifetime developing and refining, and you can talk to the racers that use and love them here as well.
And don't forget, Rick Johnson's also the host of the party that we have on the final night as we hand out our awards for Drag Week. He's done that for so many years, and we really appreciate it. So go over to that tent, thank Rick, and have a look at a gear vendor's. I was speaking to a guy yesterday who said he actually picks up a couple hun with his 3-speed automatic transmission by shifting first, second, and then hitting the gear vendors rather than going first, second, third. Just keeps the engine up in the RPM range more.
There's the 67 Oldsmobile making its way around the corner. Staging lanes are packed up. Just got the flat drag out there, touching up the racetrack here momentarily. Steve Lemieux and Terry McGrath will be up next. And again, room number 210 here in the timing tower is where you need to hand in your time slips. And you will be handing in your time slip and giving a map. Got to chat with Larry Dixon just a little while ago after he handed in his slip after his first run. Of course, Larry had a great U.S. Nationals. He came back as a team owner. Will Smith, very cool dude, got hooked up. He's worked for effectively his whole life to have the opportunity to race a top fuel dragster, and got with Larry Dixon. They were able to go out to the U.S. Nationals. They did not qualify, but really that is a shameless thing for this year. We had 25 top fuelers there. It's the quickest field in history, and they basically went quicker and faster every run. So it was cool, man. Larry's obviously a legend. Guy's racked up top fuel championships. He's got that 2-seat top fuel car that you can take rides in. So just great to see him out here doing it for the love on Drag Week. And this is, I mean, he's been out here 4 or 5 times with that car now.
Probably, yeah.
Steve Lemieux, the 1970 GTO, gorgeous car with that factory color. You can see the shift pattern he has in shoe polish on the rear window. Yes, David, I know it means he has a stick shift. As I said it, David starts mimicking a shifter. Like, oh wait, that's why he did that. I thought it was a family tree. So I cut that one to the right. It's third on, third remove, but no, it's actually because he's got a manual transmission in the car. That's good to know.
Oh, Brian, you kill you.
No, you almost spit water all over your computer a second ago. Lemieux goes 11:05.9 at 117. McGrath goes 11:54.7 at 130. Newest generation Mustang was released the other night. That's received by the internet with its normal level of joy. Azim Sheik on the right side. It's a 1973 Camaro. It is Barry Birch on the left side. A 2019 Mustang with the chute hanging off of it. Birch running in Street Machine Eliminator.
Commenters on the live feed loving on their gear vendors as well, which is pretty good. I'm finally functional on reading the comments on the live feed on YouTube, so we can get some of those things addressed.
Burrich making the gear changes cleanly on the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Mustang. Goes 10:43.2, 140 miles an hour. That's going to be a nice run for Street Machine Eliminator. Azim goes 10:99.2 at 127. Again, a clean run, but when we start talking about that bump spot, and we're going to get a good sense of where that bump spot will be really after this first day, and really after, specifically after tomorrow. I believe after day 2, we'll be able to tell within a tenth of where that bump spot lands, just because people, after 2 days of time slips, it's tough to start making major swings in that regard.
Although there is attrition in the class. People at this point look at a 10.0 car and they're not impressed. They think it's slow because the internet says everybody needs to run 7s. But in fact, it's a lot of work to get a 10-second car all the way through drag week.
For Andrew Taylor, it's an 11:28 at 123. For Brian Smith, who was in the Mustang, Smith goes 11:62.5 at 121.4 miles an hour.
Sad as it is to say for me, the late model car is definitely the program for Street Machine Eliminator, I think. The older muscle cars tend to break more stuff, whereas the late models, they just like add nitrous, add a little turbo on it and go, Pro Charger, and they're done. They have air conditioning, power windows, the whole shebang.
Yeah, there's certainly many different ways to skin the cat, so to speak, to make your way into the world of Street Machine Eliminator. We see two of them right now. Kyle Kirker, 57 Chevy, roof rack, beautiful car. Ken Senko, it's a 2019 Trackhawk Jeep. '57's trying to hang right in there with the Jeep. As we watch go down the racetrack, the '57 is going to drive around the Jeep. The Chevy with the roof rack goes 10:30 with a 9 at 131. Senko goes 11:003 at 128.29. At some points of this drive, Senko will absolutely be more comfortable than Kyle Kirker. But will ever be cooler than Kyle Kirker? I can't say that he will be.
You mean on the way back to the pits, he will be more comfortable? He was more comfortable on the way down the track.
Stu Hill and Tom Brissy. I don't believe that's Tom Brissy, though. I don't believe they created a 1998 Chevrolet C15 in that particular color.
Yeah.
But for Stu Hill, it's 57 Chevy in purple.
Was that a shift or an automatic transmission falling apart?
That should have been a shift. And what ended up being was a massive RPM swing that blew all the carbon out of the exhaust. Brissy goes 11.86.1 at 100. Stu Hill 15.16 at 62. And that's the type of thing that can really wreck your week.
Also, gear vendors, if you go over and see their booth, they know a lot of transmission guys locally. They might be able to help you if you've got a transmission problem. That is Ted Munsell on the left with the S10 and Derek McGrew on the right side with the Camaro. And he's going to be pulling over, something we appreciate, so he's not dropping stuff on the track. He might have dropped a half shaft or something like that as the S10 goes through 10:55, 129 miles an hour.
So tough luck here for the Camaro as that car is being pushed off. Staging lanes are still populated down there. We've got a lot of cars to run through this morning. Drivers, as you well know, the route must be followed stop to stop. If it is your first drag week, that is an unforgivable offense. If it is your umpteenth drag week, you know. So make sure you follow the route from place to place. After all, what are you doing this for? You're doing this for the adventure, for the fun. See some cool stuff you've never seen before. You and I have had some great stops along the way over the course of years. Remember that guy's place? We ended up kind of seeing that old, we saw like a, I don't know if it was a T-bucket body in a storefront window. We stopped.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
This
that
is
was a lot of fun. We went
crazy
into
story.
this shop that was just packed with memorabilia.
And then he had that the cutout from Hot Rod that him and his buddy built a dragster. They
Yeah.
were stationed in Guam. They built a dragster, and they would run it on Sundays on the airstrip in Guam. His buddy's dad owned a Chevy dealership in Massachusetts, so he shipped them a 327 out there, and that's what they used. The guy was great. It was a really, really
That was
fun
very
thing.
cool. I'm going to call that Kansas, maybe?
Yes, it was definitely, Kansas, Iowa, somewhere in the center of the country. Jay Grabiak coming up right now. Of course, Grabiak has been part of Drag Week in a couple of different forms, but man, this Nova is just gorgeous. And Tracy Holtzclaw, the 2015 Chevy Caprice. These cars are cool. I mean, they were sold to police departments, but rear-wheel drive sedan. LS power, of course, for Holtzclaw. And Grabiak, Street Machine Eliminator entry is going to go 10.28.3 at 128. Don't touch a thing. Leave it right there. Holtzclaw goes 11.62.2 at 124.55. Raymond Davis coming up, 2010 Cadillac CTS-V. And John Minchuk. Minchuk, 1972 Chevy Nova, flat black paintwork there. Minchuk's car, kind of the prototypical Saturday Night Street Racer look. Oof. I think it was Davis's car running into the rev limiter out there. The LSA power in Davis's goes 11.18.9 at 130 miles an hour as Minchuk, 12.31.0 at 113.75.
Am I allowed to think that this is the first Carmen Ghia that we've seen at Drag Week? Is that permissible?
I think you're legit on that.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy what you're selling there.
James Holt has the Carmen Ghia. Clark Lamb, longtime Drag Weeker in the left-hand lane. 68 Barracuda with small block Mopar power.
Name the famous Top Fuel racer that first gained prominence with a Carmen Ghia funny car.
Oh, no way. I don't got it.
Corey McLennan.
Really?
Yeah, Corey Mack was drag racing as a Volkswagen drag racer. They had a Carmen Ghia body funny car, he and his dad, and they grew that thing into a great Hall of Fame career. Clark Lamb. Lamb goes 10.58.9, 126. I really love Lamb's Barracuda. So just a nice, clean, cool car. Got the hood cut open, got some motor hanging out of it. Holt in the Carmen Ghia, very impressive, 11.33.8, 124.73, and at least it sounded like it still had an air-cooled motor in it to my ear.
Yeah. When you said Carmen Ghia funny car, I was picturing a nitro funny car with a Carmen Ghia body.
This is a Volkswagen-powered Carmen Ghia
Sort of the way there was like Corvair funny cars on nitro cars, things like that.
No, I get it. It's always nice to hear a guy make a bunch of weird excuses. Joe O'Cone and Phil Greatorex going down the racetrack. Greatorex, the 1970 E-body Chrysler goes through at 11.31.9 at 121 miles an hour. O'Cone goes 10.49.2 at 133.01.
That 72 Dart of O'Cone that just went down on the right-hand lane, Gen 3 Hemi powered. That's the guy who makes the 4-barrel intake manifolds for the Gen 3 Hemis. Direct Connection or Mopar Performance made them a long time ago. They were among the worst manifolds you could ever purchase. And the only thing about them, though, is they were $1,100. So they don't make those anymore. So Joseph O'Cone stepped in with his own model, which is a dual plane.
And I feel like those were basically manufactured as part of the Drag Pack program. Because if you remember, back in the early days of the Drag Pack cars, you could get you could buy those cars with different engine packages in them. You could get a 360 with a carburetor on it, and I believe they actually offered, if not for the first year, a carbureted Gen 3 Hemi in those cars. So I don't know if that would have had any effect, or if it was more street performance style intake, or what.
It was a really low 4150 flange. Yeah, we tested them on Engine Masters, and it was hideous. So you can see Engine Masters, which is the show where we dyno stuff on every single episode. We do A/B tests of aftermarket parts. We test theories such as like rod ratio theory and things like that. That is a show that you can also get on MotorTrend Cable or MotorTrend Plus. Brian, let's talk, as we have just a second of downtime here, about some of the class changes. The overall changes that we made that affect every car here are as follows. We used to require that headlights had to be OE. Aha, we're going live. We used to require that headlights had to be an OE appearance, and the thing is, that came up early when we didn't want like swoopy noses and things like that. People aren't doing that anymore, so we just tossed that out because who cares?
Well, and that rule was so effective that the first guy to ever win Drag Week in 2005 had a one-piece nose on his Nova that had basically 2 ever-ready flashlights in the simulated headlight pockets. So
that probably is why that rule came to be. It really was. 849 now requires an engine diaper.
Yes.
For self-evident reasons. Safety and also downtime, man. We have had some oiled down nationals types of events at Drag Week because there's people who come out with like junkyard motors with turbos on them, or people who haven't run in a while, people who haven't actually bolted the connecting rod to the crank. And so now you got to have a diaper. We used to have a limit on lettering that could be on the car. It was of a certain size, and we were allowed to edit it, and we probably would still edit it if there was something really graphic, but now it doesn't matter, and you can see that Bailey took advantage of that because it says "sick" as big as it possibly can on the side of that car. Here's the other one. All of the cars outside Unlimited used to be restricted to gasoline or E85, and there was a rule that you could only have 2.5 gallons of methanol on board, and that's one of those things where the technology has just changed so much. A lot of people want to run methanol. There's many more situations where you've got 2 tanks on board or a split tank that has gasoline on one side, methanol on the other. It wasn't really getting teched. It just was not worth it anymore. So now everybody in every class can run methanol. I can see the complaining that we have heard about that in the street race class, that should be more limited, but it's just a blanket change for methanol everywhere.
Barracuda's awesome. That was cool. I mean, that's like that. I wish, again, you guys were talking about something we can see and you can't, but the Barracuda that just ran down the racetrack, Phil Greaterex's car just came up. They kind of had the early pro stock rig. But look, the rules of this event and many of the other drag and drive endurance drag racing events have definitely come more into alignment than they really ever have, and that's important, to be honest. That's one of the things that kills me about a lot of the subsections of drag racing is where you have organizations that are just cutting each other's toes off because they're unable to look and understand that if they actually worked together to create something, it would actually benefit the entire sport. Instead, people stick to their own rules packages, and it alienates everybody else, and it's just a giant...
Let me give you a fantastic example. When Sick Week was getting started, I got a call from Tom Bailey, or a text. Hey, could you just go ahead and send me the PDF of the Drag Week rules? Yeah. No joke. He has a whole bunch of different classes and some different rule changes, but I will say that Drag Week directly picked up from Sick Week the thing about running ET categories instead of class categories for the run.
Frank Venazio coming up right now. Veneziano, I should say. Veneziano, the 2021 GT500 Mustang. Tears down to 11:47.5 at 123. A 10:32.1 at 133.30 for Bobby Admire.
Brian, here's another thing that's new at Drag Week that came out of an idea in Tom Bailey's event, which is to actually allow the drive-along people to come in the pits and participate and get, I'm not sure what they spiff them with, t-shirt, food, but you can do the Hot Rod Drag Week Drag Pack, where you're just the pack that follows along instead of actually racing. So that's cool.
So just to sweeten the deal a little bit, Allison's down there. We've been told she's mixing the drink. She's having a good time. But also, when you go down to see Allison, they have the feed going inside the bar.
Oh,
you can go down there. You can get out of the sun. Basically, it's like being in this room with us minus the smell, and there's beer.
Well, the beer problem can be solved relatively easily.
I mean, it could be.
And it does get solved later in the week.
It absolutely does. But no, Allison's down there. I mean, Blair sent me, I'm not saying Blair is actively participating in there, but Chris is sending me photos from inside the bar. So I don't know if he's doing a sample or a QC check. But Cody Walker and Billy Skinner are coming up now. Skinner, the well-used 2005 Sierra, multicolored body panels. And a 71 Dart for Cody Walker with kind of the mod top style roof on it.
You know, the thing is, Brian, if you're watching the live feed, you virtually have to drink.
Well, and actually, we were going to create a drinking game, right?
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby. Let's ride.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff. You know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Twin disc clutch and
we're back at it here with Cody Walker and Billy Skinner on the throttle. 10:59.0, 129.95 for Walker. Skinner 10:79.0, 120.55. And just one tweak to some of the comments you were making about the different ideas transferring to different events. It was Matt Frost at Rocky Mountain Race Week that really was the first one to champion the idea of not a tag-along group, but if you want to just experience the environment of the event, you go on Race Week and you have fun and you watch the racing as an interested spectator.
Copy that. Rocky Mountain Raceway that actually has 2 events now, one of which came up because Drag Week didn't happen in 2020. Once again, if you want Drag Week information, don't forget to check out hotrod.com and social media. Instagram and Facebook is at Hot Rod Magazine. Once again, follow hashtags as well. You can get a lot of information about the road trip of Drag Week just by following social media. It's huge.
Hunter Corcoran and Matt Bunnell coming up now. Bunnell driving a 1967 Camaro. Nice clean example of one. Steel wheels on the back.
Both of these are all motor small block classes, so if they both cut a light, we could see an actual drag race of 2 cars in this class. The reason I say actual drag race is this is all time trials, and there's often cars of different classes in each lane, so it's not really a drag race. Everybody's just going for their lowest possible ET.
And so Corcoran got to put his car into the fully staged position second. Incremental numbers say that Corcoran's got the quicker car. He was just slower off the starting line, and he will drive around the outside of Bunnell. Goes 10.67.0 at 128.58. Remember, all motor in these cars, no power adders, 11.76.6, 115 for Matt. More Oldsmobile fun here.
Tracy Grimm, another guy who's been here a whole bunch of times. He's got, I think it's a 496 Oldsmobile on this thing, a little shot of nitrous.
And Mike Cavallaro coming up in his 1988 Ford Mustang running in Street Machine. Kind of, as we go through this group, kind of establishing who those kind of bigger number players are in Street Machine. So far, 1030s, 1040s, the order of the day. And the 442 goes 1032.3 at 110. Oh, Cavallaro. Look at you, my friend. 1006 Tercero, 129.87. Remember, you can only go as quick as 10.0 in the class. So Cavallero has set himself up perfectly on day one.
On the live feed, you're looking at Jim Forbes' altered wheelbase gas class car. This thing many times has driven to Drag Week all the way from Arizona into the Midwest. This time he did trailer it out. I believe this is a 396. Well, it says 427 on it. That's correct. He advised me correctly about his own engine. It's got a supercharger on it. Pretty sure he still has points ignition in this thing. In the right-hand side, Erica Enzer, another offspring from Ed Enzer. She's running 1069 at 125. Forbes makes a nice run, 1008 134.
Remember, Forbes, one of the only people who has ever done the sealed hood challenge at Drag Week successfully. Do we still do that?
Yeah, we still do that.
Okay. Steve Calloway and Kyle Bridger coming up now.
Yeah, the story about the sealed hood is we give an award for the quickest average ET for somebody who doesn't even open their hood all week. And what Jim did with that Nova is he sealed his hood and then just worked on the thing through the fender wells and through the hole in the hood. Yeah, kind of an end around, but hey.
Jim's a fascinating dude.
That's
Brilliant,
right.
Brilliant man.
If it doesn't say you can't, you must therefore assume that you can.
I figured he would have towed it here with like a 47 Studebaker or something like that.
That would be normal
Guys,
for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Kyle Bridger, the 2017 Camaro, and Steve Calloway. Steve Calloway will be penalized into next week if he uses his time slip with the reaction time, 11:36.5, 128.75. So Calloway will be on a solo in his 06 Mustang.
Look at the courtesy at Drag Week.
No, it's nice. It's genteel. It's genteel. Oof.
Maybe slow, but at least it's not straight. Bang and fire out of the back as he goes down 11:47 at 129.
Here comes the Buick Roadmaster wagon. Doris advertises itself as the John Daly of Drag Week. So it smells like a carton of burning cigarettes and beer, apparently, inside. That's Steve Madison. Dean Tepin. And Tepin's car torqued over that 65 Nova, did the old school left front up in the air trick. And Tepin goes 1039.5, 129 in mask. Yeah, you know what? I'm buying the John Daly thing because that's a pretty good drive. 1218.9, 127.33 for the Wagon of Doom. Carl Copia, the Pro Street 1962 Nova. Copia sitting on the left-hand side. Looks like this will be a solo run. Copia knocking his way through a 4-speed manual transmission. Survey says 1081.8, 128.19.
Another racer in need. This has probably been handled by now. Harry Haig with the Stevo 69 Chevelle orange car needs an extendable magnet capable of fitting through a sump hole to fish out lifter consumables.
Well said. Dave Gallimore coming up now, the 1971 Chevelle, and Chris Vanderwalker. It's a 2021 Charger Hellcat, and trouble for Vanderwalker as Gallimore is going to sprint away from him in the bright yellow 71 Chevelle, 1074.5, 125. Vanderwalker, 1222.4, 121. One of the most legendary Drag Week cars in history, of course, also driven by someone with the last name Gallimore. That was George Gallimore's Monte Carlo. You remember that thing, like year after year would come back and it would continue to go faster and faster, and George was just like kind of Santa Claus looking kindly old guy who was like a dentist or something like that.
How could I not remember it? You bring it up every year. It's like your favorite car of all time. You'll text me about it at midnight sometimes, even today.
I get lonely, David.
I
I'll be
know.
honest with you. Spend a lot of time on the road. I get lonely. So I reach out for conversation, and now it becomes a public humiliation. I really can't thank you enough.
No, that car really was amazing. He was in the 7s with a turbo big block before people were really doing that was awesome.
Kenny Cuttle Jr., beautiful 1970 Chevelle. Metallic blue paintwork on that car. Looks good in the sun. 10:49.2 at 128 miles an hour for Kenny. And Joe Laster, 11:04.9 at 127.69.
Hey, so you know, when you weren't here last year, I actually brought up Gallimore's Corp for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
No problem.
When I wasn't here last year, I didn't breathe your name once for a week. Bobby Ritchie and Mike Roth. Ritchie, the 88 Camaro in safety orange. That'd be a good color on you, slimming. Mac 2017 Camaro for Roth.
Yeah, I know you've tried all the colors. None of them worked.
These shirts with pinstripes on.
That latex fit you well though.
10.401, 143. I have no idea what off ramp you're trying to take with that conversation, but I am not going with you. 10.902 at 115.74 for Bobby Ritchie. To thank Billy Gibbons' grandson for coming and hanging out with us today. He's in front of the water box down there. Very well done with the facial hair that began growing sometime during the Carter administration and has not been groomed or cut, curled, touched since. Tyler Bertrand and Mike Ramirez coming up now, or Raymars rather. Raymars goes down the 2011 Mustang. 987.8, 141. He's too quick for his own good street machine eliminator as Tyler Bertrand goes 13.68.1 at 112. And listen, I'm sure the beard guy is a great dude, but you're driving down the highway in your car, you roll the windows down, you're going to be picking that thing out of your teeth, even if he's in the passenger seat. I don't want any of that. I don't want to live that life.
You notice this car in the right-hand lane says Betty White on the back side. She expired.
You kidding? Hadn't heard.
Have you seen the meme that says final score for U.S. versus U.K.?
Yeah.
Betty White versus the Queen. That was awesome.
I might have sent you that.
Steve Eden on the left-hand side, 11:27, 120. Whereas Betty White on the right-hand side, 11:65 at only 91 miles an hour.
And with a 1.767, it is also the late Betty White. Actually, breaking news, Betty White just cut a 1.5-second reaction time from her casket.
Okay, that guy's going to be one of those that's going to have to discuss with Keith Turk about his reaction time. Ian Hogg said in the left-hand lane in a car that's been at Drag Week a bunch of times, his dad, Tom's Nova, that it just went 11:29, 120, and Lee Brooks on the right-hand side, another coaster. 12:57 at 77 miles an hour. The Betty White reaction time was hilarious. That's going down in history.
Two different shades of green being displayed here in the starting line.
Thank you, Brian.
Neither of which are naturally occurring, as Norm Jensen on one side and Jeff Lingenfelter on the other. The 1970 Duster for Lingenfelter. Norm Jensen, the 2017 Camaro.
Lanes are closed for C Group.
Oh, my.
Lanes closed.
Lonnie Grimm, the warden of the staging lanes, has passed that information along. The ZL1 Camaro in green for Jensen spots Lingenfelter about 4/10 and makes all of it back up by the time they get to the 8th mile. Jensen will power through at 10.12.2 at 140 miles an hour as Jeff Lingenfelter 11.28.6 at 116.06. Jim Everett rolling up here. 55 Chevrolet, got a bunch of tire on the back of it, riding high. Man, this is great. Oh, it's got a Jericho 4-speed and dual quads. Krager wheels on the front of it. It's hitting all the right notes. Maybe not all the right gears, but all the right notes. Corvette convertible, 1035.7, 123 with the golf clubs on the back of it. Jim Everett goes 11.606, 122.67 in the high-riding 4-speed equipped gasser, 55 Chevy. You know, we talk about a 55 Chevy, a guy who has been a big part of drag and drive events, and a lot of people know this guy, Bob Perrin. Bob recently passed away. He went by Crazy Bob. He came out and ran Drag Week and Hot Rod Power Tour for many years in his 56 Chevy. Great dude. I met him years ago through the Bank Shift website. We had a get-together, and I think it was in Pennsylvania. He came out, and we hung out. super great guy. One of those guys that kind of lived his life as a great example. Someday I want to grow up and be Bob. He was always on the road, had a great friendship with Jeff Lutz. He would help Jeff out all over the country, but we're definitely, a lot of people out here know and remember Bob, and he'll be well remembered this week on Drag Week. Jody Koyman goes 11:67.9 at 116. Thiessen goes 9:35.8, 147. Man, he put tens of thousands of miles on that 56 Chevy.
Oh, man, did he. Between power tours
Yeah.
and personal trips and ECTA blasts and drag week. Yeah.
Kanan Hall coming up, 77 C10. Street Machine Eliminator entrant. And Nick Costello, it's an 84 Olds Cutlass. G-body shuffle going on here, right-hand side. C Group lanes are closed. C Group lanes are closed. Costello came off, was dog walking its way down the racetrack. What a rear steer in that 84 Cutlass.
That is the new play.
Hall goes 10.97.8 at 126, 12.026 at 118.60 for Nick Costello. Big thanks to our fans for coming to hang out with us at Worldwide Technology Raceway here today. It is a glorious facility here in Madison, Illinois, and we will be back on Friday. It's the great gift of being part of the start and end of Drag Week. You can come in on Monday, see how it begins, and make sure you come back Friday as we crown champions of Drag Week 2022. Powered by eBay Motors. This live streaming coverage you're watching at home brought to you by Mothers Polishes, Waxes, and Cleaners. And we cannot thank for the support enough Rick Johnson of Gear Vendors, who continues to be a presenting sponsor of this event. Also, Mickey Thompson. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see all the new drag racing tires we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial to the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put the drag tire technology into a high-performing tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street-legal drag performance tire for new and classic American muscle, the ET Street lineup has you covered with the ET Street SS and the ET Street R. We call it traction satisfaction. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires for the street and the drag strip at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson. Mickey Thompson, otherwise known as Mickey Thompson, is to David Freiberger as a 14-year-old girl is to a K-pop band these days, or Justin Bieber back in his prime, or perhaps the New Kids on the Block in the 1990s.
Mickey Thompson is to me as I am to you. That's it. You worship me.
I thank you all for your time. It has been an incredibly disappointing morning here that I'm going to leave now.
It has. Now, I consider Mickey Thompson the greatest drag racer of all time. I was just looking at one of his Indy cars at the IMS Museum this week. I'd never been there before. It's a fantastic location.
Lanes are open for Group D, or some would say D lanes are open. Yes.
Ooh. Okay, when you average the Betty Davis with the Group D.
Betty White.
Betty, whatever. She's
No.
dead too. She's dead too. When you average the Betty White with the D class, you average out to not good.
Gary Garrott coming up now, 14.63.3, 99 miles an hour. Dave Niebuhr, 10.76.4, 131.97. If you're going to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs.
Let's take a poll of how many people on the live feed even know who Betty Davis is.
Well, yeah, she has those eyes that they wrote a song about.
There is that.
Jason Pratt and Darren Pape.
Pape's in the Nova. Pratt is in the Olds.
Pape's car, very clean and tidy. Very, very small rear tire on that machine. Stock wheel-well style car, 10.47.2 at 130. Jason Pratt, 10.76.6, 112.27. We have extended the invitation. I believe it is going to be accepted for our stop at Byron, Illinois for a announcing hero to join us. Al Tucci's going to swing by, I believe. Chad Garrett and Jeremy Heiser coming up now. Heiser, the 91 Pontiac GTA. Jeremy from this area. He will be out here in just a couple of weeks at Worldwide Technology Raceway for the NHRA National event. Chad Garrett. Heiser's car just roasting the tires off the starting line, but he does able to get it picked up. And it is, yes, equipped with a proper manual transmission. Heiser roars to a 1090 at 135 miles an hour. Garut goes 1098.4 at 125.86. Lon Tibbs and Brian Clark.
Unsurprisingly, our commenters are more down with Betty Page.
Oh, yeah, that's a little pinup action from back in the day. You were what, 20, 19, about the 20 years old when Betty Page hit the scene?
That's about right.
Yeah. Oh, the milk truck is back. Brian Clark and Lon Tibbs both trying to get off the starting line here. It is Clark's Mustang stumbling a bit off the starting line. Tibbs' car very lazy to leave.
Tibbs, the Omega Man. That thing has a really nicely tucked roll cage. It's really good.
11:34.5, 121 for Lon Tibbs.
And Brian Clark on the left-hand side, 13:32, 114. This is a fun one. Look at the milk truck. I can't remember. Is this an LS or big? It's a big block Chevy.
I do believe it's a
with
big block
turbos
Chevy.
on it. This thing was doing great wheel stands last year at Drag Week. It's one of those internet sensations. There's always one car everybody focuses on as being the freak show. This was it last year.
Tommy Dupree coming up here on the right side. Tommy Dupree is a guy that back about 20 years ago, we worked together at the IHRA doing drag racing stuff. He has worked for Summit for a long time. He's the type of guy that is in charge of their rigs and their displays at various events. So it's cool that Tommy is actually competing here at Drag Week this year and is been able to kind of get away for some fun time. But really good dude. Glad he's here. And Nick Cryer, we'll find out how quick Cryer can go and how close he can come to maybe being a qualifier in Street Machine Eliminator.
It is a 63 Divco. He is not delivering. I over-promised, and he under-delivered.
Oh, man, Dupree just threw one of the T-tops out of that thing. That is glass all over the place at the top end. And smooth move there by Cryer, literally changing lanes, which is something we'd never ask anybody to do, but he had to, is not to drive through a field of glass. What you have just received is the golden opportunity to go to the bar. This is going to be a cleanup down here, I can promise you that. The safety glasses, all of you well know, break into about 1 trillion little cubular. Yeah, it is glass everywhere. Get your gear right here. Stop by the Summit Racing Equipment trailer for on-site inventory of performance parts and safety equipment from leading manufacturers. All on display and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing Equipment rep is there to get you the parts you need to get back on the road or help you place your order at summitracing.com.
All right, those of you on the live feed, we're going to run a couple commercials here. I almost said pay the bills till I realized that was a horrible cliche. And so we're going to go to some commercials. We'll be right back.
But why have you done the other horrible cliches? Why just that one? Well, we're back here in the booth. This is one of the few situations that we'll ever see where we're the better option.
That would be rare.
At the moment.
One thing I was noticing on the feed is so many people are asking, is Cletus there? Is Cletus there? Cletus has replaced Street Outlaws as the most common question I get about, are they actually there? No, Garrett, Cletus is not. Street Outlaws, Murder Nova came once in 2009, made one pass at like an 820, and didn't come back the rest of the week. So that's the history of like the most asked about people.
Yeah, James Goad back in the day, before James Goad became a Street Outlaws guy, he came with a Chevelle with like a big nitrous motor in it. I do believe he finished, but I don't believe he won his class or anything like that. But he was here before he became a Street Outlaw type of guy. I think it's kind of neat that so many of those guys have and so many people have floated through this race over the years, and whether they've come once or dozens of times, and Larry Dixon being the most prominent example this year.
Richie Crampton, Johnny Lindbergh. Yep.
Yeah, probably the single greatest one-hit wonder in the history of the event was the
S-Box of Doom.
The box with the blower locked off with the torque wrench or the breaker bar shoved in the front of it.
This was an alcohol funny car engine in a 56 Chevy wagon. It was spectacular, but unfortunately didn't do much. They made it from one track to another, but did secure legend.
Okay, cool. Well, let's do you want to read the phone book to these people, or actually want to give them some entertaining content so they don't fall asleep?
Let's go to the Tom Bailey interview, and then I'll come back, and it's actually fairly painless. I'm going to talk to you about some of the rule changes and why they were made. So let's go to Tom Bailey right now, an interview from the pits.
In any form of racing, you always got the big bad cars, and that is certainly one of the rides that Tom Bailey has right here. Tom, sounds like you're one and done after that stellar pass here for the first day of Hot Rod Drag Week 2022.
Yeah, correct. I mean, that's the first full pass on the car in basically 2 years. I mean, this whole year we've only been 1.3 seconds into it. Now, granted, we've been trying to apply a lot more power in what we've been doing, so we backed off on that run to try and make sure that it went down the track. So, I mean, not going to complain. I mean, it was whatever. I mean, it was quick from the 100 to the 200, then it slowed off a little bit. The 8th was a little slow from what we would normally run, but, I mean, made up on the back end a little bit. So, hey, ecstatic. I mean, can't ask for any better.
So, Tom, going in today, I heard, at least the rumor was, there was a bit of a work day yesterday to get to this point to have such a stellar pass.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from the standpoint, Friday when I left, the rig broke down on the side of the road, so we had to fix that Friday night so that I could get in Saturday afternoon, or Saturday evening, actually. We broke the transmission, so second, third gear in a planetary, and so then we had to get Joe Barry drove it to Indianapolis, then Nick Taylor drove from Indianapolis to Youngstown, or Girard, Ohio, to Rosler. Rosler's guy Johnny went in yesterday morning, put it all back together. That's 9 hours away. He rebuilt the whole thing, put it back in Nick Taylor's truck, and Nick Taylor got here at 10 o'clock last night, so we put it in the car, and enough to fire it up and say, okay, now we got you ready for today.
Folks, that's Tom. He's going to be hitting the road soon. You're back to the live stream.
Four-time winner Tom Bailey. If he runs to a win this week, he will tie Larry Larson for the most, tied for the most overall wins ever at 5.
Be interesting to see how that plays out there. As you heard Tom talk about, they made a nice run this morning at 6:03 at 249 miles an hour. They've decided that that's where they're going to stay, and they're going to cruise on down the road. In talking to people and looking at a weather forecast, the 5-second average I think is still within reach. Obviously, they need to make some nice bottom 6 second and high 5 second runs the rest of the week, but clearly it's capable.
The 5 second average is in reach, but the 5 seconds every day.
Yeah.
You know, I had always said that the 5 second thing was the final barrier, but actually there's two, which is 5 second average and fives every day, which would be pretty good. All right, can I like pain you by going through some rule changes here?
It's fine with me. I mean, you can do it. You made this thing up. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it would be pretty good. I already went through some of the overall changes. We've already talked through how our run order is now based on ET. We've already talked about. Never mind. I thought we talked about another
going
class.
well. I really feel like
awesome.
you've done a really nice job
entertainment,
preparing
isn't
for
it?
this. Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimate Iron, which is the category for full tube chassis cars with stock bodies. They used to be American and 1977 and older only, and now it's just 1938 and newer, any origin. So you can run, you know, Japanese cars, whatever. We now allow glass fenders and doors just because there were so many people actually doing that. They couldn't sign up. Nobody cared anymore. Pro Street, similarly, was formerly not allowed to have composite windows. Now you can. A lot of this is because just the cars are out there and people want to participate. They don't want to change their car up. We used to really care about how the thing would look in the magazine, but the honest truth is like composite windows doesn't look like radically different.
Correct.
You know, especially if people don't put that big black border around them. Also in Pro Street, oh man, for years there was just agony over the floor pan rule.
Oy. That was a constant. That was a constant drumbeat. Yes.
It was, and what we were trying to do is use old school back half cars, and so we were requiring stock floors, and the rule changed. It was like stock tunnel, then stock to behind the driver's seat. It was so there's no floor rule anymore for that. Similarly, we don't require a stock dash anymore. It's still a 3,000-pound minimum. People aren't looking at the interior of the car too much. We like the stuff that looks stock and has stock dash, but you can now have like, you know, wall-to-wall aluminum fabricated dash. All right, all motor is an interesting one. This is a brand new class. It is combining modified naturally aspirated and Super Street naturally aspirated into one class. And it's a pretty liberal class. It's small tire, basically the same rules as Pro Street. So it's back half small tire cars. And the reason for that one is there was fairly low participation NA. We wanted to gather them into one class. We wanted to get some being faster. And so that's why that was created. You'll see about 16 cars in all motor here. And it does take some of our greatest winners like Kurt Johnson, who we'll talk about later, and put him in a different class than he's ever run in should he choose to come back. He's not here this year. So there's really two naturally aspirated categories. Three. There's Pro Street, then there's Modified, and then there's Street Race. There's no longer Super Street or Modified NA. Modified, therefore, is now power adder only. We loosened up the floor rule. As I said, it's the same rules as Pro Street, but for small tire cars in Modified. Super Street, as a result, is now power adder only.
Okay.
Looser firewall and floor rules. Street Race, we had a rule that was problematic of no intercoolers aft of the firewall, no turbos aft of the firewall. So many people were doing that. We decided no one cares. The problem was intercoolers were in the passenger floor. And it just doesn't look like a street car that way. But what people have figured out is they can put them in the trunk. They can run alcohol instead or E85 and not even have an intercooler. So we just ditched that one. B-gas rules opened up quite a bit. It's not exactly this, but basically B-gas is unblown and A-gas is blown. Was that too bad?
Oh, it wasn't. I mean, I checked out after the second sentence.
I thought you did. I mean, the live feed's gone down. Oh, there's one person watching. Thanks, Mom.
It was like I was, you were like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Right.
It was like the sound of a muted trumpet.
It was.
Yeah. So the good news is we looked down the racetrack. These guys at this racetrack have done a spectacular job. They are moving equipment off. People are coming off. They're going to be parking tractors. They're going to be firing cars here in a moment. These glass cleanups can be really, really bad, and very coordinated effort. Anytime we go to one of these tracks, or anytime you go to any track, you need two things. You need equipment and people that know what they're doing to actually make something like this move along. They sprung right on it. You can see they got a couple of mobile pieces of equipment down there they're finishing it off with. But the safety glass, because you got a drag strip that's got glue all over it, those little tiny specks of safety glass just, I mean, they weld themselves. So you got to go down there typically with scrapers. Even if you run a broom over the thing, they don't like to come up. But
a FOD mat won't pick that up.
The little FOD mat thing will just skip right over the top of it. So Top work by our officials here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. We'll be firing up next pairs of cars here in just a couple of minutes as we have continued to work our way through the run groupings here. And this is our first day with the run groupings, and I feel as though it's going along pretty well.
It is, and we're going to go to an all run after this. Is that correct?
That would be a Lonnie. I don't want to usurp any Lonnie decisions here.
Lanes open for D group. Once again, lanes are open for D. And I have no more notes.
It's a good thing. So hoods are going down and drivers are getting helmeted up. We got one last piece of equipment on the racetrack to get sent around the corner, and then we'll continue on with Monday. Hopefully you've used this. Oh, one guy went down and got himself a nice frosty beer. He's going back to his seat right there. That's top work, my man. It's 11:13 a.m. and you cannot drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
We saw that interview with Tom Bailey just a minute ago. Here's some Bailey fun facts. This is a guy who's won 4 times. How many times do you think he's entered?
Well, you got to go back to his days of the 55 Chevy. I'm going to say he has entered 10.
Are you thinking of Schroeder with the 55 Chevy?
Or maybe across. Oh no, he had a Camaro. Yeah, I'm sorry. He had a first gen Camaro that was his first vehicle out here. I'm going to say he's entered 10 times.
7.
Okay.
2013, he won and ran 6s every day for, I believe, the first time. That was with the old Denny Terzic car.
Yeah, the 1.0 with that was a highly controversial car because it had a composite body with that thing. Remember that? I mean, you had Dave. To me, it's like you look at the cars that really made the waves in the ultimate category or unlimited category back in the day. The Dave Ahokas, Jerry Bickle built car was like one that had everybody buzzing about. I remember everyone, oh man, it was wild. That Denny Terzic first version of that car with the composite body was another one. Of course, Larry builds the pickup truck. You got Sick 2.0 that's been out here that we're seeing this weekend. So, those are kind of like the big landmark cars in that class for me.
Yeah, Drag Week has always been here to answer the question, who has the fastest street car in America? And that was a big problem back in the 90s when Hot Rod first started the fastest street car in America shootout. Everyone's going, that's not street cars, they were 8-second back half cars back then. Everybody said they weren't street cars. They had Lenkos in them, so people freaked out. And then I decided just to do, this is the be-all, end-all. If this garbage can drive 1,000 miles, who's to say it's not a street car? And people are still arguing about the question.
Yeah, well, that's why people keep showing up.
Yeah.
The day that the question gets answered, it becomes a less fun deal.
And the other thing I always say is, okay, let's say you hate the unlimited cars. You don't think that's a real street car? Have a look at the small tire cars. You don't like that? Have a look at Street Machine Eliminator. You get to pick what the street car is, pick your favorite class, and pick a hero as we go back into drag racing.
Of the 330 cars we got on the property, about, a dozen of them are unlimited cars. So if that's not your speed, we'll find something that you like. This truck is clean as a whistle. Matt Colvin, 2016 F-150. It is so rare anymore to see. I mean, I guarantee you, if Matt bought this truck, knew he had a custom order it, because standard cab, short bed, 2-wheel drive trucks are like
non-existent.
They don't exist anymore. And Eric Grillo coming up right now, the 1972 Nova. It's always good when we get stuff that's loud enough to rattle the windows up here. That's fun. And idle.
Stick car on the right-hand side.
Gonna guess Colvin's truck has a Coyote, 5-liter Coyote motor in it that he's got warmed up because it is hustling down to 1065, 133.91. To me, that's like, that's like the essence of drag week. You look at that truck, it's cool and everything, but it's a 10-second, 130-mile-an-hour late model truck.
Yeah, no problem to drive anywhere, I assume.
Super cool. Keith Sack coming up right now. Sack, the Pro Street Power Adder 69 Nova. Brent Sansui popped in the booth here a little while ago. He's from the local area. If you follow Pro Mod Racing, Small Tire Racing, you know Brent. He's always out there with Mark Woodruff and the guys, and he has a Nova. Said he didn't make it this year. I believe that's what the excuse everybody, gotta get him next year. Come on, Brent. Sack up, man. You gotta come out here with a Nova. So in comes Keith. You can see the exhaust outlets just ahead of or rather behind the front tires. again, we look at the fit and finish on some of these things. The vinyl roof, all the factory trim. Beautiful car. It is justified a bit to the right side, angled slightly out to the right side of the groove. And it launched, and I'm not sure it shut off or not, but it certainly, yeah, he's gonna pull that car over to the right. It was okay. It is not under power at the moment, so we're gonna send somebody down there to retrieve the Nova and continue on. Tough break there for Sack, and it was like he tried to come up on boost, and the thing was just not having it.
People on the live feed are asking if 1320 Video is here this week. You know, they've been really good about covering Drag Week for many years. They are not here this time, but there is more coverage than there has been in years on hotrod.com and also on Hot Rod social media, which would be Hot Rod Magazine on Instagram and Facebook. So
John
check out
McGann,
hotrod.com.
McGann's out there trackside. He's got 5 cameras on him.
2.
He weighs about 150 pounds in real life, and today he weighs 210 with all the
With
gear
the
hanging out.
cameras.
Well, Sack did get the car fired up again, which is good news. And again, hopefully they can get it turned around and onto the racetrack. And this is the microcosm. We talk about guys that, you know, break down the side of the road. Can you get to the next racetrack? But the reality is now, with Keith Sack having this issue, the clock is running for him to be able to get a run in before the lanes simply just get closed to the end of the day.
More people asking, why wasn't Tom Bailey here last year? Well, actually, he got COVID and couldn't make it. Cameron Thorpe on the left in the not 6-second Volvo, and Tim Stevens on the right-hand side in the 68 Chevelle.
Like Cameron stepping up on the color description, calling it wine red.
Look at the stance on this Chevelle as it goes down. It sort of did the Chevelle lean over to the right-hand side and left it there.
For Cameron Thorpe, 1062 227 miles an hour. You got to love it.
Nothing wrong there.
Stevens goes 1231.1 at 97 miles an hour in the Chevelle.
And the right-hand side, Robert Binkowski has got the Cadillac. The left-hand side is our buddy Kevin McKenna, who's a writer for National Dragster.
He's the senior editor of National Dragster.
There you go.
The senior editor of National Dragster. He's a NMRA Series champion.
That's fact.
And he's a multi-time Drag Week runner. Ran Sick Week as well this year. McKenna 1065.1, 129. I'm liking it. Binkowski 1202.4 at 117 miles an hour. Luke Van Allen and Dominic Palazzo going down the racetrack. Palazzo, the 1964 Mercury Comet, 1068.0 at 135 as Luke Van Allen goes 11:15.8 at 120. You can't talk about white Mercury Comets from the 60s without talking about the Saxon car back in the day. Someone considered the first 20 car. Fuel burning engine. Chrisman behind the wheel. '39 Ford truck. Robert Lowe coming up as part of the Street Machine Eliminator crew. Has rendered any usability of the bed moot. It is. He's actually taken what could be one of the more practical vehicles that I could probably negotiate this with. Meanwhile, right side of the racetrack, little shoebox through the front end in the air, goes 10:10.0 133. Low goes 9:46.9 at 142.
Stout.
It's got to be wonky. that body shape at 142 miles an hour has to be a little odd as far as the handling characteristics.
And that thing is half a second too quick for his class.
Jake Kretschmar coming up right now. Jake, the 2022 Demon, it appears, and Chris Sixt, 2013 Chevy Caprice. Yeah. And we're going to take a bit of a stroll out there on the racetrack, some traction compound, a quick bit of observation being made by our track crew to make sure there's nothing left behind from that 1939 Ford truck.
You look at that Demon and you think of all the stuff that Dodge has done in muscle cars over the past years, and of course they're going to all electric in a few years, but before that happens, man, they have some serious stuff going down. You're going to want to follow Dodge because I know stuff I can't tell, and it's really good.
I know one thing that I can be so vague about that I will not get anybody in trouble. But I do know that they have rented a drag strip in October to do some highly secret testing on something that a virtual doomsday weapon that they plan on releasing. And let's just say it's going to be pretty fast, and they're going to be very locked down about what happens at this particular test session. So as we have the track maintenance being done, we have a couple of video features to run for those of you watching the live feed. Mr. Fleming and Mr. Seidel will be featured here. Lee Kraft down there, the Monday Morning Racer. Oh, Todd Sylvie's also on the crew. That's right, too. So we got Sylvie and we got Kraft, which is like Seals and Kraft, that band from the 70s, except they don't sing nearly as well.
Ford rear with a rebuilt NASCAR center section out of North Carolina. It's all safety wired, polished gears, all kinds of cool stuff.
What's been your ETs so far with the car?
So far it's been 1168. Mile an hour is big, so it's like 121, and that should be good for maybe a 10, but I don't have a cage, so I can't go any quicker than 1150.
What class are you running?
Big block, or street race, big block, naturally aspirated.
Okay, very cool. What's your rituals between race and street? So obviously we see the tires on top. What else?
Yep. Basically, when we get to the track, we unload everything, set up the tent, tables, switch tires, set those get set aside normally. We're just not in the pits right now. And pull the rack, adjust the shocks, check the air pressure in the drag radials, send it.
And then reverse it.
That's
not
not funny. Last year I blew it up.
Oh no.
Launched it and reversed at Indy.
But I like how the tent and lawn chairs is your first priority. So.
Well, shade's important out here. It's hot.
We are on the, for those that know Gateway and Worldwide Technology Raceway, we're on the west side of the track because of some other activities going on. So things are a little cramped out here right now, but we're going to get the testing and tuning in tonight. And, of course, this will start playing during the action on Monday. We'll see you all in a bit. Hey everybody, we're back here on Christmas Eve. It's Sunday before the actual drag week at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And we're talking to Robert Seiler. Robert's got this nice 67 Le Mans that he's going to be competing in all week. Tell us about the car.
It's, well, I've had it for 45 years.
Wow.
It's a big block Chevy with a 5-speed Tremec in it. It's got a 9-inch, got Holley EFI on it. I got a quick performance rear axle in it. I've just had it forever.
What kind of generations have you done with the car over the years?
The Car Crash Street Machine Nationals in the late 70s and early 80s. And we've done, this will be our 6th drag week with it.
Okay.
And a lot of car shows and things like that.
And where are you out of?
Janesville, Wisconsin.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I don't know. That's
about it.
That's
Just out
about
here to
it.
have fun?
Yeah, out here to have fun. This is, like I said, it's the 6th trip. Brought a friend of mine with this time. Yeah. Usually my wife comes along. She couldn't make it this year, so.
Do you switch anything over with the ECU or anything when you're doing this?
No, this is pretty plug and play.
Okay.
Holly, I don't have to mess with much.
Okay.
It's just adding a bar to the roll cage and swapping tires and changing the shock settings, and that's it.
So you got spare tire. You got your drag radials on the back and spares on that. What else is in the trailer?
Just a lot of tools. No, the cooler's in the back seat, so you
Okay.
can reach it. Yeah, you got to keep that handy.
Well, cool, everybody. Another installment here. You count on seeing them all week here at the 2022 MotorTrend Drag Week.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby. Let's ride.
All right, some car features for you there. You have not missed any action. By the way, we will do our best to never run a commercial or a video feature while action is going on track.
I think one of the first rules I might have given you about broadcasting is never promise anything like that.
That's true. I think I said try. Oh, I did say
But
never,
it doesn't
didn't
matter,
I?
but you've said
I
it. The
never learned
words-
to
the
not
words have
say
escaped,
never. It's
and now they're
fact.
out there.
There you go. Sometimes we will have a feed go down at some of the other tracks. Not under our control. Okay, I did ask on the live feed what foreign countries are watching, and it is just like Sweden, 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 Sweden. People are really
great.
following their homeboys here. Lots and lots. Also, of course, Australia, Germany, Puerto Rico. This is truly an international event.
West Virginia.
All that.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Korea. All right, then.
Well, Kim Jong, welcome.
Oh, that's a gag.
Oh.
Isle of Man, France, Australia,
Isle of Man, yeah.
Netherlands, Finland, Ireland, Cyprus, Idaho, the Czech Republic. Anyway, lots and lots.
Idaho's beautiful. You've been out to Firebird Raceway out there. I was just there a couple of weeks ago to the Night Fire Nationals. Wonderful racetrack.
Somebody recently asked me, what do you think are the most racer-friendly tracks in the country? And I gave them a top 5, and Firebird right there, man. They are really, really good.
The new family. Very great people. Multi-generational family business out there in Boise as we have our racetrack tuned back up again. And that means we're going to be sending a Demon next to a Caprice. What is the latest or the last drag strip you have been to on your adventures of road killing? What was the last place you guys shot at?
My memory's not that long. Actually, it was right here.
Okay.
Like 3 days ago.
That's a pretty lame answer.
Yeah.
If you think about it, maybe give a better answer than that.
For roadkill, me and Mike Finnegan just drove the Hemi Gremmy all the way from Detroit at Pilot Transport all the way down here. We ended here in St. Louis. 700 horsepower Gremlin with a straight axle, 600 miles.
With a roll bar in it now, courtesy of Richie Crampton and Johnny Lindbergh.
Facts.
So Chris Sixt got the jump by 0.3 of a second in his Caprice, but Jake Kretschmar is going to go past him in the Demon, going 1087.6, 127. Six goes 1196.8 at 114.55. Wagons of steel. Look at this thing, man. This giant Plymouth station wagon with a super stock style scoop. It's awesome.
67 Belvedere. It's got an aluminum Indy 543 big block in it. And it runs naturally aspirated. He says he's been as quick as 10.0.
And Mitchell Sweet 1984 third-gen Camaro across the racetrack. The third-gen Camaro looks like a three-quarter size model of a car as compared to the Plymouth Belvedere station wagon. I love it more by every passing second. 109 in the 8th mile. And Martin Villeneuve of Canada goes 996.6 at 136. He's too quick. He's going to slow it down by 300s and change to actually qualify for Street Machine Eliminator. And Mitchell Sweet goes 1074.6 at 128.24.
Yeah, the Belvedere out of Canada. He said he's got low compression in that thing so he could drive it anywhere, and there you go. 9-second NA car.
Greenie 2.0, baby. Jesse Madafrey, it is the Truckter. It is a John Deere tractor built into a truck, or a truck built into a John Deere tractor. It's got a big block Chevy engine in it. And Jeff Dugopolsky, who lives out here, who is a very talented and accomplished sportsman racer, is trying to put his Chevelle in a Street Machine Eliminator quick 32 for the first time in a while. 11:03.6, 129 is Madafrey. 12:85 at 104 in Greenie the Truckter.
Also a past Spirit of Drag Week winner, which reminds us that you should come up to Keith or Tanya Turk with your ideas about who the racers are who are here, who will do anything for anybody, and suffer excruciatingly with a smile on their face. I didn't realize that puts me in the running for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to see Keith or Tanya for people who are just keeping going no matter what and helping other people and having fun.
Matt Zurbrick coming up now. It's a 2018 Demon in green for Zurbrick. And the Lexus, I believe that's an LS 400 model. I think it's Lexus. I think those had a 1JZ motor in it. Zurbrick goes 995.7, 139.36 in the Demon. 13.063 at 107 for the Lexus.
That Demon considerably spiffier than the last one we saw go down the track.
Yeah, as much as we talk about those cars being 9-second cars, it does require a degree of skill to get one into the 9s, and this one maybe hopped up a little bit too, but right off the factory showroom floor, it's not that you're going to run low 10s, but to hop in one and actually run a 9-second lap is not quite as easy as it seems.
You're going to need the weather and all of that
and
to
weigh
make it
110
happen.
pounds like Leah Pruitt.
Right.
So Lane D will close in 10 minutes. As we are going to, Lanes for D will close in 10 minutes, and then we'll go clear them and run an all run later on. Across from Herb White is Faden Bariza. Bariza, the 2015 Ford Mustang. Beautiful orange paint job, 1079.1, 131.87, 1141.3, 123. Now, David, famous drag racing footnote, Herb White. This is not the same guy, but it's the same name. What is Herb White known for in drag racing?
I don't have that one. I can't even pretend.
Herb White is the owner, or was the owner, of the house across from the shutdown area at National Trail Raceway.
Okay.
Herb White had a nitro funny car end up in his front yard, basically in the garden, burning to the ground as it rocketed off the end of a short racetrack. So the NHRA bought a section of Herb White's front yard and built an extension to the sand trap on the other side of the street in Columbus, Ohio.
I knew the story, had forgotten the guy's name, even
Yeah.
though you've told it to me a dozen times. Yeah, that's a great story.
Mike Kalfed coming up right now. Kalfeld, I should say. 1966 Chevelle in dark blue. And Tim Bradshaw, 2002 Mustang. Kalfeld goes 10.05.5, 131. Not a Street Machine Eliminator car, though. 10.59.0, 130 for Bradshaw.
Here's, I think, a tall tale. Maybe you can confirm or deny. I have heard that racers have launched off the end of Pomona before the sand trap was there and ended up in the golf course across the street. I don't buy it.
It seems a tough pull for me because of how steep that hill is.
Exactly.
It'd be more of an impale situation than a climb situation, I think, at that point.
Never let facts get in the way of a good story.
TJ Hodge and Chuck Jordan.
Hodge on the right-hand side, 10:15 at 134, and Jordan with the CTS-V went 10:49 at 133. We're seeing our big Olds Cutlass coming back now as people start to make laps. Pretty soon we'll be opening up an all-run session, so you'll see all classes of cars, all ETs of cars getting together to run down the track for sort of the final flog before they hit the road to go on to Indy.
It's the name of my band in high school.
Final flog?
Yeah. Hoover Kahua coming up.
It wasn't the last one, Brian.
Yeah, Karen Carpenter saying about it. We've only just begun. The 1967 Olds 442 for Ahua. Barry Burrich has problems on the right side in his Mustang.
How can you tell?
Well, you know, my experience in doing this, David, generally when someone comes to a complete stop on the very outskirts of their particular lane, it indicates that things are not going as they had planned.
Good tip.
Yeah. You can write it down. It's fine. I'll give you a second. Well, here we have a situation. We have a very small demographic for the item that's been lost. We're going to call up here. So someone has lost a cell phone, but we're going to take this global audience and narrow it down to about somebody Jay Hollinger's age, probably. This is a Cricket flip phone. So if you have trouble climbing the steps up here to come get it, just tell somebody, we'll bring it down to you. But I think there is somebody. It is a Cricket flip phone, Dave. I don't know what else to say.
Keith Turk, we have your phone in the tower. Keith?
It didn't have his drool towel attached to it, so it was tough to tell it was his. But it is a flip phone. It does have a camera in it. Yes.
Sure, go for that.
Yes, hello? Yes. Hey, how you doing? It's 2002. I'm on the phone with it right now on this Cricket flip phone.
2002.
The only thing weirder than this was, well, it's not even weird. McKenna? We bringing McKenna in, or who are we bringing?
Yeah, grab McKenna.
Kevin McKenna. As the Drag Week cast of thousands. Mercifully, David is going to leave the room. Thank you. By all means, Kevin, thank you for being here. No, so Kevin McKenna from National Dragster, senior editor, and we talked a little about the fact the Mustang you're running this weekend is a car you have won an NMRA championship in, and you have competed at how many drag and drive events with that car?
I believe this will be number 5. This will be 4th drag week, and we did sick week.
And what year is it? What's the motor setup, and how quick has it gone?
It's a 14 Mustang. It's basically a stock Mustang with a blower. It's got a VMP supercharger on it. We've been 1007 with it in some really good air. You know, it's dialed back now, 1050, 1060, but the end of the week, if we need to, we'll get after it a little bit.
I think it's important to let people know you normally don't dress like the burglar from an ADT alarm commercial.
No.
The black hat and the black glasses and the black shirt.
Well, you know, I actually have sponsors now, so I need to take care of my
got a
people
rep.
at Fatheads, and yeah, no, I don't. But then again, it's not a work weekend, so I can, much like you, I can pretty much do whatever the hell I want.
That's a fact. What do you think the bump's going to end up being? You've done this enough to understand like what the Street Machine Eliminator category is going to be.
This morning when Keith Turk says there's 134 cars in Street Machine, that gets your attention. You got to figure, 100 of them aren't going to make the race. 1065, 1070.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, and you look at the weather, and towards the middle of the week, we're going to get some good air. It's going to be quicker. I'm actually already looking at my car thinking I might need to put some race fuel in it and tune it up a little just to make sure I get in.
No, it makes sense. And when you get into that Eliminator, that quick 32, it is like the one real time we have an actual race here, the bracket race style thing to close the week. You deal with a lot of NHRA racers on your daily job, your professional environment. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't call on Gel for starting line advice during that event.
I'm not going to call Eddie either, to be perfectly honest with you.
Eddie's probably not the guy either right now.
Yeah, I do. I did send Joey Gladstone a note the other day congratulating him. He might be the guy that I'd want some help with.
He's the dude. Yeah. But no, it's great to have you out here, and I think it's kind of funny. You know, we got Lonnie down there as National Tech Director. You're the senior editor of National Dragster. I am a talking head that's with a body the size of a Macy's Day Parade float that does our television stuff. But it does to me show that the fact that people always say, well, does anybody in that company even care about drag racing? The reality is all of us kind of love it.
No, there's no us and them. It's just us, and we all love the same thing.
Yeah.
And some people enjoy different varieties of it, but really, I don't know anybody that, loves NHRA or vice versa that wouldn't enjoy this.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, you just need to expose them to it. And I think most people who either come in person or follow it along on the live feed, they get hooked.
They do.
They get hooked quickly. So.
Well, Kevin McKenna, thanks so much for swinging by this interview that David has forced you to doing. You handled it very well. In fact, probably better than he would have handled it himself. So.
Well, I'm glad to see him get a break because I know it's going to be a long week.
And a nurse has delivered him pills. I don't know what.
He's got 4 days with you, so if I can do my part to give him a little relief, then it's the least I could do.
Evan Erkowitz. Thank you very much, Kevin McKenna. Evan Erkowitz, Keith Turk needs to see you. So, Evan Erkowitz, please find Keith Turk. We have a racer in need of a 3/8 pipe plug pitted under the trees. It's Doug Poirier. Once again, we need a 3/8 pipe plug. That is a 72 Nova operated by Doug Poirier. It is pitted by the trees. Is KJ still there?
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian.
KJ Jones.
Next up, your friend of mine, KJ Jones.
What's happening, buddy?
KJ Jones, it's a pleasure.
Always.
Always great to see you. Normally, it's better to see you by your pool at your home when you're feeding me drinks, but here we are.
We're here.
So your week has taken a twist and a turn like everybody's Drag Week event tends to do at some point. So tell me what the plan was, and then tell me what the plan is.
The plan was to take a car that's created by Carcraft Hot Rod, actually kind of a Carcraft video project.
Okay.
It's a 1986 Buick Regal, but it's special.
Okay.
It's got a Gen 3 Hemi in
Cool.
it, top half by an set of Edelbrock heads and a supercharger. So aptly named GCAT.
Yeah.
We're going to take GCAT, and the plan was to run Drag Week. Registered participant, signed up, doing it all the right way, and discovered, I don't even remember what day it is today, but Friday, during a dyno session, the engine was hurt.
Gotcha.
So got here to do some forensics and really find out. Actually, I have it here. We can show the people.
Unfortunately, I saw some of your social media posts. But yeah, if you're carrying the busted parts
around. This is my new fidget spinner. This is my new fidget spinner right
It's
here.
a worry stone. Yeah. It's a fidget spinner.
I'm actually being soothed right now. Trust me. But if you look inside there, that's a piece of push rod there.
Yeah,
so you got
piece of push rod busted off on the lifter.
Acquired parts. Michael Emi did some calling. A lot of people. That's what Drag Week's all about. Is people helping people and to get through this thing. And the biggest part of this is getting through it, not necessarily winning.
You've been there. You've lived that life.
Exactly. So we got the parts being assembled right now, hoping to just get back into this as an exhibitionist.
Hey. That's fine. Make it runs.
Make it run. Make some hits. If it's really all good, drive the distance.
Good.
And that'll be it for this time. But then come back, and of course, redemption. Redemption, is the ultimate
man.
Plan.
We always love it.
That's the ultimate plan.
Well, KJ, I look forward to seeing you all week long. And certainly don't make yourself a stranger here.
Sure.
Sometimes it is very nice to have a bit of a relief valve.
Well,
Oh, he's here. Hey, David.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much, KJ Jones.
And KJ will be here with me after you leave on Friday, unless he's becoming a superhero.
He's going to the bullpen.
Yep.
And we are back at it. Lynette Jankowski just ran down at 10:15. Kevin Wells in a 72 Chevrolet went 12:48.4. Jeff Mink and Chris Dacre coming up. How about Mink's car? 65 Impaler.
I love the B-body Chevys going down the track, 65 being one of my top 3 Impalas of all time. The 2010 Challenger, 10:09 at 152, and the big old Imp,
nice,
10:26, 139.
Look at Dacre's tire tracks. Dacre's Challenger was spinning the tires the entire way down the right side of the drag strip as Nate Thompson and Steve Phillips come up. Phillips, a nice, clean 89 Pontiac Firebird of the 3rd-gen variety, and Nate Thompson, the 2010 Chevy Camaro. Very, very green lights on both sides. Nobody made it to the 4-digit territory of penalty box zone. Goes 10-19-6, 138. Steve Phillips goes 12-24-4 at 116 miles an hour.
Brian, you like the green light to sort of saturate a little bit.
You really do. No,
yeah.
It's good. It's good. That particular kind of frequency of light is very soothing.
Right.
So the more you bask in it, the better it feels.
Corey Pant, and I think his third time that we've seen him up here as our Drag Week racers start to make laps.
He knows we go to 4 different places, right?
He's trying to get it all done right here as he goes 10:41, 130, and the Ranger in the right-hand side, 10:83, 127.
Here comes they had the Headless Horseman in Sleepy Hollow. We got the faceless Corvette.
A guy taking advantage of the no more stock headlights required rule.
And taking advantage of having no shame whatsoever in his life. I mean, you might as well own it. Greg Weigert, the 68 Firebird on the other side. Weigert looks over, probably breaks out into a cold sweat when he sees the front of that Corvette. Matt Tracy, what a neat thing that is. A 71 Vet, as David said, it had sat in a body shop for decades, and Tracy pulled it out and
cut it in half.
Turned it into this. Tracy goes 998.6, just 200, really 14 thou too quick.
He's going to have to make another lap. I think he's also, it's a stock frame and everything, but he's got a stick axle in the back of that thing. It's a freak show. There's always somebody who shows up with something that's just entirely unexpected. I think that might be it this year.
10-17-1 for Weigert. Gary Dufek coming up right now. That is a GT500 Mustang. And how about the blown Malibu wagon?
So this thing is a 555 big block with a Y and 871 on it. He was here last year, and I think he broke on day 3. I think that's what he told me. He actually is balling up the tire out there. That thing would boogie if it actually hooked up. Look at the chatter marks on the track.
Nasty. Still goes 1190 at 127 miles an hour as Dufek goes 1141.2 at 125 in the GT500. Another member of the Chevelle contingent making their way to the starting line. That is Gary Bauer. Alan Roberts, 1968 Camaro in black with the white rally stripes. Make sure you come back and see us in a couple weeks. NHRA Midwest Nationals. Countdown race. It's always fast here. Sometimes we throw funny car bodies through the Jumbotron here, too.
Yeah, that happens.
Or break top fuel cars in half and fly them through the air. We do all that kind of stuff here. Roberts goes 11.62.7, 117. Gary Bauer, 12.014, 114.81.
Yeah, Brian's commentary, mostly less sporty than it is here at Drag Week.
Craziness.
But not always.
Tom Brissy and Sebastian Albert.
All right, Brian, one of my favorite lines from you on a Fox broadcast recently is, as he heads down the track like a snail with a limp. That was by far the best.
Yeah, people get a little wounded by that sometimes. But yeah, snail
No
with
way.
a limp.
No way.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
I heard you dragging Angel under the bus here just a minute ago while you were talking to McKenna.
She's had a tough run of upsets and a tough run of, I should say, whole shot upsets the last couple of weeks at the U.S. Nationals and then just last weekend at Maple Grove. Thomas Brissy, beautiful coupe, goes 11.56 to 117. Albert, 11.92.1 at 126. Does it ever amaze you? Because really, we see so few coupes here. We've never seen many coupes come to this race. We see a handful of them here and there, but you would think, to me, it's like there are so many street rods out there. You'd think a few more of the street rod guys would filter through this race. I'm not saying we need them, but it's just kind of interesting to me that we see very few of like 32s, 34s, whatever.
Yeah, and honestly, that hot rod class is wide open. Guys could be running 7s in it. No one's figured that out yet. I would have to call that class a little bit of a flop, honestly. I thought people would show up, but it's been 3 to 5 cars every year.
Ray Davis and Stu Hill heading to the finish line. The 57 Chevy of Hill goes 10.44.1 at 130. Ray Davis goes 11.16.5 at 127.69.
This white Nova on the left-hand side, very similar to a car I just bought and very similar to the one you've run with your dad since time began.
Yeah, it's actually, that's pretty much outside of the fender exit exhaust. That is about a carbon copy of the Nova, the first car that my dad and I raced together back in the day. Marcus Clark and Joe Ocone. Ocone, the 72 Dart. Believe it or not, Marcus Clark is looking a lot more like I did when I raced that car. Coming behind the finish line in a distant second. 10.99.0, 144.92 for Clark. And once again, we have recovered a phone. It is a flip phone It is a Cricket flip phone. You can get GPS on a flip phone?
Clark Lamb, excuse me, Clark Lamb on the left-hand side, Matt Bunel in the right. The Mopar 1062 at 125.
YouTube on a flip phone.
Wow.
I'm going to put us on.
See if you can pull up the live feed on the flip phone.
I'm going to pull up the live feed on the Cricket phone.
Here in the return road comes the 32, I think, 32 Coupe Brian was just talking about. He's actually not in the hot rod class. Just because you have an old fenderless Roadster or Coupe or everything doesn't mean you have to be in hot rod. As a matter of fact, if you've got modern parts on it, you'll end up in another class, usually Street Machine Eliminator, which is what I'm pretty sure we've got this car in. Yep, looks like a Q on the windshield. Q meaning Street Machine Eliminator, as Jeff Pagano and Hunter Corcoran go down. Hunter's got the 69 Nova. The left-hand lane is the El Camino with LS Power. The El Camino 1188 109 and the Nova 1070 127. Here comes Tracy Grimm again. His all Oldsmobile powered car. We've seen it so many times out here. This guy likes to have a good party on drag week. And Zach Rouse on the other side. Royce.
It works. You can watch YouTube on you can stream YouTube on a flip phone.
That's what you're doing.
What a time to be alive. So Zach has the better reaction time by almost half. And Zach goes 13:47.6 at 65.23 miles an hour. The Oldsmobile runs down 13:80 at 80 miles an hour.
I think that's actually the second time that he's done the coast down, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think his first run I don't think was under power either.
Okay, Brian is so fascinated with this flip phone, it's like an archaeological dig.
It is, and somebody just told me it's probably some sort of like a gang burner phone. And
It could be.
And I've probably now implicated myself in a series of crimes by simply touching it, but I live my life on the edge, man.
Brian sounds like your granddad discovering technology. I think he's referring to me.
Listen, the 12-year-old that wrote that, I actually lived during the era when that was the cutting-edge technology. It's a retrograde. This is like somebody showing up with a steam engine in a Camaro.
That's what that
is what this is.
Yeah, because you can watch YouTube on a flip phone.
Yeah. So we are touching up the lanes on the racetrack right now. The flat drag is out there. It's not going to be long as we continue on. Lonnie has told us about what his plans are for the staging lanes and regarding what the rest of the kind of afternoon is looking like.
I keep reminding you to go to hotrod.com. One of the big things you'll want to follow there is that all of the results from each day are posted. We thank Tanya Turk for compiling that into a big Excel file where you can see every single racer. You'll be able to see who's out. You'll be able to see who's in the lead. People on the live feed asking frequently what's happening to Mike Finnegan in the Blasphemy 55 Chevy. Once again, the 55 that we built together on the Roadkill show, and it's seen many, many updates since then. And he's running an A gas. He is the record holder in A gas. He has not run yet.
You always hear how glasses make people look more intelligent, and you stand as the really shining exception to that rule.
Well, I can guarantee you that me wearing glasses does not make you appear more intelligent with my improved vision. It's actually worse.
Well,
it's a little gruesome on the edges.
A little while. It's fine. It's fine.
This guy goes, you can only watch Perry Mason and the Golden Girls on a flip phone.
Yeah, and the weird thing is the Golden Girls are in their early 30s when you put it on.
Yeah, that's right. man, people are hammering us for the thing that's not going to happen, which is the comeback of the wood of the king.
No, these things can't be forced.
No,
They develop
exactly.
themselves. Listen,
It can't happen.
We had the marlin one year that became the most regal fish of the sea. We talked about the majestic marlin and how things work there. The Kingswood manifested itself into something, but you can't just
and last
force
year you missed the nooch. The nooch was the big thing last year. There was a guy whose last name was I can't remember what, but he became the nooch. Yeah, and so no, you can't force it. You can't bring it back.
It just has to happen.
Yeah, that's a has-been shtick right there. What is the status of Alex Taylor? She has attempted to make a pass, but it looked like transmission barf maybe.
I'm not sure.
We're not sure at all, but it wasn't good. So hopefully she will be back. No Cletus and no Cresta. That is correct. Garbage that barfed. Garbage that barfed is not here.
I haven't seen it.
Yep. That car is now wrapped. It is more garbagey. He, in fact, made it look far worse with the wrap.
And included the name on the trunk.
Garbage that barfed. Yeah, that's right. This guy says Betty White was, in fact, hot on the Golden Girls. There's septuagenarians watching here.
It's a judgment-free zone, man. Except for that comment, actually. It's not. That comment removes it from being a judgment-free zone. That's very judgy.
Right.
A slant 6 powered dart with 4 doors pulls around the water box. I bet this guy was cursing your name recently when you threw a slant 6 in ignominious fashion into a dumpster and then celebrated the accomplishment, much to make people angry.
That pleasurable sound is still ringing through my ears of the 198 slant 6 as it hits the bottom of the dumpster. Boom!
The equivalent of
it's good.
The equivalent of somebody actually ringing the Liberty Bell again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I cracked the bottom of the dumpster too. Yeah, I think I've dumpstered 3 slant 6s. Apparently, it's frowned upon. I don't know if you realize this. We had to pull it back out and actually recycle that turd.
You had to extract it from the dumpster?
Yeah, apparently it's in this guy's car. A 280 6-foot time.
That's Chain Polito. Yeah. List the color of the car as being greenish. Slowish, as one may expect with the slant 6, but reliable. 17046 at 83. He's going for the
race to the bottom.
Fuel Economy Award this week.
No, the race to the bottom. We always have the slowest car.
He's no 27 Franklin, I can tell you that
right
now.
No, that guy was the clear champion on that program.
He was the Don Garlitz of the slowest cars. Run Bar Horse, 1341.3 and 102.17. Word is that the Steve-O Chevelle is running.
That doesn't mean it's running good.
Always with the negative vibes, Moriarty.
You know, the thing about Drag Week is we can have fun with virtually any of these cars out here. You talk about all the big things, but then you also come up with like the Kingswood and the Slant 6 and you know, it's good entertainment.
You see way more stuff over the course of a single day at Drag Week at a drag strip than you see combined over the year at many other events. 4-wheel drive, diesel trucks, all kinds of stuff. Eric Lutner, the 1971 Camaro, and Guy Tody. Tody is in his late model 17 Gen 6 Camaro going 14.022 at 96. Eric Lutner goes 11.84.3, 115 miles an hour. Wonder what Galimi's doing. Do you think Galimi's working out there? I mean, he's laying around.
Today's the first day? I mean, why would that start?
I don't know. I just felt like we need to get that out there on a public record.
Mike Galimi, the new, I guess, editorial director or general manager or top guy
at Hot Rod.
At the Hot Rod brand overall. And right in front of the tower right here, editor-in-chief John McGann making stuff happen.
Steve Felker in his 85 El Camino using the Choo Choo Customs front end nose on that thing. Remember that? Choo Choo Customs?
Oh, yes, I do.
Glenn Sheely, multi-time Drag Week competitor, 1221, 209 miles an hour in his 1966 Corvette.
Was Choo Choo Customs Gary Case?
Maybe. I don't know who owned it. I just remember
maybe not.
They used to advertise in the back of the magazine.
Yeah, maybe not.
Mike Higgins Jr. and John Powell. Powell, the 87 Chevy S10, and Higgins Jr., 87 or 78 rather, Chrysler LeBaron.
Man, the value on these S10s has just gone through the roof. The square ones and the round ones. People want those things now.
Higgins Jr.'s car is running a little rich. as it absolutely has black smoke pouring out of the exhaust. 14.99 at 93. John Powell, 12.605 at 103 miles an hour. And you know the story in the Dodge.
It's a thing of beauty, and it is Hellcat powered.
I believe out of Arizona or something like that, right? Isn't it? Or maybe I've only saw it when it was at your duct tape drags or something. Maybe the first time I saw it was at an event down that way. Kevin Adams, Street Machine Eliminator competitor in a 94 SN95 style Mustang, has raised the attention of the starting line officials. Terlowski's car, I mean, that's a vintage. The vintage light bar is a win. Like, that's an old school light bar. Gumball machine style, a couple of strobes.
Little Adam 12 going on. Who was in Adam 12, Brian? Who were the two leads?
11.94.2 at 99 for Adams. Terlowski goes 12.17.2 at 89 miles an hour. I could not begin to tell you.
Martin Milner and Kent McCord.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was fantastic. This dart on the right-hand side, I think, is a multi-time drag weaker that used to run with a 318 in it, and he's advising us on the back window. Oh, it is the same guy, Neil Jenks. Yes, he says 5.7 Hemi 14-day swap. So that's cool. Let's see if this thing is quicker than it has been. Daniel Cadell on the left-hand side in the 2005 Mustang. I'm thinking the Dart, yes, the Dart is going to drive past the Mustang because the brake lights are on the Mustang. And the Gen 3 Hemi pushes the Dart to 1282 at 108.25 miles an hour. And the Mustang managed to go 101 after stabbing on the brakes at half track.
Listen, it's a rarely talked about move, but he executed it well. Daniel Grubaugh, 2006 Charger that has been turned into a Ute. And Mike Sweeney, a 2019 Challenger with the Billboard style 392 graphics on the side. Ooh, Jeep Comanche. You're playing a pipe organ?
We were distracted by a musical interlude here. 1186 for the Challenger and the Charger Ute, 1485 at 91. Now, this MJ on the right-hand side, the Comanche pickup short bed, I was able to glance at it coming through the pits. I believe it also has a Gen 3 Hemi in it. We will confirm that as we go.
Have a racer in need. KJ Jones is needing an O-ring for an injector. LS3 will work. He's at the top end of the racetrack with the car, and obviously you can't fire the thing up. You got an injector leaking all over the place. An injector O-ring. KJ's at the top end with the race car. He needs an O-ring for the injector. An LS3 style injector O-ring will work. Kane Zarin goes down to the 1185 in the Jeep Comanche truck. 118 miles an hour. Bruce Fleming, we saw his video feature a few minutes ago. 1171.7, 121.83 miles an hour. Oh, that's cool. Dan Chandler purging the nitrous, a 1980 GMC Jimmy, and Ryan B. A guy named B has a bright yellow car. I guess that's what you do.
Did you know that if you have a factory two-wheel drive square body Blazer, it's still a K5, even though K would indicate four-wheel drive in the normal nomenclature?
Didn't know that.
There you go.
Ryan B goes 12.035, 114 miles an hour, as Dan Chandler goes 12.84.6 at 106. Fine, I'll throw him back at you in that 73 to 87 trivia era. What was the internal name for those trucks? We know them as the square body trucks. What did they call them internally?
Oh, I know this but have forgotten. Tell me.
They were referred to internally in GM as the round line trucks because the shape of the door is a round line.
Okay, that one I didn't pull. I was thinking of more number letter code that they called them internally.
The round line was the internal kind of
got it
nomenclature. Logan Tarrant, 1978 rather, Chevy Caprice with a crunchled up rear quarter panel, and Bree Brewer, 17 model year Mustang with the pink accents and the wheels. The Caprice goes 12.81.6, 122.07 after scoring perhaps a victory at a demolition derby. 15:45, 6 at 85 for Bree Brewer. Glad to have Logan Tarrant here. 1996 Chevy Impala coming up next.
The Orca.
Yeah, the Orca body car. These Impalas had an LT1 motor in it. This one, of course, has nitrous. Not sure what he may have swapped into it in place of that. Kevin Dunn in a clean 68 Chevelle.
It's funny, in Hot Rod Magazine, we'd often accidentally write SS Impala. People are like, it's not a ship. It's an Impala SS. I remember when those first came out, John Moss being the guy at Chevrolet who put together the police car parts and turned it into the Impala SS. The big difference in them being that they had bucket seats and a console. Actually, only in 95 and 6. I don't think the 94 had that. And the Impala goes 12:46 at 109.
I wonder if that could possibly be the Robert Schmidt.
Good question. I don't know.
12:46.9 as Kevin Dunn goes 12:34.6. Robert Schmidt has a 67 Chevelle, or did, with aluminum motor and a stick shift in it that was just a killer back in the early 2000s. Got a racer in need. Keith Sack is looking for 2 Precision Turbo 5-pound springs for his wastegates. Looking for 2 Precision 5-pound wastegate springs. It's a 69 Nova. Keith Sack is the racer. If you have the springs, you can come to the tower. We'll get you hooked up. If you know where Keith is pitted, bring him those 2 Precision 5-pound springs. Jeff Watt, 1173.9 at 118. Mike Fasenko goes 12:13.8 at 119.
On this 55 Chevy, I really like the trailer hitch bar on the back that says Drag Week 2017 on it. You'll see a lot of cars that shouldn't have trailer hitches on them that actually have a drawbar on them here at Drag Week.
Yeah, this style of event created that whole genre of things. As Marty Pixler comes up in that 55 Chevy 210 and Scott Sublett in the 80 Camaro.
The trailers are another thing that's caused drama and discussion over the years. Oh, we shouldn't have them and such. We do have an award for people who go with no trailer, as the 55 runs 1175 at 113 miles an hour, and the Camaro on the left-hand lane 1245 at 113.
Yes.
The trailer's another thing that's been simplified this year. We used to have, like, you know, the Pythagorean theorem and everything that you needed to actually figure out the size of your trailer. Now it's just single axle, whatever else you want. Have a nice day.
Dave Arnold and Stephen French. French, the 95 Camaro. Dave Arnold, we have not seen one Mustang I've been looking forward to. Ed's car has not come up yet. We haven't seen that. Ed Arnold, though, the 93 Ford Mustang, clean as a whistle, goes 12:48.1, 109. And Steve French, 1368.2 at 96.67. David Paschal coming up now, and Rick Cruz. Cruz, the 13 model year, 5th gen Camaro. Paschal, an 87 Buick Regal T-Type. Of all the gazillions of things you have owned, have you ever owned one of these things? Turbocharged Buick of any sort?
I actually tried to order a brand
Really?
new Grand National when I was 18, 19, 20, something like that. And I didn't buy it because you couldn't get it with air conditioning delete. So I was like, what? I can't have a muscle
Are
car
you
with
serious?
air. Dead serious.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Dave using that 3.8 liter V6 and the turbocharger goes 1158.6, 118. Rick Cruz 1249.5 at 112 miles an hour. Another thing I love about Drag Week is when something comes around the corner that is just so weird, it's got to be probably kind of fast. This is a Ford Escape that has a hood scoop. It has a set of 1994 Mustang front wheels, a set of tiny well drag light wheels on the back with front runner style tires, and a Mustang.
It's the Escape.
Justin Swanson in the Mustang, and Ty Cobb, who I do not believe is the same man who was in a Baseball Hall of Fame, in the Escape. All right, so I'm going to tell you right now, it's way faster than I thought it was going to be. It's not that fast compared to other stuff, but it's going 71 in the 8th, 10.15 seconds. The Mustang goes 14.14. Look, 1563 at 89 miles an hour. Thanks for being here, Ty Cobb.
Yeah, you got to look at the comparative analysis of, like, the production car ET
Yes.
versus where he's got it. You
Yes.
can't call that slow.
No,
Yeah, it's stepped up.
it's legit.
Imagine his joy when he broke into the 15s.
It's palpable. That might have been it. Nick Droit and Adam Green. Green, a 79 Camaro. Droit, the step-side Chevy pickup truck. Adam Green, 13.043 at 105 miles an hour as Nick Droit goes 12.74.6 at 114.27. Oh, we got an all Volkswagen battle shaping up here in the next, well, not the next pair, but the pair in the water box. Bob Seiler, we saw Bob profiled a little while ago in one of our video features, 67 Le Mans. Arden Plosier, the 1972 Nova in red.
Oh, he's banging gears in the convertible. That thing's been here a bunch of times.
Famously, the car that the Monkey Mobile was based off of. 13.16 with a 608 miles an hour. Adam Plosher, 13.099 at 104. Did you see George Barris' shop is finally going out of business?
Long gone. It has been for a while, and they moved all the stuff from the front of that building over to the Galpin Ford Speed Shop.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so the whole thing is there. The windows, the everything. Don't care about that right now. I care about two air-cooled Volkswagens sitting on the line.
Chuck Fryer. Look at the
wheel stand!
So rad. Prescott Phillips on the other side kept the nose down. Chuck Fryer's car is the tamer looking at the two of them, and he's running away from it.
Absolutely. The one on the left-hand side, the black one's actually widened out. Look at him, 12.27.108 against 12.63.105. That was cool.
Ty Cobb, your escape is good. Thanks for being here, Ty Cobb. That thing's rad. Never change.
Jerry Kratz on the right-hand side. It's an unusual 64 Falcon panel delivery. And on the left-hand side, Ed Hohenberg's got the 87 Mustang.
Former NHRA Superstock K car goes 12.17.9, 110 miles an hour. Jerry Kratz, 12.41.4, 113. The neatest thing about Hohenberg's car, he bought it brand new for the express purpose of going stock eliminator racing. So it was ordered with the vinyl interior, ordered radio delete, ordered with any, it was
That's cool.
ordered to be a race car, which is something that you really, I don't even think you can pull off anymore unless you want to buy a Copo or something. Or a Cobra Jet in the case maybe.
Can you buy a passenger car with roll-up windows anymore?
I think you can still get a pickup truck with roll-up windows, and there
Yep,
may be
you sure
some
can.
sort of
or a Jeep Wrangler.
very low-rung type of deal you can get a hold of.
Yeah, I'm talking passenger car.
Joe Welsh and Richard Robinson. Robinson, the 19 Mustang. Welsh, the 81 Camaro. 1191.3, 113 for Robinson as Welsh goes 1431.3 at 98 miles an hour. The no regrets. Gas are rolling up right now. Dave Huff. It's a 1939 Hudson Terraplane. And Nick Lutomsky, or Lutomsky, I should say. Lutomsky, an 86 Camaro. Digging the lettering on Huff's car. The Dirty Dave Speed Shop is supposed to look like Honest Charlie, the old Honest Charlie Speed Shop logo.
Coker still has Honest Charlie in Chattanooga, don't they? Got a little speed shop there.
Huff goes 13.72.7 at 95 miles an hour as Lutomsky goes 13.79.5 at 105.68. The Starsky and Hutch mobile is back. Dave Kerwin has got a 514-inch 385 series Ford big block in it.
You know this one, Brian. Why is the 385 series called 385 series?
Actually, I don't even know.
The stroke of 3.85 inches.
Yep.
Yep.
Honestly, I never knew that. I knew FE and MEL and all that other stuff. I did not know 385, where that came from. Bill Bush. Shotgun style injector hat on top of the motor. Goes 11.85.2 at 114 miles an hour. Dave Kerwin, 12.32.9 at 111 miles an hour. Steve Hurlbut coming up now. Hurlbut, the 1976 Duster in orange And Paxton Welsh, 84 Mustang. 6-point roll bar looks like for Welsh's car.
I have a new axiom, which is you can't own too many Dusters. I just acquired another one.
You think you absorbed that axiom from Dulcich?
Well, yeah, he is my partner in crime. You will see that car on Roadkill Garage on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus.
Both cars reasonably closely matched in performance here. 15.66.189 for Hurlbut, a 15.56.9 at 93 for Paxton Welsh.
Here comes Pepsi Joe, a past winner of our Spirit of Drag Week award in the Volkswagen Gasser. Thing has a small block Chevy in it. Kevin Jackson on the left-hand side has known this car, knows the roots of it all the way back into the 50s, and he's banging gears in the small block Ford-powered car. He is in our hot rod category, and he's actually a player this year because we haven't seen any serious hot rods. Pepsi Joe, 1193 at 104. And Kevin Jackson, 1404 at 95. He told me his goal is to get into the 13s this week.
Righteous.
Yeah.
Justin Sable is coming up now. Sable, the Street Machine Eliminator entries in 04 GMC Yukon. And Brian Decker, the long bed 86 Chevy C10 truck.
Yeah, that's a Plan B program on the truck. They had another vehicle that I can't recall that they've run in the past. That one didn't make it this year. Justin Sable, 1155 at 117, and the square body 1783 at 77 miles an hour. There's another player in the race to the bottom of the slowest ET of Drag Week.
Legit run for a battleship size SUV for Sable, though. 1155 is moving. Dave Brock and Jason Sturgill. Sturgill, a 71 Buick GS 455 convertible. I'd have to guess that's a pretty rare car. GS 455 convertible, yeah.
So who do we both know and love who had one of those?
Oh, well, Jason Line.
Jason Line, but not a convertible.
I thought Line had the...
Did he have one?
I thought he did. I thought
the dark blue car?
Yeah, I thought so, but maybe I'm wrong.
I was actually referring to Dave McClellan, Big Mac, who had one with a factory 4-speed. Really cool car.
Dave Brock goes 12.24.7, 113, and the Buick goes 14.19.3 at 95.05. One of my all-time favorite Detroit body styles is Fastback Torino coming up here. I love these cars. I think they're great.
They are fantastic. 68 and 69 sports roof Torino. Love it.
Car.
Underrated, actually.
It's Mike Matchnick coming up. It's a 68 model year car. And Jeff Sixt, 75 Camaro for Jeff. And of course, fourth gear coming into the program at about 800 feet. And Matchnick goes 12.63.1, 109, as Jeff Sixt goes 12.51.7, also 109.93 miles an hour.
Once again, this El Camino on the line reminds me of myself. we just bought a 73 SS454 4-speed car for Roadkill Garage on MotorTrend. Thing's actually cool. I bought it, I'm like, there's no way this thing is legit. We pull the engine out, it's numbers matching.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty
again,
cool.
You talk about a small window, like, what is there, a dozen of those? I mean, who would have ordered that thing with a big block and a 4-speed?
There was, I think, 66, if memory serves. Yeah.
Lowell Rust, a 67 GTO. Very much a factory appearing car.
He went deep, and he's going to back up with the El Camino. And he's going to destroy the tires. That thing has a new TKX in it with dirt and sparks falling out of the back, leaving marks on the bang shift, leaving marks on the ground. I like it.
He left marks, and he took half the starting line with him when he dumped the clutch. 13.39 at 102 for Miller. Russ goes 11.87.5 at 113.61. As one of the other unlikely stick shift cars of the weekend, or the week rather, comes up. This is the Pontiac Safari wagon that is equipped with the gear jammer.
I appreciate that both for us and for the audience and for their clique, that they've got the manual transmission shift pattern on the back of all these windows. There's the stick category, and the other people that you see is the anti-LS consortium,
right.
which is a growing band of people who refuse to have the LS engine in their car, as most of these do.
Brian Wibbenmeyer. It's a 1980 Malibu. Steve Lemieux in the 89 Pontiac Safari. See Lemieux's car richening up as he heads down the racetrack.
No way.
Well, I mean, look at the black smoke pouring out of the thing.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
12:53.5 at 109 miles an hour. Lemieux goes 12:64.6 and a $110. That's entertainment. Speaking of entertainment, you get this line of cars coming up the return road here. It's just like it's a snapshot of drag week right there. Oh, neat little Hornet. And an Olds Vista Cruiser. Mike Whitney and Nick Kurzak. Kurzak is an 80 Ford Fairmont. Hunkered down to the right side as he left the starting line. And for Mike Whitney, a well-worn but good-looking 1966 Chevy 2 wagon. 1186.6, 110 for Kurzak. Whitney goes 12:64.5 at 108.
The little fastback Hornet is a past player. I believe it has a small block Chevy in it. And the Vista Cruiser in the right-hand lane is actually my friends Chris and Leela from Vibrolas, the band called Vibrolas.
All groups, A, B, C, and D lanes are open for a final run all session. Groups A, B, C, and D, if you'd like to make another run, the lanes are open for a final run. Mike Bogardus. Mike Bogardus. And the AMC Hornet goes 12:95.8 at 105. We have a 2019 Mustang GT. We got a racer in need. 2019 Mustang GT, driver's side rear axle, stock or aftermarket. Come to the tower. We'll get you Barry's number. It's a guy named Barry needs the axle. We'll get you hooked up with him. 2019 Mustang GT, driver's side rear axle, stock or aftermarket.
All right, this is entertainment. The Charger on the right-hand side says it's Plan B. It identifies as, I think he said Fox body with a Pro Charger and a Godzilla engine. Apparently, that's what he was putting together. Those Godzillas are coming into their own, man. Yeah. Big time. We're going to buy one, run it on Engine Masters coming up.
Yeah, Brian Wolf has been doing a lot of development work up there. He's got one with a Whipple on it that's nasty. It's Greg Dunn. Making tracks down the left-hand side of the racetrack in his Pontiac GTO, 1299.7, 106. Kurzak goes 14.14 at 100.
Yeah, I was shopping for speed parts for the Godzilla, and I don't know if you're aware that Mast Motorsports has this intake form that's only about $4,000. Oh. I think that's what it is.
Did you grab two?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's really, really nice piece.
John Coaster and Kerry Nashim coming up right now. Grabber Blue, 2013 Mustang. And John, another of our good collection of Chevy 2 station wagons here this week. This one may be powered by the stock 194 inliner.
It's a 230 swap, Brian.
It's a 230 swap.
Yeah, you want to upgrade.
The 36 cubes. 12:72.7, 103 for Kerry as John Coaster goes 15:40 with a 7 at 90 miles an hour.
This Valiant in the left-hand lane, very cool. Formerly an ignored A-body by the Mopar crowd, but now I'm seeing a lot of them as they get cheaper, and you know the Dusters are thinned out by my own purchasing habits, and darts are getting more expensive. You see the Valiants. This one's powered by a Gen 3 Hemi, and he is running in street race small block, naturally aspirated. Tahoe on the right-hand side, Christopher Bridger.
The last Tahoe we saw ran 11:50. Bridger's car, or truck rather, may get to the 8th mile in 11:50. Trevor Hawkins goes 12:13.6 at 112. And now we take a brief interlude as Chris Bridger gracefully heads down the right lane.
Snail with a limp.
22:10 with a 6 at 81.56 miles an hour. If there were a pack of wildebeest and Chris Bridger's Tahoe was in it, the Lion would be taking it down right now.
Obscure?
It's lunch.
But yeah.
It is lunch.
I think the winner of the race to the bottom, at least as far as today goes.
Frank Porso and Mark Zadjian. 1988 Chevy S10. As David mentioned, property values on the rise in S10ville. Porso, the 2022 or 21 rather model year Challenger. Scat Pack car. The Scat Pack cars are cool. You owned one of these for like 5 minutes, didn't you?
Not a Scat Pack. I got rid of it because it was the 5.7, and I am shopping for the Scat Pack, which was countermanded by other people who live in my house.
Countermanded.
Actually, I am allowed.
Challenger going to get the better of the pickup truck here. We have opened the lanes A, B, C, and D. If you'd like to make a final run, regardless of your run group, the lanes are open. 1264.9, 109 for Frank. Mark goes 1478 to 102.68.
Do you actually realize exactly how tolerant my wife is? I'm never home. I own 25 cars. I've got stuff all over the driveway. I'm very fortunate.
Chris Mass and Trevor Slusser coming up right now. 69 C10 for Slusser. A 77 formerly F250 for Mass. Or Moss. And man, this deal coming up next is going to be genius. Oh, Moss's truck twerking off the starting line. This is a family show. Chris. That thing was trying to throw the bed off the back of it as the axle wrapped up. Slusser goes 13.13.9 at 105 miles an hour. Moss goes 13.89.4 at 95 miles an hour. Name another Moss in drag racing. Good association with Don Garlitz. Drove a lot of race cars. Butch Moss drove the famed and ill-fated Wins Liner back in the day.
Aha.
Paul Flory and
Oh,
Rod
you're
Klaus.
talking about trying to throw the bed off the thing.
Yikes.
Did you see that thing launch? He's probably got 6-inch blocks in the back of that thing and axle wrapped to death.
So Rod Klaus running for his life because Flory might drive over that thing by the time they get to the turnout. 15.97.9 at 87. And the big truck goes 17.47.3 at 87.
Man, that thing was moving like that time you jumped on stage with the stripper. You remember that?
Oh, it wasn't a stage, it was a trampoline. It was all the movement.
Yeah.
But Flory's truck has a stick shift in it, probably like an SM420 or something, or 465, and he let the clutch out.
Yeah, it's new enough that it would be a 465, but either way, I cannot imagine drag racing with one of those. There's no bang shift involved in that scene.
Clearly, there's none for him either. That's why I thought that's probably what it has in it for a
Right.
transmission. Brent Hergert and Charles Hoekstra coming up right. Oh, yeah. Hergert's car came out. Oh, this is not going to end well.
Oh.
Please stop. Please. Please stop.
Oh, pull over.
Please, for the love of God. Please stop. Please. 1196.6 at 67 miles an hour.
The worst part of this is people are going to have to listen to us.
Yeah.
For the next 25 minutes.
Oh, the huge manatee.
Yes.
Brett Hergert goes 13.03.9 at 105 miles an hour, well, expelling all the fluid.
Yeah, now would be a good time if you're on the live feed to go ahead and throw up some questions, and I will throw up some answers.
Yes, well, yeah, you barf up the questions. We'll barf up the answers. Safety crew is out checking the racetrack. If by some miracle there is nothing on it, we'll continue on. We'll get a report here momentarily. If you compete in an event like this, what car of yours would you do it with?
Like a nonstop question that I get. And this is going to be hard to believe, but I actually enjoy doing this so much with Brian that I just want to keep announcing. I don't even want to race. We just have so much fun. There's so much love coming from the booth.
One guy just said that oiling down the track is your and Finnegan's job. That guy shouldn't have done that. We're in a precarious situation. I'm going to lean in to read the questions.
Yeah, exactly. We're live on camera here from the booth, but we need to lean forward to read the questions, or I can do this, Brian. I actually have the capability of moving it closer.
Actually,
to
hold
us.
it over your face. The ratings will go up.
That would be way better.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got for questions. Will they be a Maserati 2.0? This is a Roadkill Show question where we had a yellow Mazda rotary pickup that had a 455 Oldsmobile in the bed. And it got stolen out of Blythe, California. People always ask me, are you going to get it back? I'm not even looking. But, yeah, we do have plans for another one.
Has anyone run a flathead V8 on Drag Week? And over the years, of course, we've had Hot Rod show up with flatheads in it.
Definitely we have seen that.
Where's the F-bomb, man? Where's the F-bomb? People want to know where the F-bomb is.
I know, always. That's in Nelson's backyard or front yard, and I've actually spent a whole bunch of money on parts, and it is in the assembly mode.
What is the track lineup for the rest of the week? Great question. We leave here, we go to Indianapolis. We leave Indianapolis, we go to Byron, Illinois. We leave Byron, Illinois, we go to Cordova, Illinois, and then we come right back here on Friday. Now you know.
And yes, you can spectate at any of those tracks, and we will have live feeds from every track.
CB Gilbert, why no 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 second index classes?
We used to have
We
that.
have 17 classes, man.
Right, you don't need
17.
more.
It's not Baskin Robbins. It's not 101 flavors here.
Or even
if you
31.
cannot find a place for your car in 17 classes, go do something else.
We did have those indexes in the very first years of the daily driver category, and took it away.
My favorite drag week car of all time.
Oh, there's no way on that one. People always ask me favorite of all time questions about all sorts of things. It's like, dude.
It is impossible to put a finger on it. But I will say this: my favorite tandem of cars of all time, the Lutz Original 57 and Larry's Nova. Those two cars provided such entertainment and great battles and fights to the end that I would put those two on a plane above all else.
For entertainment value, yeah. For actually loving the car itself, there's probably some slower cars that I've really dug. I mean, I love the Volvo.
Yes.
I mean, there's all sorts of stuff. It's impossible to say.
Yeah, loads and loads of great stuff.
Yes, I am fatter. This is a great question. Thank you. Brian, more Dorkomotive? What happened to that? You did a whole Dorkomotive about the history of fastest streetcar racing, and have you aired that?
It is not complete yet. I got my goal was to get it finished before the racing season started, and I've not finished it yet. I'd say it's about 80% done, and it will. Once I get a break, we got a little break coming up here in a couple of weeks. I hope to get it finished off. But I interviewed all the living members of the top 10 from the original '92 fastest streetcar shootout, which effectively would turn into years over time the pump gas drags, which would then turn into this, and it's kind of an oral history of that first race and the influence that it had going forward. It's going to be a cool show, but it's kicking my backside to get it done.
Moving on to the less insulting questions for me. People ask, what's my quickest time with my Model A? I had the goal of building an 8-second car naturally aspirated, and I put together with my buddy Sam Strube a 31 Model A with a 572 NA motor, and it went 888 at 800 horsepower, and we are, as we speak, bolting in the 950 horsepower engine, so that'll be entertainment. That's another one you can watch on Roadkill Garage on MotorTrend. Your mic is really quiet, Brian. No, he just has a very soothing sort of whisper to him, is what that is.
Maybe I was speaking quietly when my soul was leaving my body. Watch that Mustang, what I thought was destroying the left lane. So sorry if I quieted down for that one. What made David a Mopar guy? I think it was the lead paint, but you can give a good answer.
I would say that it was because when I was 13, 14 years old, I was collecting car magazines, and I loved the advertisements in those things.
They were fantastic.
Yeah, they were just fantastic. And the Mopars had just the wild colors and the wild stripes and all of that stuff. And then the first car with a stick I ever drove was a buddy's 71 Duster Twister 318 3-speed, which I thought was like a funny car at the time. So I think that's what hooked me.
Somebody asked what goes into picking the racetracks and the locations, and we touched a little bit on this before, but there are a couple of basic requirements. One, can you open early in the week? There are a lot of tracks around the country that have operating days and hours that don't allow them to operate on a weekday. Two, are you in vicinity of other racetracks that we can build a route to drive around? And three, do you have a decent reputation? Is your place safe, and will it give our competitors a good experience? And that's why we're here at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Yeah, can you hold a 6-second car? Yeah. Exactly. Where's Finnegan coming up is my understanding.
Where's the fraud, man?
It's going to be at Duct Tape Drags, the Tucson Dragway event coming up, October 1st.
Rick Steinke and Jackie Steinke are not here this year, as they are being asked about. Honka Parts Fall Off. They went and ran the Shakedown last weekend at Virginia Motorsports Park, one of the great door slammer races in the country, and he was running the 235 category and was crushing it in the 8th mile.
He is the only racer in street race small block power adder to ever hand in an 8.500.
Yeah, they're great people, great racers, and glad they're out there having fun in the sport. Ben Brown, Cullen Duncan coming up. Duncan, as you would say, crew cab Chevelle with the roof rack on it. Does
crew
it
cab's
annoy
the
you?
new jam.
Yeah, well, it's,
Everyone has them. They're cheaper.
you've created, not you were the first guy to really popularize that crew cab thing, and then it just becomes the popular lexicon.
Well,
Is that
speaking of
is that an
Hawk of
honor?
Parts fall off, he was way before me on making four-door Chevelles cool, Rick Steinke.
No, yeah, you didn't do anything to make it cool. I'm just saying the term.
Actually, I had, the term crew cab Chevelle. It came from way back when I had that 65 when I was doing...
In Mexico, right? Did you guys say that in Mexico?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Keith Turk and I and Chad
Guy made the
Reynolds
Charo
piled
with a
into
piston.
that thing. Yeah, and we that was 65 Chevelle when I was doing that Car Junkie TV thing.
Ben Brown, 12-19-7-105. John Sears popping in. Yeah, Rick went 505 in the 8th on a 235 tire in that car, which is ridiculous. Cullen Duncan, 12-29-1-123. How about the Jaguar rolling up here? We don't get a lot of the real zooty sports car stuff here, but Jody Ames, it's a 2014 Jaguar XKRS. Or XKSR. Tony McDonald, 37 Dodge truck.
Also running in the hot rod class.
And the Jaguar Goose, a 12-19-8, 114-23. Tony McDonald. The pickup truck is pulling over at the top end.
Yeah, he's not competing in the hot rod class. He's in the hot rod class.
Yes, there's two different things.
All right, I have a couple of notes here. Racer in need, KJ Jones. You were looking for that O-ring for the fuel injector. Mike Finnegan has one. KJ, go see Finnegan. He's got one. Tony Angelo is advising me that, he's riding with Mike Finnegan in Blasphemy this week, and he is advising me that they are in line, for those of you who are asking.
Kyle Wimmer coming up, 64 Buick Electra, deuce and a quarter, AJ Crater, the 2020 Ford Mustang, and we are going to be closing the lanes for everybody at 2 p.m. That is 1 hour and 21 minutes. From right now, this nitrous injected Buick.
Has he got nitrous on it now?
Yes, he did.
Last year, he was trying desperately to break into, I believe, the 15s with this car. Might have been 16s. I think it was 15s. And now
49.3 goes 14.76.4 at 93 miles an hour. What's that thing weigh? 4,800 pounds or more?
And that's indicative of a 15-second car with a 125 shot. So that might be what's going on there.
John Chimura coming up. This is a 1996 Beretta. I'll be real honest with you. I cannot ever say I've seen a 96 Beretta on drag week.
Is this the first one that you've seen?
Listen, bring it. That's what I was trying to bait you into that.
And the 344 speed 71 Dodge Dart. Is the Beretta going to outrun the Dart?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, by a train length.
Uh-huh.
1230 with a 4 and that thing runs 12s.
That's pretty awesome. We need to have a look at that. And the Dart 1570 at 95. Perhaps it's a 273 4-speed Dart.
I'm betting the Chimura's car, we'll go find it, but I bet Chimura's car has like a small, it's quiet enough to have a turbo on it, and it had the same, that V6 kind of has that kind of crazy, screamy noise to it. It's definitely dulled down. Very cool.
Kind of like you announcing. That's great.
Hey, man, you can pick this up yourself tomorrow. It's fine. I got other things I could be doing.
Alone in your hotel room.
Damn tootin'. Matt Soderberg, if you can't be with yourself, who can you be with? Raymond Hagman going up the starting line now, the 1969 Ford Mustang. And Soderberg, the 1954 Chevy 210. And what's cool about that is you look at a 54 Chevy and then consider how much cooler and styling a 55 Chevy is, in my opinion. 1272.7 How much they change from one year to the next. It's wild.
Pretty radical.
Hageman goes 13.23, 8 at 105.
I just realized I hate myself for calling that Falcon a panel delivery. It was actually a sedan delivery.
So Nate Mahoy, it's an 80 Monza Spider with the rear window louvers, which give you about 200 performance-wise, 1296, 108. Bart Seswick goes 1254, 0 and 110. Ryan Begum and Cheryl Kaiser. 29 Ford truck for Kaiser running in the hot rod division. And Begum, the 1995 Tahoe. Strong turn on the Tahoe world this year. Lanes are open, A, B, C, and D. They're open. They will be closing in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
It was a struggle, but we decided not to do the Tahoe shootout on the final day.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I watched you wrestle with that last night. The emotion, very emotional decision. 1274, 3 at 104 as Begum goes 14 to 16, 2 at 90.
Someone here asking what happened to Buck McCoy. Brent McCoy, I saw him on site here. He might be a stick shift class instigator.
Brian Sprang, it's a 2000 Lincoln Town Car that is pouring junk out of the rear bumper. And Rob Levens, 65 Chevrolet. Levens goes 1254, 7 to 109 as Sprang in the comfort and quiet of a refined 2000 Lincoln goes 1595, 1 at 87 miles an hour. Should give us a chance to talk about the GTM. This is a kit car. Factory 5 makes these things. This one is different in that it has been elongated. It's been stretched out. Uses a Corvette transaxle in the back of it. I believe it has like an LS7 motor somewhere in the middle there. Many moons ago, the OG ECTA location in Maxton, North Carolina, Rob Canan and I went down with 2 Factory 5 cars and ran them in the mile. We had a GTM and we had their Daytona, like the one that looks like a Shelby Daytona coupe. Yep. So Rob drove that. I hope Rob is watching because Rob drove that and would exit it as though he was bailing out like it was on fire. He could not properly climb out, so he would throw his body out and kind of flop onto the ground to get up. It was not a very dignified look, but it was a really fast car. Terry Burkhead, the 2020 Jeep SRT Hellcat, or rather a track. So Ty Mason in the GTM, 94 in the 8th mile. Stripe, 1174.2, 122 miles an hour. Burkhead goes 1211.6 at 103. Man, how about the international pickup truck with the sticker slick still on the back of it? I mean, it didn't even peel the stickers off. And Justin Trask, the 1955 Pontiac Chief. Funky Knudsen was in the midst of getting his hooks into Pontiac about this time. Really changed the entire theme of the brand, and I can only begin to imagine what's gone south in the 1969 International truck. Trask goes 1262.9 at 107 miles an hour as we get a slow flyby here by Neil McNulty on our camera. It's a dramatic shot.
He was ready for his close-up.
He was.
Aussies, if you're watching at home, the Steve-O Chevelle is in lanes. I don't think it's going to be pretty. Well, it's never pretty.
I was going to say.
Yeah, but you might want to tell your friends to tune in so they can check that out. We currently have 6,871 people watching Drag Week worldwide. Yeah, pretty good number. We really appreciate all of you.
Well, David does.
Yeah, Brian doesn't care about anybody.
David's being very disingenuous right now. He doesn't even appreciate me, and I'm in the same room, let alone somebody from Uzbekistan that's watching Drag Week right now.
Uzbekistan.
That's why they call it a running board. Might as well use it.
I don't see him running.
No, that's why. You don't have to run. You stand on it. '69 International is still out there like a ghost ship, slowly making its way through the shutdown area.
He's kind of like that massive pile of plastic that's in the ocean that nobody can quite find.
It just
drifts
floats around.
Yeah,
that's really what's happening right now.
You can see it from space.
Yep.
He's moving at the same speed.
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know what happened either. I think maybe because he didn't remove the stickers from the slicks, there was such a massive loss of traction because of those stickers on there that caused the vehicle to become unstable.
You know, Brian, some people are actually frightened by acceleration. That launch might have actually led him to lift.
We all saw it. I mean, a 2.61 second 60-foot time is not for the faint of heart.
I see Tony Angelo here right in front of the tower, about probably ready to run Blasphemy. He's got his "We're Gonna Lose the Shop" t-shirt on.
Listen, hold on a second. Asa Mathias going down the racetrack, 66 GMC C15. He's got the "We're Gonna Lose the Shop" t-shirt, but more importantly, he's got the full crew chief accoutrement.
Yeah.
He's got the laptop, he's got the headset, he's got a little swagger in his stride, 1458.2 at 93 miles an hour. Thought I was looking at Alan Johnson for a second. Thought I was, wait a second.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that
He
the
got
ghost
his
of
Leahy
Dale?
box?
Is that the ghost
He
of
might
Dale
need
Armstrong floating by?
He might be able to save the Hemi if he had that Leahy
Yeah, forget the
device.
shop, Tony. Save the engine. Finnegan's driving that thing.
Oh, they're prepping the track.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are. I mean, this really going to that final push. About an hour and 10 minutes, we're going to be closing the staging lanes. And once that happens, if you're in, you're in. You make your run. If you're not, happy trails to you. Make sure you come up and get your stuff. Racers, as you can hear this on the PA system, please, please, please. Room 210 in the timing tower is where you need to be to turn in your time slip. Failure to do that will disqualify you from the event.
And don't forget that you'll need your map to go to the next track. We do require the racers to drive on the hot rod route all the way. We got checkpoints. People have to take photos of themselves at the checkpoints to prove that they were there. And we have thrown people out for that in the past.
Yes, it has happened. There have been people stationed on highway. Literally, people were stationed on highway overpasses, kind of keeping an eye out, and all of a sudden, bada bing, violators are discovered.
Yep. So yeah, you must drive the route. You know what might be convenient is you could actually read the rules. You know, if you got nothing to do in the car tonight.
But listen, in 1955, they had the first nationals, and I think the whole entire rules package was 1 page. And I'm sure there was guys going, "What do you mean I can't do this?"
I'm sure.
This is written in very short sentences. They're very easy to comprehend. But yeah, drag racers and rules typically do not
mesh.
They don't mesh. They just don't ever kind of see each other.
Lonnie Grimm, who's running the lanes down here for us, is actually the National Tech Director for NHRA, and I enjoy always asking him, hey, who'd you throw out this meet?
Yeah.
Go to some nationals, and, you know, he's actually dealt with some nitro cars on that.
His very first day on the
Yes,
job.
exactly.
Lonnie should be the one telling the story, but I'll tell it.
Yeah.
But his very first day on the job as National Tech Director at an NHRA national event, one of the most high-profile teams in the sport makes a qualifying run, and they come back, and they do the typical fuel check like every time, and all of a sudden his phone rings. It's like, we checked it twice, and there's still a percentage hot on the nitro percentage. So, day one, these guys he doesn't have a identification badge yet. No one knows who he is. He goes waltzing in their pit area like, I think we need to have a conversation here. Now, granted, it was just a qualifying run that got disallowed, but it was an auspicious kickoff. You know?
No, that's fun.
But look, you got to have it. I mean, they tore down some guys, Maple Grove this weekend. They bounced a couple of racers, specifically in classes like stock and super stock, where it's just elemental that the stuff is the way it's supposed to be. That's how you level the playing field. So, I mean, they were tearing him down left, right, and Indy. That's obviously a big thing there. And he's torn down super gas racers. Some super comp guys have gotten the business. So no one is safe from the long arm of Lonnie Grimm.
Mind your P's and Q's. Hey, everybody, if you're here live, see the green golf cart on the right-hand side of the track? Directly in front of that is Chris Reed.
Hey, look, it's Chris Reed.
He is a director and often ACAM operator for Roadkill and Roadkill Garage. He's my director on Engine Masters. And you'll see that today he's wearing a shirt that says FSM Video Crew. Turn around. What's it say? Film Crew.
Film Crew.
Film. You shooting on film this week?
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
He's got a Remflex.
That's a very fancy holder for an iPhone is what he's got going on there. But yeah, he is shooting with Mike Finnegan all week.
Chris is also impervious to hot foods.
Yes, he is. That's a fact.
He can consume things that would take down a regular man would be felled by the Carolina Reapers of the world. He eats them like they're candy.
He can emit things that a regular man is felled by.
All right, we got a couple of car features coming up here, a couple of minutes of feature action while the track prep gets done. So we're going to profile a couple more of our great Drag Week competitors here momentarily.
Well, hi everybody. We're back here at the eBay Motors presents the Gear Vendors Overdrive 2022 Drag Week. Here talking to one of the most unique cars I think on the lot. A lot of Detroit iron here, but this is a one of a kind. Ty Mason's here. He'll tell us about his ride.
Well, I built it 11 years ago. It's LS powered, 6.9 liter. And we did have to modify the body quite a bit in order to accept a C5 Corvette transaxle in the car.
And you did a lot on the doors too, I see.
Yeah, we built these frames around the doors because the glass was supposed to just lay up into the body, and for high-speed stuff like we were trying to run in the Silver State, they would just blow right out.
Tell us a little about the power plant.
Well, it's a 6.9 liter. It's all LS, and it's pretty much just pretty basic. Good. Just got a little bit of cam.
Yep. Strong stuff.
Yep. It's all forged internals, but
now you got the drag tires on it. You going to run them to the next stop, or you still got to swap out?
I'm going to swap it back out for.
You got another lap you want to make?
I haven't made one yet.
Oh, you haven't made one yet. Okay.
No, we're just waiting to get called up now.
Okay.
So.
Well, cool. Well, good luck to you this week, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Monday Morning Racer here in the pits at Hot Rod Drag Week 2022. You all know I love my gassers on my Monday Morning Racer YouTube channel covering Southeast Gassers Association. I'm going to give the gassers some love this week at Drag Week, and Herschel Cronin here has got a beautiful shoebox Chevrolet powered by a Ford nonetheless, known as the Twisted 55. Herschel, the story on this car real quick. Why a Ford power plant in a bow tie?
Well, basically because everybody puts Chevrolets in Fords, so I figured I'd just put me a Ford motor in Chevrolet. I'm tired of LS swaps. So I went Ford swap.
Did the Ford swap. What is it?
It's a 540 big block Ford. It's a 429 stroke to a 540.
So one lap already in the books here at Worldwide Technologies Raceway. Your thoughts on that pass?
We got a little vibration in the transmission or something we got to look at. I guess my legs got a little short. I wasn't full throttle, so we're going to make another pass here in a little bit.
So, man, why a gasser at Drag Week? It seems like that's a difficult way to do it. Why gas it up?
Oh, I guess I'm just old school, man. I just like doing gassers, so that's what I've been doing.
It's definitely old school, and it's definitely cool. Where do you think you'll rank at the end of the week? What's your goals?
What do you think I'm going to run at the end of the week?
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping to do better now. I'm hoping to run about a 860 average, 870.
Well, keep an eye on Herschel as he is here at Drag Week 2022, and I'm going to keep you updated on the gassers in the field.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving extreme because, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
And we are back on the live feed. as we get down to the very last moments of prepping the track, and we'll get cars back out here in action. We know that we've got Mike Finnegan coming. We know that we've got Steve-O coming. We know that a lot of the racers who haven't got down just yet are going to be back trying to get their number at the very last second. Wait till you see how that goes down towards the end of the week when people are leading their class and all of a sudden they squeak a lifter or kill a fuel pump, mad thrash just to try and get the runs in. You'll see that coming in the future. A lot of people will simply drop out when they break here on day one, which is not the right thing to do. This is supposed to be about never say die, but it does happen. I'm going to guess that we get 15 to 20 cars. Probably 15 to 20 will not make it out today.
Bumper crop of competitors handing in their time slips right now. Line is stretching around the block. We normally have kind of a cap on that. Is it 30 minutes after the last run? What is the capper on the...
There is an official procedure that says that, because we had in the past, we've always said, if you're in line at this time, we will run you out. We had one racer who had the engine out of the thing, and they pushed the car into the staging lanes and were working on it, and they're like, you said, and that was one of those, it does not meet the intent of the rule. Everything here is at the race director's discretion. Bye-bye.
I just mean in terms of turning in the time slip.
Turning in the time slip, different thing. I thought you were talking about the staging lanes cutoff time.
No, I was speaking in English, and that was what confused you.
I see. Although I did tell a more brilliant and entertaining story than the actual hand in your time slip thing, which I did while you were relieving yourself.
Why do you think I was doing that? Maybe I was out there just saying hey to the people that you claim to care so much about. I was out there shaking hands.
Yeah.
Huh?
Shaking hands?
How about that?
Yeah. You know, I understand it's not always necessary to leave the booth to actually, take care of your business.
Some would say that my predecessors in certain roles have struggled in that arena. If only it were not true. Anyway, race cars again to Buick. And here comes blasphemy. So Mike Finnegan, those of you that have been waiting and watching and hoping Mike Finnegan would make a run, he's going to do it right now. And you got to take us through kind of what all has happened with this car, because my understanding is basically soup to nuts, they've changed everything.
Well, it's got a fresh engine in it. They've got a different injector combination. Actually, I think they tested the new one and went back to the old one. New supercharger. He's got a T56 in it now, faceplated and such, rather than the G-Force that used to be in it. I think G-Force built this T56. He's got a different rear end gear in it and different tires.
Other than that,
it's going to be all good. This is the very first pass with the new equipment. Also note the new paint job on the car. A whole lot more metal flake going on the roof and the dash.
Still Pete Harrell's engine? Pete Harrell did the motor, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
HED.
So this is your class record holder in A gas. They won the event last time they showed up. It's a fantastic episode of Roadkill with Finnegan and Tony Angelo. You see Tony down there on the right-hand side.
Bench pressing the transmission into
Chris
the car.
Reed actually filming him. Yeah, the bench press made Tony famous. He now has T-shirts that are actually like Angelo's gym or something, where he's bench pressing trans. Here we go. Well, that wasn't the traction that he was looking for. He's banging gears, puffing a little bit of smoke as he goes down. 956, 140. What'd you see, Brian?
Well, there was a big puff of black smoke there as he got to the finish line. The sound took a second to get back to us. There's maybe just clipping the rev limiter. It goes 956, 140. Yeah, just kind of odd. The smoke was not followed by bang bang, which is always a good thing, as James Jekyll goes 1285.4 at 109.
I did not see a parachute on that, so I'm wondering if he thought that was no good. He's going to get back here as fast as he can to go again. Staging lanes are open for 1 more hour, or 59 minutes if we want to be exact.
Bill Schwartz and Dave Morahan coming up. Morahan, the 2013 Camaro. Schwartz, a 69 Chevelle that is getting after it. As we now, this open session, we're going to start seeing some of these faster cars that didn't make a clean lick the first time coming back up again. An 888.7 152 for Schwartz in the Chevrolet as Morahan finishes the run. 1162.9 123. Greg Grosvenor. Now, Grosvenor used to have a ProCharger on this car. He has since made the switch to turbochargers. As you can hear, it is a whole lot quieter. His first run did not materialize anywhere near what he wanted.
He's got an SMX in this thing as well.
And Rob Senker coming up, the 84 Pontiac Grand Prix. And it does appear that Grosvenor's going to run as a solo artist here.
Straightening the thing out. There we go.
So Pro Street Power Adder for Grosvenor, which historically speaking is a pretty stiff class. Its class average last year for the win, or the winning average, was 7:44.1. Quickest of all time in the category. Pedal it multiple times. It started to hit the tire, and you watch it go into shake. Before 60 feet, it shook the tire. Craig did a nice job to pedal it, but it still did not grab hold of the drag strip. 1079.1 at 86 miles an hour for Grosvenor. I believe we will see him back again.
Frank Romano coming back with the 55 Chevy. I was corrected earlier when I was looking that he is in Super Street Big Block Power Adder, and I didn't think it was a Power Adder car. Apparently, he does have nitrous on this thing now.
It's a 509-inch big block combination, if I remember correctly, and it is very tightly wound. He spins this thing up.
And 4-speed. Rob Senker's in the left-hand side in that 84 Grand Brown. It's a Pontiac Grand Brown.
Grand Brown.
That's pretty good. The Pontiac is in the modified category, which now means only Power Adders.
Romano nibbles in. Here comes Senker. This is looking nice for Frank. Did have some wheel speed off the starting line, but drove through it, made the shifts properly, and Romano goes 9.709 at 140 miles an hour. Nice run for the silver shoebox as Senker goes 10.63, 7.143.
Stay tuned, and if you're on the live feed, tell your friends we have Bryant Goldstone coming back right after this pair.
So Bob Ruppel, his winter green, winter mint color, 1972 Corvette convertible, C6 style Corvette convertible. Ruppel goes 964, 8140. The Vet goes 1021.8 at 133.62.
Once again, the great story of Bryant Goldstone and this Javelin, which he's been racing a long, long time. Remember, it was white. It ran in NMCA
Yes.
days. And then you've seen it more recently red with the silver sort of scallops on the front. We've seen him at Carcraft Midnight Drags, Roadkill Nights, and, of course, many, many drag weeks. They put the thing on its lid at US 131 last year. They've put the car all back together with mostly new body, a new chassis front half. Chassis was the same in the back half. It's still a 572 conventional head deal, twin turbo from Ultratech.
These cars in their normal street going fashion don't get a whole lot of love. You see a lot of people love the earlier, Javelins and AMXs, but I really like these cars, and the cool front fender kick-ups and everything. They're actually a really good looking car, and when you build one like this on these massive tires, it just exaggerates all that stuff. It really is a cool piece.
And I like the way this thing looks now. Yeah. I prefer it to the old version.
Dennis Rayleigh, Street Machine Eliminator runner in his SN95 style Mustang.
Almost 7,000 people watching worldwide.
You were pretty gentle with that car off the start. That 117 is still nasty, and Goldstone goes 715 at 199.32 miles an hour. I suspect we'll see him again. 1147.5 at 118.87 miles an hour. But for Goldstone, I think they may go back and sort out a little bit of chassis stuff there, as you saw him make that wiggle through the first maybe 60, 100 feet. But once he had the thing straightened out, 155 in the 8th mile, and they poured it through at 199. Dennis Raley, 11:47.5 in the Mustang, 118.87.
I love the T-shirt on this guy down here. It says "Street Legal-ish."
That is pretty good.
Yeah. That's the other thing that always comes up here. People going, "That's not street legal. That doesn't work in my state. That doesn't pass inspection." Here's the thing: all of these things have lights, brake lights, horn, turn signals, registration, and insurance.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Tony Angelo, Finnegan is at the top of the track needing some help. Tony, get your guys or get yourself up to the top of the track. Somebody can give Tony a ride up there, and they need some help.
Jeremy Hammer and Chris McNeely, side by side. McNeely hanging in there with Hammer's Tesla. And Hammer actually hit the brakes and tried to slow it down to a 10.0, and he goes 992.5 at 134. McNeely goes 10.015 at 143.81. Here they come again. The 1974 Opel Ascona. Magnus Frost driving. Dennis behind the race car. It has been an unending thrash over the last couple of weeks to get this car put back together after a testing accident. Jason Hager is across the racetrack. Ooh, Jason Sack coming up right now, too. Hager, the 2002 Mustang, running Super Street small block. Guessing power adder. For Magnus Frost, the first run, front end was up. The car made a right-hand turn. They're in the left lane now. Frost spools the turbos. Pumps it in. Thing way out of the groove. 168 in the 8th. He goes 685.2 at 202.58 miles an hour. 685.2 at 202.58. And that car really wanted to go left, and Frost kind of let it get out there, but it did stay stuck to the racetrack. That is a scary place to be running, but he did it. 685.2, 202.58. And it's a 6-second car once again. Jason Sack running unlimited. The 69 Nova in orange. This car is a showpiece. It has been since the day he first rolled it out. Chad Garut, 67 Ford Mustang. Chad Garut, the 1967 Mustang Coupe right side, running in Street Machine Eliminator. Sack, this is his first run. He is in Unlimited. And it is the S10 truck that we saw earlier running a 660. That's really, really good, but it's also Tom Bailey in that whole 603, 249 program that is leading all comers.
Sort of puts a dent in everybody else's program, doesn't it?
It does, but it's, you know, we know this kabuki dance that is this race, that the guy can be so far out light years ahead and then suffer an issue. So it's all about going the distance. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Sack, 117, making all kinds of wheel speed, but he is flying. 7:15.3 at 195.53. It's an LS turbo combination for Sack. Really nice run. Love the way that thing comes off the starting line. Just hovered the front end and hit the tire hard enough we could hear it. 11.202, 123 for Garage.
Here comes Finnegan actually driving back. We had the announcement that Tony needed to go get him, but looks like he's got that running, and he's also huffing a little bit out the right-hand side. Yeah, that's not looking awesome. That is oil smoke out the right side header.
Taylor Hedrick and Emily Ballard. Ballard with the LED style taillights. Taylor Hedrick is second across the line here, 925.3, 115 for the Mustang of Ballard. Hedrick goes 895.7 at 157.96. We are down to 48 minutes before the staging lanes will be locked off. Brian Acton, who had a 001 light last time he came up, running in street race small block power adder, seeking, of course, one of those runs at the bottom of the 850s. And Mike Brimar is coming up, 2011. It has the Cobra Jet graphics on it, but it has the Shelby name where the Cobra Jet name would be displayed, so a mashup, if you will. With little Honda's back.
With a parachute.
Did it have the chute on it last time?
I don't think so.
I think you're right. It's looking pretty good for Acton. Cleanest launch he's had all day. Car's straight and true. 857.6, 157. He's 700s off the number, which you think, man, that's great. But you got other guys that are sharpshooting at 0. This is where you start to do the drag week math. Do we keep this and submit it and then kind of hope for a little bit of help from somebody having a problem, or do you take another swing at it? Mike Reimers goes 10.054, 139. But this little Honda, I think, surprised us both first time up.
It's going to be great. We noted the parachute on the back of it. If you want sort of a clue about the serious drag week cars, the parachute indicates that it is that parachute's required for 850 or 150 miles an hour, unless you're a total wiener and have a parachute on the back of your 12-second car, which does happen. But watch this Honda.
Yeah, this ain't one of them. That's Robert Courtney in that car, and it just absolutely stopped the tire when he left the clutch in.
It's going to mile an hour, though.
10:52 at a buck 50.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the buck 50 is actually where you need to pull the chute, and that would indicate that it's an 850 car, right?
And Greg Dufek in his 2021 GT500 is like, why did I just buy a 95 Civic? What have I done?
The Mustang goes 1159 at 118. Man, that thing boogies.
Matt Tracy, the man without a face, comes up here. And the turbocharged Camaro, the 4th gen variety, the man without a hood. Mike Riken in that 4th generation Camaro saying, I don't want none of this Corvette. Puts it far the distance. 951, 146 as Tracy goes 1071.0 at 137.75. Those of you just tuning in, it is 2022 Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week powered by eBay Motors. You're watching a Mothers, Waxes, Polishes, and Cleaners live feed of the race here on Monday at Worldwide Technology Raceway in Madison, Illinois. And we are presented, of course, by Gear Vendors Overdrives. They're displaying in the pits. You can check them out at gearvendors.com. Andrew Taylor, it's first off the starting line in the 89 Bird. For Holden Kramer, it will be first to the stripe in the 79 Wagon. 962.6, 140.56 miles an hour is Taylor. 15.8, 122. Another of our big hitters coming up right now.
Stefan Gustafsson out of Sweden with this thing. Big block turbo program. This thing is also in 660s, I believe.
Yes.
He is the winner of Sick Week back in February in Florida. He's a 2-time competitor, now 3-time at Drag Week.
And when he puts this back into road form, it's pretty awesome because the slicks are on it. I mean, it's like
it's a roof rack.
It's like a Griswold Vacation from Hell type of look he's got going on, and it's a really neat car.
And kind of a freaky looking C4, the way it's like stretched and bulged and hacked and
not hate it, it's just freaky looking. Keith Verstad waiting for the final wheelie bar adjustments to be made for Stefan's Corvette. They have been, doors closed.
I'm going to say I really like the reaction time rule. We're seeing side-by-side stuff more than we ever have here. Typically, a turbo car would sit there, but you know what? The advent of the bump box makes that irrelevant.
It does change everything, yeah. And we've actually seen it a couple times today, though. Even that is not a perfect science, right? I mean, sometimes you see guys take a little bit. If you pre-stage the car, or you're too deep going to the pre-stage, but you end up being too deep going over. So it's a whole process.
I think now you're going to see what a bump box does. Nope, he's all the way in.
Yeah. 1:13.60 foot time, 1:69 in the 8th mile. He goes 6:61.0, 221.45 miles an hour. That was as pretty as it comes. I mean, that was nearly flawless looking.
And they intend to drive it 750 miles this week and race it every single day. It's absurd.
It is absurd. Keith Verstad had the best front row seat to that one. He ran 870 at 160, and that is also a beautiful and fast car. But for Gustafson, that was perfection. Nicely done. And how about a pickup of 52 miles an hour? 169 to 221 across the back of the racetrack.
Warren, who's running the live feed for us, said that it was actually carrying the wheel past his camera guy, who you can see at basically half track.
Tom Franks and Azim Sheik coming up. Azim, 73 Camaro. Tom Franks, the 79 Ford, he calls it Fastura.
Man, he tried hard to get that thing out to drag week, and it's still obviously not doing what he wants it to. He came here earlier with Fox Body Mustang years ago, worked on this car for a long time, and hasn't had the success he wanted as he coasted through at 1671. Azim on the left-hand side went 1095 at 131.
Diesel, 1945 Chevy truck for Robert Berry in the Ultimate Iron category. Big Hoosier slicks on the back. What appears to be a Cummins inline 6 in the front. Kevin Adams, the 1994 Mustang. Crew guy turning the nitrous bottle on. Or attempting to. So we can see Barry's single stack exhaust there, emitting the smoke like the Chattanooga Choo Choo. See what he can do here once he gets it spooled up. And Barry, you can see that thing just heaving its way in. All right, this is looking promising. With the soot trailing, Barry goes 914 at 149 miles an hour. Absolute freak show. 1176.3 at 116.16. It is weird, and it is fast, and it is awesome. Very nice run there by Robert Berry. And now we move into a 2018 Demon. That is Matt Zurbrick and Bree Brewer. Zurbrick, the Dodge, Brewer, the 2017 Mustang. .111 to the 8th mile for the Demon. On the binders, a 10.09 for Zurbrick. He will take it as that 10 flat floor in the Street Machine Eliminator category. That will 100% place him in a good spot to move to tomorrow. So I'm guessing Zurbrick turns that slip in. Bree Brewer, 15.45.3 at 83 miles an hour. A reminder, it is room 210. 210 at the timing tower to turn in your time slips. Room 210 in the timing tower to turn in your slips. John Powell and Lynette Jankuski. Classic Pro Street look here, 1978 Monte Carlo Aero-style scoop on the hood. And for John Powell, maybe the most single, unassuming drag week vehicle here, other than the down bars of the roll cage, which you add a little bit of a tail, I guess. But you look at that thing, it is otherwise pretty sedate-looking 87 Chevy S10. Jankuski, better job getting that car off the starting line in terms of a 60-foot time, as Powell has run into major league problems past the 8th mile at 31 miles an hour. So Powell is hopefully, although a narrowing window, going to have time to make another shot here this afternoon. About 35 minutes to close the lanes. Dwindling traffic down there as well as we look into our TV screen. As the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, eBay Motors is honored to share this experience with you. Over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has the world's widest selection of performance automotive parts. Finding the perfect parts for your vehicle is simple and easy. You can buy with complete confidence because all the parts purchased on eBay Motors are covered by the eBay money-back guarantee. Right parts, right price, ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Ian Hogshead, Jeff Jugopolsky. Jugopolsky's 66 Chevelle has been a staple at this event. Hogshead, 77 Nova, the car that his dad Tom used to drive. 1021.2 at 130 miles an hour as Ian goes 1074.4 at 126.25. It's not a boat hanger. The 35 pounds is right where you'd want it. Better 60-foot times because the weight is low and rearward, and a shorter, safer drive shaft without going to exotic materials. Of course, I'm talking about a Gear Vendors Overdrive unit, the same style of unit that is used by so many competitors with so much great success here at Drag Week and at other drag and drive events, and simply for the joy of using their hot rods. Gear Vendors. Thank you, Rick Johnson. Go to gearvendors.com to learn more.
The Divco gave us a little bit of a paper slipper. Not everything that we were hoping for. It goes 11:38 at 116. Bradshaw on the left-hand side in the Mustang, 11:03, 129.
We talked about Nick Cryer being one of the making one of the first 7-second passes of his life. Rather, I'm sorry, Kyle Beaumont did it again today. Going to try to wind it up again here and go quick yet as Jim Weiser uses a 1984 Monte Carlo in the street race small block power adder category.
So we're looking for 7s on the right, 850 on the left. That's not going to be a 7 right there. Well, it could be.
It sounded like
put the coals to it.
It sounded like the sound effect from an 80s car chase.
It did. Burnouts on dirt is what that sounded like. He goes 933, 174. And Weiser in the left-hand lane, way off the pace, 10:08, 135.
At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. Stop by today and see all the new drag racing tires that we have to offer, like the insanely quick Pro Bracket Radial to the Max Traction ET Drag. When Mickey Thompson decides to put this drag tire technology into a high-performing tire for the street, you know it's going to be outstanding. If you need the ultimate street-legal drag performance tire for new and classic muscle, the ET Street lineup has you covered with the ET Street SS and the ET Street R. We call it traction satisfaction. Check out all the Mickey Thompson tires for the street and the strip at MickeyThompsonTires.com.
Steve Eden in the Nova. Another long-time drag weeker. He goes 11:27. And Derek McGrew on the other side, 12:38. I see a Vice Grip Garage sticker on the back of the Ute, which reminds me that a bunch of people are asking me if Derek from Vice Grip Garage are going to be here. He is not. He is putting a Hemi in a square body truck as we speak. However, he does have a brand new show on MotorTrend that will be debuting quickly, like next week, I think.
Oh, wow.
On cable and on the app. It is called Roadworthy Rescues, so look for Derek on that. Bruce Fleming in the 67 442 went 12:12 at 114, and the Dodge Charger ran 11:74 at 93.
Kevin Douglas, 1978 Malibu Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Dave Deal, the 1994 Mustang Bullhorns running street race small block power adder. tried to pull a wheel stand. It kind of did. We got major fog coming off the back of Deal's car. Douglas goes 994.2 at 148, as Deal goes 9008 at 156.39. That will bring out our spotters to check the left-hand lane. But a reminder, get your gear right here. Stop by the Summit Racing Equipment trailer for on-site inventory and performance parts from safety equipment from the leading manufacturers. It's all on display right here in the pits and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing Equipment rep is there to get you the parts you need and get you back on the road or help you place your order at summitracing.com. They are down in the pits.
Racers, you have half an hour to get in lanes. It's 1:30. You got to be in there by 2 o'clock.
Got about 16 to 20 cars sitting back in the staging lanes right now. Want to take your engine to the next level? Molly Motorsport Power Pack piston sets can take your engine there. Power Pack is a complete kit that includes pistons, rings, and clips manufactured to the highest standards. Top engine builders trust Molly Motorsport. Molly Motorsport, the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2022.
People on the live feed asking if Steve-O has run yet, the orange Chevelle out of Australia. I have not seen it, but they're supposed to be in lanes. I can see it in lanes, I believe. The front of the line, actually.
Not gotten any traumatic reports from the left lane yet. There's been no mass mobilization of equipment. Another good sign. Going to be a great day tomorrow at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. For those of you that have never been there before, it's certainly a great place, great history. It's the site of some of drag racing's most notable moments.
Indy is also the track that we've been to more than any other track on Drag Week. Brian, how many times have we been right here to Worldwide Technology?
We have been to Worldwide Technology Raceway.
You're looking it up.
Yeah, I'm looking up in my
This takes away
notes.
the fun. It has been
Hold on, it's 7 times, I believe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2005, 2013, 2015, 2017, and 2022 right now.
Jason Sack coming around the corner. That Nova laid down that beautiful low 7-second run. That car is absolutely awesome. Limited amount of cars in the staging lanes at this moment, but we're going to continue to run. Lonnie has said that hard cutoff time is 2 p.m. We have 29 minutes until we get there.
Brian, in 2005, the first year of this whole deal, we had 3 cars in the 8s.
3. Larry Larson.
He wasn't there in 2005.
Except that he was when he ran 838 in Michigan. At 131 when it rained, and he did donuts, and I rode with him to the parts store to get spark plugs for the car.
I thought
David,
that was year 2.
That is wrong.
No?
You're wrong about this.
Okay.
You're wrong. Carl Scott won the event. Look at me. Look at yourself. You're questioning me. I rode to the flipping parts store. The guy had a Lenko in the car. I would not have forgotten the time or year I went on that ride.
Alrighty
Actually,
then.
you know what? Look at the list of tracks from 2006, and then tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Yeah, because I remember the donuts at US 131. Okay, my opinion is wrong. Yeah, 3 in the 8s, 1 in the 9s.
Yeah. So
in 2019, we had 36 cars in the 9s and 25 in the 8s. Last year, 27 in the 8s and 30 in the 9s.
Pretty sure the 3 8-second cars in 2005 were Carl Scott, Larson, and I believe Phil Cooper.
Oh, probably.
Phil
that
Cooper
makes sense.
In Purple 1.
Yeah,
or
the
Purple
66 or 7 Nova that was really dark purple.
Yeah. We will 100% get our program straight on Craig Grosvenor's engine combination, but thank you for the clarification, Steve Morris. Clark, of course, Rosenstengel running the SMX combination, and Kyle Morris is tuning for Clark's combination this weekend, this week. Jost Laster and Jeremy Heiser get to the finish line. Laster goes 10:52.8, 126. Heiser 11:12.2, 130.38.
Yost pulls the chutes a little bit early, I think, at an 893, 146. Seems like the mile-an-hour matches the ET there. In the right-hand side, 12-12 at 118. Robert Lowe had the 39 Ford on the left-hand side, 10:35 at only 88 miles an hour. And we got a coaster on the other side, too. Ty Cobb, 15:56 at 89 miles an hour.
That's no coaster. That's an 09 Escape at full song.
Oh, you're right. Dude, the Escape.
We have an Ascona and an Escape.
You're right, at 15.
Class in the joint
I
up.
looked up and saw it barely moving and said coaster until I looked at the ET.
We may
Wow.
have given the idea to set a sail.
Hilarious. I literally looked at him at the top end. I'm like, oh, this guy lifted.
Brian Havlik, stunning, all-motor, 55. Chevrolet goes 948.0 at 150 miles an hour. Ken Senko goes 1095.5 at 126.96. First time we've seen Brian Havlik's car get on the racetrack as Herschel Cronin comes up now. This is the 55 Chevy with the Ford engine in it.
Several years ago, that 55 of Havlik had that incident on the street where the whole axle fell out of it. That went wild. A lot of people looking at that. You know what's going to go wild is this blown big block Ford 55 Chevy in A gas. Now, I think he already put down an 890 something, which is putting him on top of this category, but he's going for the safety or glory run right now.
Brian Clark, the 2021 Mustang. Slightly more refined package. Cronin's car smoking the tires like a 1960s Top Fuel car when he stepped on the gas right there as Cronin takes it through the lights. 975.2 at 155 miles an hour, way off the pace he wanted. Clark goes 13.55.2 at 110. 24 minutes until lane closure as we count down the time here this afternoon. Mike Bagardis coming up in the AMC Hornet, and Chris Vanderwalker, the 2021 Charger Hellcat. AMC Hornets made for cool pro stock cars.
Super cool. Dick Maskin.
Yeah. 11:19.9, 123 for Vanderwalker as Bogardus goes 13:057 at 104. Here's Alex Taylor again. There was some question as to what happened in that first run. We've been unable to chat with the Taylors, but we do know the car went out there, the revs went way up, and it sounded like it clipped a rev limiter. Thankfully, able to get a thing back on the racetrack. Like is occasionally the case in these style of cars, the transmissions take a beating in these things, and Dennis has posted over the course of time about some of the stuff they do within the transmission of their own program here. And I'm not saying that was the problem to start with, but it was one of those things where the car goes out there, and a lot of times you see a car leave, start to accelerate, and then the revs jump to the moon. You don't necessarily watch the thing chatter. The tire can have a driveline problem, but they're back here now. We'll find out what happens next.
You know, Dennis and Alex build the whole chassis and the whole body of these cars right at home. They're incredible workers. Actually, I saw Dennis built a fabricated oil pan years ago that he's still using on this thing. Alex won class at Rocky Mountain Race Week with this car. The initial Rocky Mountain Race Week, the one that's actually in the Rocky Mountains.
Yes, as luck would have it.
And it has been in the 6s.
Frank Veneziano coming up, the 2021 Mustang GT 500. 760 factory horsepower, 10-speed dual clutch transmission for Veneziano from Ford. Taylor bumps in. This is looking good. Alex, 462, 161 in the 8th mile, 7:057 at 2:01.61. Nicely done there. The 201.61 mile an hour speed. The pink parachutes fluttering in the breeze. Veneziano goes 10:95.9, 129.
The doors on that 55 were handmade by Dennis. They're fiberglass, and they're patina matched to the rest of the car. Here comes that Ford-powered 55. I believe he's currently quickest in A gas.
Bobby Ricci and Brad Thiessen coming up now. Thiessen, the 1970 Nova. Ricci, the 1988 Camaro in orange. Got about half a dozen cars in the staging lanes right now. And Lonnie says 20 minutes till he locks it down as Thiessen goes 9:03, 853 miles an hour, red, white, and blue shoot in the air. 10:67.2, 124.17 for Bobby Ricci.
This morning we started just a little bit late because of the drivers' meeting. Tomorrow we should be right at 8 a.m. and we'll be starting the live feed on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube, and we'll be starting action as well at Indy.
Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. It's cool they went back to the IRP name. Steve Lemieux and Chris Bridger. Bridger has gone the extra mile and put the short diameter tire on the back of his 2006 Tahoe as a performance enhancement. And it goes 16:49.8, 80.45 miles an hour. Love this CUDA. We saw the CUDA run a little while ago. The side profile of this car, Phil Gratero's machine, or Greater-X machine, it's got that beautiful kind of hockey stick stripe, so it's got a lot of rake to it, reminiscent of what we would have seen out of an early kind of pro stock car. Just love that chin-down stance. And Dave Paschal, the 1987 Buick T-Type. Steve-O. 11:06.5, 122 as Paschal goes 13:74.0 at 83.51 miles an hour. And here it is, man.
One of the most overhyped beaters in the entire program, right? Steve-O, the 69 Chevelle. Out of Australia. Matt Banal on the left-hand side in the 67 Camaro is running all motor small block Of course, there's a big block in the orange Chevelle. We know that it has a dead camshaft. They've been putting new lifters on it anyway, so parts could fall out.
Harry Haig behind the wheel of this car, and you know, it was funny. Remember the first year it was running like 14s, and it was shocking in that respect. And then it was, I think,
well, they dug it out of a field when it still had a 396 in it. They just ran it as it came, and it's just been stepping up ever since. I remember the first time it went in the 8s, everybody lost their mind out there cleaning some oil off the track, which reminds me that AMSOIL is the official oil of Drag Week and VP the official fuel.
VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP fuel than any brand to deliver more power and consistency through quality. Stay Frosty race-ready coolant is a glycol-free and proven to reduce engine temps to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP engine and gear oils provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions. When results matter, trust VP. So Harry Haig is making his way back. Remember one time they fixed the rear end with like a bolt out of the seat belts of this thing?
Remember the time they didn't do something like that?
Great parade of competitors coming up the return road now as Harry Haig, I believe that's his son, bring him into the beams here. Became unhappy when it came up on boost. His Bunnell, 92 miles an hour in the 8th. 11.805 at 113.77 for Matt.
14.05, 107 for the Chevelle.
Keith Sack from the Pro Street Power Adder category, sacked the 1969 Nova in maroon. And we are virtually out of customers in the staging lanes right now. A couple of cars stacked up under the timing tower.
Yeah, 15 minutes if you want to make another pass. You're going to have to jam 15 minutes. And if your in lanes will run you out up to a reasonable point. If you're sitting around rebuilding your engine in lanes, that's not going to happen.
Known by enthusiasts worldwide for their premium car polishes, waxes, coatings, and cleaners, Mother's Polish offers a broad array of quality products under its Ultimate Hybrid, CMX, California Gold, Powerball, Back to Black, Speed, and Professional lines. Stop by your favorite automotive retailer today and stock up on the latest Mother's car care products, including their cutting-edge, super hydrophobic Ultimate Hybrid and CMX ceramic product lines. Whether it's your daily driver, hot rod, roadster, or muscle car, remember, there's no shine like Mother's.
Mother's really appreciated the polish of the commentary, which is why they are the host of our live feed.
One guy laughed in the back of the room. 10.901 at 131.81, and the laugh was a sympathy laugh. It was not a real laugh.
Courtesy
Courtesy
laugh.
That was somebody throwing you a piece of flotsam as you fell off the side of a boat. That was all that was. It wasn't a win. It was a life-saving device. Martin Villeneuve coming up right now. I do not believe he is related to Jacques Villeneuve, the famous Canadian race car driver.
You don't know that. He is out of Canada.
He is, and he has the same taste in beautifully lithe automobiles with this massive 67 Belvedere wagon with an aluminum wedge motor in it.
Beautifully live?
Lithe, L-I-T-H-E.
Live. Yes, live.
Martin Villeneuve goes 995. I mean, it's just so good. But again, it's too fast, Martin. It's too fast. You got to slow it down. 995, 134. Trevor Slusser goes 1307, 105. Alex Taylor coming up the turn road, kids. A 201 mile an hour blast right here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. in that stock dimensionally bodied 1955 Chevrolet. What a fantastic rip and a great way to get her drag week going.
About 7,100 people still watching the live feed, and we will be back tomorrow. Don't forget, turn it on at work all day long. You got nothing better to do.
10.705, 127, Steve Calloway. Dan Storts, 13.908 at 100.27 miles an hour. I will clarify this. If you work in a position where you are defending our nation or you're caring for people that are ill or doing something of real importance, you do have something better to do, but it's still recorded and you can watch it late at night.
Yeah, there you go. The replay will be up. Mother's replay.
If you're just operating heavy equipment or operating a mass transit vehicle, those things you can just watch and work at the same time.
True.
Steve Calloway and Dan Storts just went down the racetrack. Kyle Wimmer coming up. Wimmer, the 1964 Buick Electra. Best thing about this car is that Kyle Wimmer and his family live in the trunk. So it is not a situation they've not actually left home. It is a massive, massive automobile. Dave Arnold, the 1993 Mustang, left-hand side of the racetrack. Wimmer, going to be second here, but still an impressive run. How about a four? He's on the verge of the 13s, man. 14.23.5 at 94 miles an hour for Wimmer. Dave Arnold goes 12.54.8 at 109 and gave the impression that he was running for his life out there just to stay away from that monstrous 64 Buick Electra. The Oldsmobile, which has been on a bit of a struggle bus here today. We'll see if this Olds can complete a full pass. Terry Burkhead, the 2020 Jeep Trackhawk for Burkhead. Chris Blair has said the bar will remain open 1 hour after the last car goes down a racetrack, 12.004, 115. And the Oldsmobile again at 14.39 to 81. So the trouble continues to plague the Olds. But yes, if you would like to grab a beverage to discuss the end of your drag week experience on this day before you head home responsibly, the bar will be open for 1 hour after the last car goes down the racetrack. And Tyler Fink and Jeremy Hammer go down the racetrack. Unfortunately for Tyler Fink, that was a misnomer because his car didn't leave the starting line. But Jeremy Hammer on the brakes left before the tree was activated, so Hammer will not get a time slip. Fink has made what I believe is kind of a mistake here. He's going to make another run, but he had a 4.7 second reaction time, which means that 3.77 seconds will be added to his 12.95 run, which he wanted to be faster than a 12.95 anyway. I hope he comes back up. Mike Reimars and Tony McDonald. They're following. I believe he's following the guys. Jeff following the guy I know. McDonald's truck has a stick in it?
Let's hope so.
Yeah,
that
otherwise.
is in the hot rod category. Yeah, it's going to be quite funky if not.
11.901, 115.61. Reimars goes 10.085, 138 in the Mustang. Trying to think of any kind of large players here that we've not seen get a legitimate or representative rundown yet as the clock continues to dwindle.
Zach is back in the 75 Duster in the right-hand side as he rolls through at 11.07, 120 miles an hour. And the Trans Am on the left, 1480 at 79.
And we are inside of 10 minutes. I know we're being repetitive with this, but we want to make sure everybody is clear as to what the situation is regarding time in the staging lanes. We are inside of 10 minutes. Racers, you need to be getting your time slips up to room 210. Room 210 of the timing tower. Racers, make sure you're getting your time slips up to 210. Get your slip return, get your map. And Lynette Jankuski just rolled through the beams. Tom Franks continuing to kind of beat his head against the wall here with the 1979 Futura. 1189 at 118.2 miles an hour. If you're watching the live stream, I would hang right in there until our 2 p.m. and a little bit after, because we're likely going to see one or two of the big names try to sneak back in to get some sort of a run here to close the day. So Jason Hager and Tim Bradshaw. It is Hager on the gas at 02 Mustang, running a 935.9 at 151. 11001 at 130.8 miles an hour here on the right-hand side. One of the kind of kookiest stories I have from this particular racetrack was several years ago, national event. We end up, this is going to shock you, David, ended up at the bar one night. I know.
No way.
You were as surprised as I am. Ended up at the bar one night. We're talking a bunch of racers. A Pro Mod racer was there, and the guy says to me, man, we're joking around about something. This guy had raced a lot of cars over the years, a lot of different stuff, and he said, I have crashed every single car I ever owned except the Super Stock D Camaro I had back in the 70s.
The next day.
The next day, at about 240 miles an hour, the guy was pinballing the thing down the racetrack and on the roof. And I was like, oh, you spoke this into existence, man. And when he got out, he was fine. The safety safari offered him a water, and he said, I'll have an effing beer. Right. Yeah.
Clayton Hartman on the left-hand side was looking for that band for a Bruno. Looks like he's got some stuff falling out of the back of it. What does that look like to you? It's hard to say.
It looked like, I'm hoping it's paper, but
it's
it's
like
kind of
confetti.
blowing around.
Yeah.
He goes 828.9 at 169 miles an hour. There's a lot of smoke down there now in the shutdown area. Meanwhile, Emily Ballard is on the right side, living her best life, going 862.6 at 160 miles an hour. But Clayton Hartman has had, thinking it might be a shop rag that, if it's a shop rag, it would come out of the exhaust, one would assume.
Or maybe foam stuffed in the turbo openings that didn't come out.
We got our best guy on it right now.
What's the word?
Appears to be a paper towel that was Ginsu knifed by the turbo on the way out.
Technically, that would be more of a Cuisinart.
Guess you're right.
Yeah. He admitted it.
We're going to be just removing the larger pieces of the quicker picker-upper, and then we will be continuing on with the faster closer-upper of Drag Week Day 1 here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. We will repeat, if you're watching this live streaming coverage, there's 7,000 of you on concurrently right now, and umpteen thousand people will watch the replay later on today. We're coming back Friday, and Friday is a great day at this event. You see people in moments of triumph. You see them win their classes. You see the culmination of the event. You can see the 32-car shootout for Street Machine Eliminator, and then you can go to the awards and watch people get rewarded for their hard work over the course of this week. Make sure you come back on Friday. If you're kicking yourself in the backside for missing it today, definitely take Friday off and get out here. If you're in the greater Indianapolis area tomorrow, we'll be at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. We would love to have you at that fantastic facility for day 2 of this race.
The other thing you'll be able to witness on Friday is me doing this with KJ without the help of Brian Loans.
Well, listen, you guys will be a great. You'll be a great 1-2 tandem. That'll be nice. Be a good day.
I'm not sure I can bust his chops quite as liberally as I do yours.
You won't be foundering with the flop sweats like you are when you're alone. So there's that. You'll have that nice KJ kind of. You can fall back on his skill set.
Right.
He works with Mignante doing the Roadkill nights or doing the Roadkill announcing, so they do a good job.
You've also seen KJ in a few episodes of Roadkill. He's also been in our Holiday Hoopty Challenge. So all of that stuff on MotorTrend.
Right, and with me at the Winter Nationals this year, too.
I heard that, yeah.
It was good. We had a good time.
Pretty good.
Yep.
people out there who want to be as expert as Brian Loans, all it takes is watching a couple YouTube videos, which is the drag program that Brian has launched over at NHRA, where you too can learn to be a NHRA or a drag racing announcer.
Best version of yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna go meet a dude right here. You
do that.
Don't screw this up too badly. I'll be
Okay.
back. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, there's 4 cars left. I can handle it. Maybe not.
Sure. I'm not so sure.
But Brian literally does have a program called Drag Racing Announcers Group. You can sign up for it through NHRA. It is completely free. And the replays of these live lessons are also available on the NHRA YouTube channel. I scanned through them. It obviously did nothing for my skills, but you might learn something if you check in to the drag program. Mike Bogardus is back with the 77 AMC Hornet. I really dig the fastback Hornet. It's kind of a cool car. On the left-hand side, we're going to be rolling this Nova into the water box. It is 1:58, which means 2 minutes to get in lanes, which means we're probably close to the end here, as a lot of people are struggling to get their cars back together. There's a number of cars that are going to have to suffer with a poor time and move on to the next track and hope they can work their average up.
Suffering with a poor time. That's my whole week here.
It is. Suffering with a poor ET.
Oh, okay. That's the same. It's the same, really.
Yeah, it is. So there are some cars, though, that just have not made their number, and they'll continue on because this is a battle of attrition. You got to get back here on Friday. And even if your car is kind of a turd on day one, you don't know if your competitor is going to fall off.
No. I mean, man, I almost said something that probably would have regretted, so I'm not saying that.
Why
But
start now?
Mike Ropel going down the left-hand side.
Don't edit yourself, Brian. I can take it.
992.7, 139. No, it didn't involve you. If it involved you, I would not have placed any self-editing on myself.
Okay.
But, Mike Bogardus left before the tree was activated, so no time will be recorded. There are still some precious moments left as we are now 1 minute away. We're waiting now on the Lonnie Grimm text. It's like getting the keys to the nuclear football. He sends you that text at that moment, and that is it. So Brian Acton and Chris Vanderwalker, meow left-hand side of the racetrack as Acton leaves with the front end up. Black tracks his way out a couple of 100 feet, 127 in the eighth. And Acton, meow goes 8:52.8 at 158.06. Vanderwalker, no ET left before the tree was activated. Phil Greatorex is in need. He's got that green CUDA. He needs exhaust welded. He's pitted the back left of the pit area past the speakers. You can come to the tower. We'll get you his number. But the green CUDA has the hockey stick stripes on it. Really cool car. If you have a welder, he needs some exhaust repair work done.
And the lanes are officially closed. Lanes closed.
Lanes have been closed. As it will be Frank Veneziano making his last pass in the GT500. That, I think, is the number he was looking for. A 10.98.4, 128.16 miles an hour. As James Jekyll goes a 12.89.3 at 107.97.
You see the wagon back here desperately trying to get that 10.0. He's going to have to slow it down. What is it, 500 or something like that?
Yeah, I think my guess here is you're probably going to – I bet he goes about a 10.20 here because he knows he's got no shot left.
Yeah.
And he's been breathing it really close. He's taken a couple of swings at it, but I think now he's going to be a little bit – couple of maybe 2 feet on that brake pedal going across the stripe. Mike Reimars, the Mustang, Shelby Eyes, and Martin Villeneuve, which I believe he's out of Canada. It looked like an Ontario license plate.
That's correct.
Martin Villeneuve.
And there you go, 10:15, not too bad. He can clearly average that down if he can get his act together on where to actually throttle stop the car.
And end of the story here, all he needs to do is get in the field. And at 15, if he stays in that zone, he's good.
Yeah, true facts.
Same for Reimars, who went at 10-10-7.
What class do we have this Tesla in? It's got to be Street Machine Eliminator. Yes, it is.
Oh, no, and he's been too quick every run as well.
He has, yeah.
So Jeremy Hammer going to try to do the same thing we just watched Martin Villeneuve do. Thomas Franks is just trying to get this car to cooperate with simple instructions like move when I hit the throttle.
Yeah.
Something's going on with his car when the boost comes in. You know, it leaves the first 60, 100 feet, it's pulling, the nose is up, and then it kind of falls on its face as we see Hammer go 10-27-4, 116. Again, nothing to be worried about there. You're going to be, unless we see a really incredibly historic bump spot, which we'll get to see how this shapes up when the time slips are in and Tanya sends us the data. But again, a reminder, you need to have your time slips turned in. If you're a racer that is not turning a slip, the staging lanes are closed. You cannot get back in the lane. So right now you should be in line to hand in your slip if you have not done that already.
Brian, remind me of the new Lonnie rule, actually, that allows late model cars to go quicker than they formerly were with no roll cage.
So Chris McNeely and Bart Seswick going down the racetrack. Neither of these cars qualify for it yet because of the fact it's a 64 and a 98. But basically, McNeely goes 946, 143. Seswick goes 1265, 1 at 109. Late model cars, we're talking to
2015 and up.
15 and up. 9.0 seconds, 150 miles an hour before a roll cage is needed in the car, which is a game changer for a lot of racetracks, game changer for a lot of series. Reason of this being is that the OEs have invested a lot of money over the years doing rollover testing and crash testing, and a roll bar in a car with airbags.
Lynette rolls through the beams as Steve-O's going to go down once again, banging and farting. As a caveat, you're not allowed to remove the airbags.
Correct. That stuff all has to be functional.
Right.
11:54.7, 111. And so the general kind of consensus here, general overriding decision is like, well, roll cage makes everything safer. Well, it actually, in a situation in a 65 Chevelle that's going to fold up on you like a trash compactor, yes. In a modern car that has crumple zones and has rollover protection and has crash protection that's been engineered into it by the hundreds of millions of dollars, when you take all that stuff and negate it by bracing it up with chromoly steel tubing, it doesn't actually help. And so this has allowed a lot of racetracks and even racing series to open their doors up to high-performance late-model cars that are normally just kind of doing stupid stuff on the street. So, yeah, 90150, 2015 or newer. It is, to me, it's a very important thing that's been done there. And like everything, it takes a little time for it to really take 100% root, but the initial response to it, hundreds of new licenses have been issued to drivers in these style of cars. It's cool.
Mostly Teslas.
A lot of them. Yeah, a lot of them. Dave Deal goes 850, 885.8, 157. Mike Higgins Jr., the 1978 Chrysler Baron, goes 1542.8 at 88.86. Brian Havlick. You just look at how perfect this car is. I mean, it is. There's not a hair out of place on this thing. Sits beautifully. Color's great. Chrome's perfect. Wheel selection's very classy. All of it's just super good. First run was cleaner.
He's taking a detour down there. Look at it up against the line as he pulls the chute. That thing went 957 at 148.
And Tim Bradshaw. Slowly rolling through. I believe the final car is sitting in the water box right now. The final car of this first day of Drag Week 2022.
Kyle B-Mount. We have confirmed this is the final car, and we've still got 6,800 people watching worldwide. We hope you'll come back with us tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Time from Indianapolis on the Mother's live feed from eBay Motors Powers Hot Rod Drag Week 2022, presented by Gear Vendors.
Super Street Small Block Power Adder here for Kyle. He says, show me an 850, baby. Show me an 850 anything.
It is Super Street. He should be able to be much quicker than that.
I'll trade too. I'm thinking street race. Yeah, showed him an 829. 176.44. And that brings us to the close of day one here of Drag Week. It's great to be back in the saddle with you here. We had a great day. Worldwide Technology Raceway. Can't say enough about the facility, the people, the organization, the track prep. All of it was on point today. We saw some great runs made by a lot of great cars. Headlining stories here. Tom Bailey, 603, 249 miles an hour, your overall leader, your leader in Unlimited. Multiple cars running in the bottom of the 850s in street race, small block power adder, about what we expected there. It's going to be a very tight race over the course of the year, or over the course of the week. It'll feel like a year. Gustafson goes out and runs a 66-61 in his Corvette. Brilliant. Alex Taylor, 201 miles an hour, 701 in the 1955 Chevy. But the S10 truck is one we got to talk about, too. The Swede, we saw that truck run once.
What did it run?
660.
660, yeah. And then, of course, the Volvo, who sort of partners with him, they got into a very low 7 as well. So all of that stuff is going to be mega interesting. And, of course, if you want to find out the hardcore details, hotrod.com is once again your answer. Stick with social media. We hope all the racers will be posting all along the way. Follow those hashtags. And on social media, Hot Rod Magazine is, surprise, surprise, Hot Rod Magazine on Facebook and Instagram.
Well, I'm Brian Lones. He's David Freiberger. It has been a great day one. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time from one of the most cool, awesome, historic, and grandiose drag strips on the planet.
It's Eastern time in Indy tomorrow. I said Central, but that's right.
So Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Lucas Oil, Indianapolis Raceway Park, home of the U.S. Nationals and home of 2022 Drag Week Day 2. Thanks for watching.